Research and Publication is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is a preponderant body that has brought technical revolution and development of science and technology. The IFERP Forum constitutes of professional, experts, and overseas technical leaders. There is no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERP is one among the leading publisher of research papers in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, Continuing and Analysis magazine. About this conference, we're happy to announce that the second International Conference on Future Communication and Computing Technology to be held in Mumbai on the 27th and 20th of October 2021 virtually. It is our great privilege and pleasure to invite you to the conference. It is to present the latest research and results of scientists, preferred students, postgraduate students, research scholars, and postdoc scientists related to future communication and computing technology, IoT, and mechanical engineering. The conference will feature traditional paper presentation as well as keynote speeches by prominent speakers who will focus on related state-of-the-art technologies in the areas of the conference. It provides an excellent platform to research scholars, scientists, engineers, and students from universities and industries worldwide to present their ongoing research activities, those fostering further research, relationships between universities and industries. You are being granted with the opportunity to participate in the conference as authors, presenters, sponsors, exhibitors, or listeners. We assure that your participation will be rightly rewarded as we look forward to your presence here. Keynote Speech 1, Professor Jake Rodriguez Pompirada. All right. I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Firstly, I would like to welcome the eminent keynote speakers, Professor Jake Rodriguez Pompirada, Science Research Specialist to Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas. Welcome, sir. Next is Dr. Abbas Al-Bakri, Chancellor, University of Information Technology and Communications, Iraq. Third is Professor A. Sesha Rao, Principal, Vignans Institute of Engineering for Women, Visakhapatnam, India. Fourth, Mr. John Patrick Shaw, Director, Navicon, Dublin, Ireland. Dr. Epsida Nanda, Dean, Information Technology, Associate Professor, Faculty of Information Technology, Gopal Narayan Singh, University, Rohtas, Bihar, India. Then, I would like to welcome the eminent session chairs, Professor Dr. Amit Singhal, Professor and Head, Computer Science and Engineering, Raj Kumar Goel Institute of Technology, Ghaziabad. Professor Dr. Kayatri Padi, Professor and Head, Electronic and Telecommunications, Sadip Institute of Technology and Research Center, Nashik, Maharashtra. Good morning. Next is Dr. Deepali Vora, Associate Professor, and HOD, Department of Information Technology, Symbiosis Institute of Technology, Maharashtra. All right, thank you for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting their expertise with us. So I would like also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across India who has spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. Good morning to all. How's your day? All right. So let's take a picture. Can you please give me your best shots and smile? Okay. Give me your best shots. Good morning, all. Okay, thank you so much. All right, now I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Jake Rodriguez, Pomperada Science Research Specialist 2, Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, to deliver the keynote speech. Maid IT, MIT is presently working as Science Research Specialist 2 at the Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, in Talisay City, Negros Occidental, Philippines. Previously, he is working as a software engineering team lead in one of the well-known software development companies in Metro Manila, Philippines. He obtained his Bachelor of Science in Computer Science at the University of Negros Occidental, Recoletos, Bacolod City in 1999. He also finished his Master of Arts in Education major in Instructional Technology at La Consolacion College, Bacolod in 2008. Graduated as cum laude. In addition, he also finished Master of Information Technology at North Negros State College of Science and Technology, Nones Coast in Sagay City, Negros Occidental, Philippines. He is also a recipient of the Computer Programming Proficiency Award during his college days. He has more than 20 years of experience in software development and information technology. He has already published 10 books on computer programming and information technology, being an author and co-author. Welcome to you, sir. Can you please unmute? Right.
Okay, good day, everyone. Thank you very much, Ma'am Aljo, for the introduction. So once again, I would like to say thank you very much for inviting me as one of your keynote speaker in this second international conference on future communication and computing, virtual conference in Mumbai, India, especially to Ma'am Pooja Juliet and Dean Pastor Achilles for inviting me in this occasion. So my topic that I would like to present to everyone is about, let me share my screen. Is all about, can you see already the presentation that I have presented?
Yes, sir, you are. Now, you can proceed now, sir.
Okay, so my topic that I will be presented today is about introduction to Go programming language. Go programming language is one of the most very popular programming language that is being used today. So I will be your keynote speaker. So I'm Professor Jake Rodriguez Pomperada, currently working as a science research specialist too here in Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas. So we have here a brief introduction about Go programming language. At present time, there are already thousands of programming languages that is being introduced and being used in software development. One of the newest and promising programming language, Go, is being developed by Google Incorporated. The Go, often referred to as Golang, is a free open source general purpose programming language with advanced features and a clean syntax. Because it is wide availability on wide variety of platforms. When we say platforms, we are referring to different operating systems that it can run with advanced features and a clean syntax. Because of its widely available, it is robust, well documented, common library, and it is focused on good software engineering principles. Go is an ideal language to learn as your first programming language. It was initially developed at Google in the year 2007 by Rob Pike. We have here the picture of the developers of Go, figure 1, Ken Thompson, and Robert Grismer. It is a compiled statistically typed language in the tradition of ALGOL, or algorithmic language in C programming language. It provides built-in support for garbage collection and supports concurrent programming. Programs are constructed using packages for efficient management of dependencies. The Go programming language programming implementations use a traditional compile and link model to generate executable binaries. The Go programming language combines the development speed of working in a dynamic language like Python with the performance and safety of a compiled language like C or C++. Typically, builds fill instantaneously even large binaries compile in just a few seconds. And the compiled code runs close to the speed of C. Google said when Go was first launched. However, Go is not a free-form programming language. It specifies a lot of formatting details such as ways, spaces, and indentation are to be used. The grammar is compact and regular, which allows for smooth analysis by automatic tools such as integrated development environment. History of Go programming language. So the Go programming language was designed by 3 Google engineers, Rupert Grismer, Rob Pike, and Ken Thompson, one of the co-creator of a C programming language. It is an attempt to incorporate the best parts of many languages while resolving many issues that have been identified with those languages. In particular, that the 3 were aiming to remove the many complexities of C++. The team decided to create Go because they were frustrated with C++ in Java. Through the years have become, the team decided to create Go because they were frustrated with C++ in Java, which though the years become cumbersome and clumsy to work with. They wanted to bring enjoyment and productivity back to programming. The Go programming language was first announced publicly in November 2009. It is used in some Google production system as well as other firms. At that time, the Google Go compiler was released as an open source development environment available in Linux, Mac OS, Microsoft Windows, BSD, and Unix machines. In 2015, mobile versions of the software were also released. The big question is, why Go programming language? The Go programming language has the safety of static typing and garbage collection, along with the speed of a compiled language. With other languages compiled in garbage collection are associated with waiting around for the compiler to finish, then getting programs that run slowly, but Go has lightning fast compiler that makes compile times barely noticeable and a modern ultra efficient garbage collector. You can fast compile times along with fast programs. Go has a concise and grammar with few keywords, giving Go the simplicity and fun dynamically typed interpreted languages like Perl, PHP, Python, Ruby, and JavaScript. The idea of Go design is to have the best parts of many languages. At first, Go looks like a hybrid of C and Pascal, both of which are successors of Algol 60 or algorithmic language. But looking closer, you will find ideas taken from many other languages as well. Go designed to be simple, to be a simple compiled language that is easy to use while allowing concisely written programs that run efficiently. Go lacks extraneous features, so it's easy to program fluently without needing to refer to language documentation while programming. The programming in Go is fast, fun, and productive. We have here several benefits of using Go programming language. First, quick compilation and execution speed. Next, we have here no virtual machine is needed, just like similar to Java that requires virtual machine. Portability. It means that programs written in Go can run on different platforms. Lightweight, Go routines that support concurrency, interfaces, enable loosely coupled system, automatic garbage collection, memory safety, independent error handling, extensive built-in libraries. We have also some drawbacks of Go. Does not support generics or ability to write abstract implicit code, lack of runtime safety, enforces strict rules, incompatible with function overloading, and not conventionally object-oriented. So I have here a sample program in Go, a simple hello world. As we can see, in this sample program, the comment is being borrowed in a C programming language. It uses slash, colon, and slash. And then we have also here package main. In line number 2, import FMT. It is similar to in C# includes TDI.h for library. And then we have also here function main. And then begin, we have here print new line, skip sequence in line number 6. And then we print \t horizontal tab, hello world, welcome to Go. And then FMT new line. And then we have a right curly braces to close our program. So explanation, we have here very short explanation. The first line of code is a comment statement enclosed with slash asterisk and slash asterisk slash, which describes the file name of the Go program, the author who wrote the program, the date, and other related information to the program. Comment statement are being ignored during the compilation and execution of a Go program. In line number 2, all Go files starts with a package something. Package main is required for standalone executable, kind of like a preprocessor directive or header files in C, C++, or even Java programming language. In line number 3, this says that we need FMT in addition to main package. A package on the other main is commonly called library, a familiar concept in many programming languages, kind of like namespaces in C++. FMT package is used for screen input-output operations. And then line number 4, just as package main was required to be first, import may come next. In Go package is always first, then import, then everything else, when your Go program is executed, the first function called will be main. This is the entry point of the program execution where we run our Go program. Line number 5, the left curly bracket using this symbol is being used to start the body of our Go program. And line number 6, we call a function from the package FFT to display new line escape character in our screen output, no symbols with FFT print line. Line number 7, in this line statement, we'll display the following statement: hello world, welcome to Go. In our screen using FMT print line statement and \T or skip sequence in C language, this symbol represents horizontal tab. Line number 8, we call a function from the package FMT to display new line escape character in our screen using the symbol FMT print line \n. And then lastly, we have here number 9, step number 9, the right curly bracket using the symbol right curly bracket is used to end the body of our program in Go. So we have here the sample program in Go, which I run using Goland integrated development environment. So what is Go good for? Go is great programming language that is widely applicable. It fits all size software projects with any level of complexity. It is simple, features, minimalistic language, and maintainable code. Go is really good for writing network apps and web servers. The strength is it is well-written and powerful standard library. Second, Go is very good for standalone command line applications or scripts. The successive behavior across platform allows putting out simple command line applications that can run almost on any platform. And then Go is a great choice for concurrency. Its concurrency model takes from communicating sequential processes. Network applications are basically built on concurrency and Golang's native features. Go routines channels are perfectly fitted for this job. This makes Go programming language well suited for minimal frameworks for web app development, API or application programming interfaces, web servers, etc. Golang programmers prefer this language because most of the items like Go routines can be easily used and are available in the standard library. There is also an issue of latency with the garbage collection. Go language is claimed to be completely garbage collected and provides fundamental support for concurrent execution and communication. This is highly important considering the fact that some of the above-mentioned fundamental concepts are not well supported by priority of popular programming languages. There are situations, though when Go is not that good. First, Go is somehow applicable for writing system code, although it may be not the best option for writing system code. Go allows for the integration of C code, which goes quite well. Second, you will better not use it for desktop or GUI-based application development. Building rich graphical user interface for Go app is still not that well managed. Third, although Golang is able to talk to native system functions, this language is not suited well for creating low-level system components, example, device drivers, or the embedded system design. What are the companies using Go? The reason that they are using Go, number one, simple code. Second, created for large projects. Third, easy to learn. Fourth, we have here one problem, one solution. Fifth, similar to C language. 6, designed for multi-core processor. It means that it can run on multiple processor. 7, designed for the internet. 8, quick compilation. 9, small application size. And lastly, Go is an open source model programming language. I will discuss here the 7 companies that using Go as their primary programming language. First, the creator of Go, the Google Incorporated. Golang was designed by Google engineers. It is often used there for internal projects. Google Chrome and Google Earth are created in this way. It is also used in YouTube and Google App Engine. Second, Uber. One of the biggest companies using Golang is Uber. It is used there for georeference service which serves the user's location and product availability. Next, Switch. In Switch, Go is used for the most loaded systems. It is appreciated for its simplicity, security, efficiency, and reliability, which means that it is perfectly manages problems encountered when displaying live video and simultaneously chats of a large number of users. Above all, however, Go enables Twitch to improve 20 times the garbage collection factor responsible for automatically managing dynamically allocated memory. Next is Dailymotion. Dailymotion is a video streaming website. Thanks to Go, among other automation APIs or application programming interface that has been improved. The language makes it possible to carry out a large number of automation tests, which would otherwise cause huge loads, all because of Golang's simplicity and its performance, as well as possibility of static type checking. Next is SendGrid. SendGrid is a cloud-based email service specializing in the delivery of transactional messages. And one of the biggest companies uses Golang or Go. It is mainly responsible for sending purchase confirmation, sending offers, processing incoming messages, and forwarding customer inquiries. The company uses Go as primary programming language. The advantages of this language allows it is efficiently process over 500 million messages a day. One of the challenges faced with SendGrid was the need for simultaneous asynchronous programming. This problem was solved thanks to the simplicity and elegance of the clearly optimized Go code. Another argument in favor of switching to Go was the fact that companies, developers have already used it to solve problems with SendGrid. It also reduced the maintenance cost and resolved concurrency problems. Next, we have here Dropbox. Dropbox is one of the leaders in cloud computing service, constitutes another great example of major company using Golang or Go. It needs this language to scale its system in a more efficient way. To this end, the company migrated its critical systems with Python to deal with the problem of insufficient depth for Go libraries and to be able to build larger systems. Dropbox began to build its own libraries. This allowed them to improve caching, improve the standard error interface, enable programmers to generate SQL statements programmatically, and to implement fully functional Memcache client libraries. Dropbox plays to the expand Golang libraries and make internally used libraries in public on GitHub. Next, we have here SoundCloud. One of the biggest companies using Golang is SoundCloud. It decided to use Go language in addition to Ruby on Rails or ROR. Its engineers describe Golang as WYSIWYG, or what you see is what you get language, which means that the code entered does not exactly what appears on the page. In addition, They appreciate the one problem, one solution philosophy, which means that less time is spent thinking about the code. For SoundCloud, the ability to perform static analysis in real time was also important, which was possible thanks to static typing and fast compilation enabled by Go. This significantly accelerated the work on applications. Currently, SoundCloud uses 6 services and a dozen or so repositories completely written in Go. Go, the future of programming. The Go language seems to be more relevant to the present day than most of the commonly used languages, thanks to the simplicity of the principle of one problem, one solution. It allows companies using Golang to work on a large projects. So here is my reference in my presentation that I used. And then this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening in my presentation.
Thank you so much, Professor Jake Rodriguez Pomperada.
Welcome everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to welcome the next keynote speaker, Abbas M. Al-Bakri, an artificial intelligence graduated from Computer Science Department, University of Technology, Baghdad in 1989. He is working as a manager assistant in Computer Center, Department of the Mechanical Company, Baghdad from March 1991 to July 1993. In 1993, transferred to Babylon University of Babylon City and worked as head of team of computer maintenance from October 1998 to November 2001. Become a head assistant of Computer Science Department. In September 2004, chooses as a planning manager of the Babylon University, and from August 2005 to February 2010, become a head of Computer Science Department. From 2010 to August 2013, work as a Deputy Dean of the Information Technology College, and from August 2013 to September, become Dean of the Faculty of Computer Sciences and Math in the University of Kufa, and from September 2014 till now, Chancellor of the University of IT and Communications in Baghdad. Chair of the NTICT Annual Conference, Baghdad Editor-in-Chief of IJCI Iraq Journal for Computers and Informatics. Editor-in-Chief topic, Intelligent Computing in the International Journal of New York, Network Computing and Advanced Information Management, and editor in the JCIT, AISS, JINT, IJACT, IJIIP, International Journals, Program Chair of ICCM and ICNT, International Conferences. In 2012, chooses one of the 23 scientists in the international activity in South Korea in published book called Scholars Biography Book. Awarded the Scientific Excellence Award with 35 Iraqi scientists in 2013. In 2018, awarded Best Application in COICA International Competition. The keynote speaker, Abbas M. Al-Bakri. All right, I will share his keynote speech. Sorry for a while. You can now, it is audible now. I am audible. Oops. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Okay, so I will start the share screen now.
We are not able to hear the audio, ma'am.
So for voice, I think you need to share the screen again and click on the check button in which it says record the screen voice. Then only the voice can come, I feel.
All right. You can. I'm not audible.
No, you are not audible. The PPT is not audible at all.
Okay. Voice is not audible.
Right, ma'am.
All right. So let's proceed to the next the next keynote speaker. All right, Professor A. Sesharao, having 25 years of experience in the Val Science and Technological Laboratory, NSTL, Defense Research and Development Organization, Government of India, Visakhapatnam as a scientist. 8 years of experience as a professor and HOD in computer science, GMRIT Autonomous Rajam, Andhra Pradesh, India. 2.5 years of experience as a professor and HOD in computer science, Vignan IIT Autonomous, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, India. Presently working as a senior professor and principal Vignan's Institute of Engineering for Women, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, India since last 9 years. Received Best Research Award and Medal from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Kakinada, Andhra Pradesh, India in the year 2009. Successfully completed foreign assignment, development of AIM Gate migration software from VAX VMS to DEC Alpha Open System. For SIMSCI, Laarstraat, Antwerpen, Belgium in the year 1999. I will welcome Professor A. Sesha Rao. So again, I will share the screen. It is audible. The voice is okay. You can hear it.
The file is not yet open, ma'am.
Ma'am?
Screen is visible. You are audible, ma'am.
All right. The video is audible.
The video has not yet shown, ma'am.
Okay, let me fix it. Not playing. All right, sorry for interrupting. I think it's technical issue. The video is audible. All right, the video is audible now.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What's wrong? All right, sorry for the technical issue. Okay, let's proceed. All right, let's proceed to the technical session of today. Firstly, I would like to welcome our session chairs for this session. Good morning to you, Professor Dr. Amit Singhal, Professor and Head Computer Science and Engineering, Rajkumar Goel Institute of Technology, Ghaziabad.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. Am I audible?
Good morning. Next is Professor Dr. Gayatri Padi, Professor and Head, Electronic and Telecommunication, Sadip Institute of Technology and Research Center, Nashik, Maharashtra. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, madam.
Yeah, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, madam.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you so much. And now let's proceed to the first presenter or the first paper title. An effective enhancement algorithm for contrast distorted images by presentation by Navleen S. Reki, Jasjit Singh, Dr. Jakrup S. Sedhu, and Dr. Amit Aurora. Anyone who will present this paper title? I will call again the paper title on effective enhancement algorithm for contrast distorted images by Navlin S. Rakhi, Jasjit Singh, Dr. Jakrup S. Sedhu, and Dr. Amit Arora. All right, let's proceed to the next presenter. The next presenter, improving the accuracy of detecting breast cancer by analyzing multimodal medical big data using deep learning algorithm. Presentation by Malik Mustafa, Sharf Al-Zubi. All right. I think they are not here. All right, let's proceed to the next presenter, the paper title, Usage Pattern of Digital Media Platform by Students, a Study of Indoor. Presentation by Mrs. Minaka Soni and Atorika Bhatnagar. Again, usage pattern of digital media platform by students, a study of indoor. Presentation by Mrs. Minaka Soni and Atorika Bhatnagar.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Mrs. Minaka. Good day.
Yes. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm
Good
glad.
afternoon.
Yeah. Can I share my screen to present my presentation?
Okay, you can.
All right, ma'am.
You can share your screen and then you can proceed your presentation now.
1 second, I'm not finding the option from where I can process for the further. 1 second. Ma'am, is my screen is presented?
Yes, you are, madam.
All right, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Monica, we need your paper number.
Paper number?
Yeah.
You just need it as of now because I have to go back to my history and then I can only find, 1 second. I have to check it from my screen because the computer which I use to send the presentation, I'm not having this computer as of now. So
Okay.
if you can.
We need paper number.
First, you need the paper. Ma'am, okay, if you can give me some time, like some 15 minutes time, so I can give it to you.
Hello, ma'am. Any problem?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if any problem, I will call you later.
All right. I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's proceed to the next presenter. The paper title of Data Analysis for Improvement of Outcome and Quality of Big Data Analytics Deployment. Presentation by Ms. Priyanka Gunadi and Dr. Sunali Ridhokar. Again, the data analysis for improvement of outcome and quality of big data analytics deployment. Presentation by Ms. Priyanka Gonadi and Dr. Sonali Redhokar. Again, I will call the presenters. Ms. Priyanka Gonadi and Dr. Sonali Redhokar. Okay. And now let's proceed to another paper title, Emotional Labor and Its Impact on Frontline Employees. Presentation by Divya Morwal, Dr. Neha Chori Sharma. Again, presentation by Divya Morwal and Dr. Neha Chori Sharma. All right. Next presenter, how artificial intelligence is impacting future of learning ecosystem. Presentation by Gaurav Srivastav, Shrikant Dorgish Srivastava. Again, the presentation by Gaurav Srivastav, Shrikant Dorgish Srivastava. All right, I think you're not around. All right, here you are. Subri Saruha.
Yes, ma'am. Mine is the next one.
You're the next one.
Yeah.
The develop human computer agent architecture and database for career counseling. Am I right?
Right, ma'am. Absolutely.
All right. All right. The presentation by Sorbi Saruha, Dr. Mamta Bansal, and Dr. Anil K. Aglawat. All right, ma'am. Now you can share your screen and then you can proceed.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'm just sharing my screen. Myself is Surbi Saruha, and I just share my screen. My screen is visible to all?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. So as ma'am told, my topic is developed human computer agent architecture and database for career counseling. Myself is Surbi Saruha, and with me is my co-guide, Dr. Mamta Bansal ma'am and Dr. Anil K. Alawat sir. So moving further, talking about myself, I am a PhD scholar at Shobit Institute of Engineering and Technology, deemed to be university. I'm also lecturer in Meerut College, Meerut, and this is my mail ID. And my co-guide for my PhD is Dr. Mamta Bansal ma'am. She's professor in Shobit Institute of Engineering and Technology, deemed to be university, and professor and Dr. Anil K. Alawat sir. He's professor and dean academics in Kite, Ghaziabad. And this is sir's ID. Moving further to my topic, it is in this paper, we will discuss about the chatbot architecture and database made for career counseling. Basically, what we have thought like when admissions happen, a lot of queries related to students are there. Students have what's the career in computers. We have how we can get jobs in related to computers. So my motive of this paper was to develop a chatbot which would answer all such kind of questions of students and help our teachers, our counselors. So there are more than 500 data sets for chatbots, and chatbots are very useful for business. They work, as you know, 24/7. Anytime you can ask questions and they give instant replies. So they are cost effective too. The first chatbot was Eliza, but it was not as smart as Shri and Alexa. Chatbot work when the user enters specific data input, the bot processes it and process the match response for it. With time, the response become more accurate and flawless. So that I will discuss in further slides, that how with time it become more accurate and flawless. Then the probability that the answer is relevant depends on the X and Y values given input response coded block. So basically X and Y values are, I will discuss with how we can match the database and how accurate answers we can give, because the accuracy is must in chatbot, that your whatever you are asking, the related answer should come from chatbot. So X denotes the question and Y is the relevant answer to that question. In case the question does not match the answer, we will take by default. Suppose because I have to train my chatbot in that case. So it use supervised learning, in which I would be training my chatbot and I would be telling you whatever I have, if you find this kind of keyword in the question, you have to give that set of answer. So suppose it happens that the chatbot, we are not trained in that, because I have given just 500 data set of questions in my chatbot for training purpose. Then it will take the default value and it will send that answer. So the chatbot is created in artificial markup language, as we know that for AI we use AIML. So with the help of a Palindrome website, actually it's a website. I would be just telling how in which the AIML coding is done, and you just write the coding part and you get an instant chatbot that is inbuilt in that. So the chatbot solves problem of computer related career counseling. As I told you, it solves computer related career counseling problems. Talking about the description part, chatbot is a real-time chat between the computer and a user, that we all know that. And chatbots are basically of two types. One is rule-based and one is self-learning. So rule-based is when we are training it, when we are providing the data sets, and we are so that's a part of supervised learning. And other is self-learning. Self-learning is when it learns from its earlier experience on the basis of questions and answers relevant to it. It keeps on learning that way. So that is self-learning. That is basically artificial intelligence, in which it sees the algorithm and it matches it, and then it's doing the self-learning part. So rule-based approach trains it and sets certain rules to train it. On the other hand, are the self-learning bots, as the name suggests, they can learn on their own. So benefits of chatbot, that is better customer experience, simple purchase process, fewer resources required, work 24/7, personalized services, and one-time investment. You just have to bought a chatbot once, and that it will always be there with you forever. As we are seeing that chatbots are becoming very common nowadays in many of the businesses, also in Amazon, in many of the high topmost brands, they are using chatbots. So talking about AI ML, that how we are doing and putting our coding, database in AI ML, and then it's getting that. So it's, first of all, I talk about the basics of AI ML, that it stands for Artificial Intelligence Markup Language. It was developed by LS Bot, free software community, and Dr. Richard S. Wellens. It is based on ALS, that is Artificial Linguistic Internet Computer Entity. So basically, if I talk about AI/ML, if I just easy manner, if I explain you what it is just somewhat similar to HTML, hypertext markup language, in which we have tags. We use the tags. So this is how AI/ML works. It uses some tags. Some tags are defined by the builders. It's like AI/ML tag is the main tag, parent tag you can call it, or the root tag you can say. At the very end, we close the AI/ML tag. In between, there are many tags, as in HTML we all also have. So first and foremost is AI/ML tag. It is used for starting and ending of AML document. Then there is a category tag, in which it is used to define the knowledge base. Actually, the category, I would be giving it this thing with the help of example in the next slide, so that would be more clear to you. So there is a pattern. Pattern is in which you will see the pattern of the question asked by the user. Okay, and the template is tag is giving the response, which you will be giving by seeing the match pattern. You will be giving the response in the template part. So this is the example of it. First of all, AI/ML version 1.0.1, encoded. This line is fixed for all. This is the latest version and everything. And then category comes, as I told you previous, that first of all you have to maintain the category tag. Inside the category there's a pattern tag in which the pattern of the user asking the question. Suppose he asks hello bot or something like hello is there. So if combine is also there, if only in single is there, it will accept the template part, that is it will say hello user. So similarly, I'm just giving a sample of it. I have elaborated further with this. I will be showing the screenshot of the same palindrome. As I said, AML tag I have included in the palindrome website, so I will be showing that also. So then category is there. Again, you can make different categories, pattern and then template. Categories, pattern and templates. That ways you can extend as many tags you can put. There is no restriction to it. And at the very end, you will close it by AIML tag. And yes, it should be like when you open the template tag, you should close it first and then only open the other tags. So template tag is inside the category, and a category has pattern and template both. So that needs to be, the syntax should be proper. This is the user interface. I've just given a sample of it. Actually, in the left hand side, what you see, this is the coding part. I have written the category and the pattern. The pattern is like whosoever writes what are different domains of IT or CSE engineering, the template, this shows the complete answer. As this is a default chatbot, it's inbuilt by default, but you just have to put the coding part. This is the AIML file, UDC, that is user side domain. Okay, this is showing, and this is how it's doing. And whatever you write in the pattern and the template you fit, this kind of learning is known as, we are training the chatbot and we are telling it, okay, this is how you have to do. So moving forward, this is like, I have thought of, suppose I cannot train my chatbot completely. If I can train, of course, but it will take a lot of time. Like if I, because computer counts, if I talk about computers, it has a huge range of questions, a lot of questions I could miss also. So in order to give an accurate answer and try to be like 100% full response, I have put it this random response, that is random. Random means, suppose if the student has put in the pattern career counseling in computer science, and when I put the asterisk sign means that is whatever ABCD or etc he has put it with this, it will see the random response. Random, I have put it 3-4 responses like list 1, list 2, list 3, that ways, and it can randomly take any of those responses, and then it can put with the career counseling whenever it's so this is very beneficial, that whenever this is as I told you, if not in the, we have not trained the bot, so it will take the default value. So it is like if whatever it sees, and with the help of asterisk sign, it will say the random whatever random, it will take randomly any of one answer, and it will show in the bot. So then coming about the human computer agent architecture. Basically, the architecture which I've thought of is there would be a problem. That means the problem I've told about career counseling, right? In computers. So there would be a similar case. Similar case means the previous asked question would be there and a new type of question would be there. I would be following a naive-based technique. Naive-based technique is basically a technique of supervised learning. So in both cases, and then it would be going to the database which I've already trained it, and then the output would be coming. And naive-based training is a part of supervised learning. I will explain in the next slide what it is. So first of all, what is supervised? I have been using this word for a long time. So it is a kind of machine learning and artificial learning. It helps business to solve variety of real world problems such as classifying spam. As you can see, when we open Gmail, we have some messages that are put automatically by the Gmail to the spam folder, right? So that is because of supervised learning and naive based. In supervised also, we have many categorized, many techniques, but we are specifically following naive based in my case, right? So with that, it has some kind of we have a algorithm, and it uses that thing. So they are basically it follows the principle of class. It if I tell you how it's done, it's like if I have trained my bot that okay, in a in a bowl a lot of fruits are put, and when I say okay, you just categorize them, they categorize the fruit which is of orange color is orange, of yellow color it's a banana, like that way is it categorized by themselves. That is how it's shows. So this is a big concept of Naive Bayes, how it's done. So we are basically using Naive Bayes in this. Then this is basically used for text classifications, and this is spam identification. It specifies the spam ones which are not relevant one to this. Now, one thing extra I have done in this is because I would be using, you know, I will be using Python. Python and Jupyter. Python is capable for Jupyter notebook I have taken. In this, I would be putting the coding part. I've already put it. Whatever I type in this, the chatbots here, it comes is like this. For AML, I'm using palindrome, but for for specifically I'm showing for creating my database, I have using this. In this, what happens is when I talk about Jupyter notebook, it shows the responses there, and the responses needs to be written in curly braces on inverted commas, and you put the colon part, and whatever in between it, so you can see there is a single question and the choice is between whatever number of it choose a random one from any one of the 4 entries, it will choose any one, 3 in my case, right? The question is there, and from 3 anyone randomly it will choose, like that way the question is there. And the last one, when the blank is like only colon is there, so it will, that means when the then the user has just pressed the enter key and nothing he has typed in this, so it will write these cases that hey, are you there, what do you mean by saying nothing, that kind of stuff he would be getting in the chatbot. And default is, this is a default message, anything you can type. This is for creating the database, because I find this is a more easy way and a more accuracy can come with the help of Jupyter notebook for creating database. So with this, I conclude that is the proposed model aims to constitute a computer application professional bot, which will help the student to ask career related questions on computers. The model permits mobility feature and response 24 hours with no time delay. The advantage is it can be assessed from anywhere. They can communicate simultaneously to many users at the same time. They are very flexible. Customer satisfaction is also achieved more in comparison to human interaction. They also save cost as only one-time training needs to be done. It also saves a lot of human efforts. So with this, thank you for listening, and thank you.
Right. So thank you so much, Madam. Any question from our chairs?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Surabhi ma'am, let me know what are the main security issues in the chatbot applications nowadays? Main security issues.
Some main security issues. Sir, I have not worked on the security part. I'm creating a bot basically.
I'm just I want the answer in general. If you are working on the chatbot applications or chatbot, then you should know about the main security issues. Main 1 or 2 issues may be there.
Okay, sir. Sir, I feel maybe by changing the coding part, it can, the hackers can hack our database and can do some stuffs. That may be one concern. So we have to put a kind of firewall or something protection for that. The database is not easily available to the, so it can be safeguarded. One thing that can be a concern, because if the coding part is changed, then of course everything would be changed, the output as well. So I feel that we have to safeguard our content, our database which we have created. So that is for that we need to put some kind of some and of course some false user also come, those who just try to do mischief just try to understand how the chatbot is working, because the chatbot is fixed. It has a fixed coding part. As I told you, it sees the keywords and then it gives the answers related to it. So in that case, it can understand the behavior of the chatbot and try to do the mischief and try to find out and do something which is not worth doing.
Okay, one last question from my side. What do you think? Can chatbot replace mobile apps in the near future, or it is already replaced? What do you think?
Mobile apps, sir.
Yes.
So can you give me example of app which you are just
Any mobile app that we are using nowadays?
okay, WhatsApp and all that.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, sir. I feel it's not actually 100% it cannot replace, because we need a person, a physical entity, a person which we know by face or by some name or identity. We also get attached it emotionally. We have friends like that. So I don't think 100% it can replace, but yes, maybe in the near future it will provide some dummy kind of AI, chatbots, which we say if you want some emotional, if you're very sad, you're feeling very low, you need to upgrade your positivity or something, so you can talk to this bot. Maybe this thing can happen in future. That would be like good for many, but I don't feel that that chatbot would be equivalent to a person which we have, our dadi or nanis or our the people we love, like the family members. It cannot replace it completely, of course, but yeah, in the near future maybe that kind of thing, but it's not done currently it's not available.
Okay.
Thank you,
That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Hi, Survi.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, I wanted to know which performance parameters you have decided to test your chatbot.
Ma'am, actually I've just up till this stage I have built the chatbot. I have not gone to the testing phase, because first I will be doing the comparison it from the existing ones. So I just want to compare it basically, that what's there in my chatbot and what is there, because actually in the chatbot stream a lot advancement has already been done. Like if I talk about, we are very high in chatbots, like in messengers we have a very good, Amazon we have a very good. So I would be seeing that what they have, I would be comparing with the existing topmost one. And
which
I think
parameters you have chosen for comparison?
Ma'am, I have not chosen yet, but I'm thinking of like
how you are comparing.
Ma'am, I would be comparing the next paper. I have just, in this paper, I have just built it, developed it, and I have just, this much I have done, because it's just 1 year of my PhD. So this is my PhD work. So I'm moving forward. In the next paper, of course, I would be comparing with the existing ones. Then I would be thinking of the criteria. I have a little bit idea of what I would be like trying to find out. I would be seeing that how much accurate my questions are, and the existing ones, they are giving a relevant response. Because I don't feel up till now something related to career counseling in chatbot is there. So that is something different, which I think I have I've already searched. I cannot find some kind of chatbot related to career counseling, because I have been a part of my admission team, and I faced a lot of problem that similar type of questions students are, every question has the similar kind of mindset students related to admissions when they come. So this is basically to solve those kind of questions, ma'am. It is for
so I was coming to that only, how you will define the accuracy and the what level of accuracy you'll be expecting out of the results.
Ma'am, actually, I would be notating the questions asked by students, and whatever question, suppose I find, as I told, as I've just shown in the PPT, that we will be following Naive-Bayes theorem, and new case, we will be seeing the new case, set of question which a student has asked, and we'll be putting in our database that question, and then we will be, so every time the question asked by a new question asked by the student, our chatbot would be upgraded. The database would be upgraded with the new set of questions, and it won't be new for us anymore. So that ways, with time, it would become better and better, because we can add at one set of time, every question would be like whatever the student thinks of, we had in our database and the reply for that, ma'am.
So any justification for choosing this naive Bayes?
Ma'am, actually, I have seen all the techniques. Like I find this one was very relevant to my topic, because in Naveways it is also providing category wise. I can categorize, like some mischief students would be there, those who are not interested in admission. They are just come to just pass their time or some kind of stuffs. So that kind of categorize, those are sincerely they want to that way I want to classify the set of questions and I want to separate them into categories.
You mean to say rest of the supervised learning algorithm, or they don't have this feature, only naive Bayes is having that?
No, ma'am, I'm not saying. I have gone through them. So I find
you have to compare all, and then you can say this is the valid reason that I have chosen the naive Bayes,
Yes,
So as you have not touched to other algorithm and directly you are saying this is one best one. So you need to fix the parameters for the comparison, the base on which basis you have chosen this naive Bayes.
Actually, ma'am, my guide, sir has guided me, and he has said that you choose this one. So
Yeah,
without
but as a student, you should, out of your curiosity, you should know all the option and you should find out. It's
sure, ma'am.
It's very great, guided to the point, but as a student, it's
Sure.
Oh, that's all from my side. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Madam Saruha. And now let's proceed, and I will call again the paper title, Improving the Accuracy of Detecting Breast Cancer by Analyzing Multimodal Medical Big Data Using Deep Learning Algorithm. Presentation by Malik Mustafa and Sharf Al-Zubi.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, sir.
Okay.
You can now share your screen and then you can proceed to your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Clear now?
Yes, you are now audible. You can now proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Improving the accuracy of detecting breast cancer by analyzing multimodal medical big data using deep learning algorithm. This research prepared by Dr. Malik Mustafa and Dr. Sharaf Al-Zabi from Jordan. Deep learning has shown amazing extents in investigating picture for emergency location assignment. Lately, the precision that accomplished advised radiologist and is appropriate for execution as a clinical device. Nonetheless, a huge issue is that these models are discovery calculation in this manner. They are characteristically unexplainable. This makes a boundary for clinical execution because of the absence of trust and straightforwardness. That is a quality of discovery calculation. United theory of acceptance and use of technology, Otout was applied in a comprehending the factors affecting the community reaction towards obtain various data on healthcare for medical big data in developing country in the Middle East. And respondents were selected using a snowball sampling method. A total of 38 random responses were obtained and tested using SPSS. It was found the acceptance of big data for breast cancer are factored by anticipation, effort, expectancy, social influence, facilitate condition scalability, and data storage and processing. Results have shown that anticipation, effort, expectancy, social influence, facilitate condition scalability, and data during the COVID-19 pandemic, in addition to providing an overview of current trend in the field, as well as the issue of significant and compatibility with the specific community. Introduction. A great deal of study, as well as private and public area application, have overloaded recently and profound learning. The application of deep learning competition to huge amount of medical care information, despite the fact that these competition have produced results that are suitable for clinical use. Further clarification remain a barrier to widespread clinical acceptance because of increase in computer power and access to enormous data set. Deep learning has recently failed as a subset of AI. Profoundity of knowledge has been shown to beneficial in wide range of application. Managed learning, unassisted learning, and support learning are the three main classification of profound learning calculation. Regulated learning fit, a non-direct capacity using highlight as information and mark as yield information while constructing the competition, where the names or yields will be achieved conveniently, and interminate neural organization are typically method for performing normal profound learning competition. The competition are typically used to organize tasks such as classifying injuries as harmless or dangerous. Undivided learning, on the other hand, does not make use of named produced data. It's on a lookout for pattern in the appropriation of information. There are numerous layers in the center of complex neural network, including an information layer, a yield layer, and many more. The neurons in each layer are awakened by information on how the nervous interaction. During the preparation cycle, the weight of every neuron is recalculated using technique known as inclination plummeting, limiting the amount of expended work, reduce the workload for the business in order to suit non-linear capability from the info to the yield. Non-linearity are applied between tiers of the hierarchy. As a result, the neural network are capable of displaying interaction mapping. After preparing, the man-Q can place a secret order for information. A great deal of research has been done on many types of cancers, and the results have been outstanding. Found that for the identification of bosom disease, accuracy might reach 89% using extensive exchange learning, that they could detect cellular breakdown in the lung with a recognition rate of up to 1960%. Literature review. To distinguish or recognize this point-related issue, a large number of analysts have submitted their study in a wide range of area in methodology. Many experts use different approach, and the results have altered. As a result, this discovery isn't groundbreaking. Academics have previously conducted work that is strictly comparable. To top it all off, these deep learning models don't have the model development enhancement, which come at a hefty cost in terms of computational resources to create and deliver them. Sorry. This study proposed a transformational deep learning model that make use of multiple modules of information. The multimodular combination structure is set up with the quality methodology near to histopathology image technique. We each set up a comprehensive component extraction organization based on the various phases and types of approach to deal with a high quality longitudinal information. This model contains an advanced intelligent improved long-term memory architecture. Around 12% of the newly discovered cases and 6.5% of cancer deaths in 2018 were due to breast development making. It's the most generally known disease among women around the world. To detect breast cancer early, women should have regular mammograph screening done. There is a great deal of variability in mammograph evaluation due of both professional experience and human error. This creates a situation where assistive device can benefit from a chance to function with both unchanging quality and precision. Using profound learning in clinical picture inquiry has grown in popularity, making it easier for doctors to spot illness early and treat them before they become serious. Using advanced mammogram from the CBIS DDD-SM dataset, we investigate the appearance of XG post and BGG16. In the assignment of breast illness discovery. Then there's the fact that we test whether all mammograph image and repair removed from unique image based on ROI explained by specialists correctly in terms of expectation accuracy. Our experiments also include utilizing motion learning and expanding the amount of information we have available, as well as removing unnecessary components in order to gain more from natural crude data. The unified theory of acceptance and use of technology model was established in order to combine prior term-related study, use of an information system, and subsequent use behavior are explained by the user intention to use or thought. According to this theory, use attention and behavior are determined directly by four main factors: performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, and facilitating condition. Age, gender, experience, and willingness to use modulate the impact on use, attention, and behavior of four essential components: examination and unification of 8 previous models used to explain information system use behavior led to theory development. According to OTAUT, IT adoption research in information system domain will be dominated by this theory in the future. Empirical tests have shown that the model outperform all either other competing models, including the TAM model. It's proposed to utilize a conceptual model based on an adoption of the unified theory of adoption and use of technology model to explore the aspect affecting user acceptance of big data for breast cancer user. I will talk about the model many components, scalability, data storage, and the processing aspect were investigated after evaluating the factor that could affect user acceptance of actual big data use for breast cancer patients. This study includes a new construct to opt out to look into this effect. The simplified model is enough for explaining big data to a breast cancer patient in this situation. This is the the finding and conclusion are presented and discussed. The demographic profile of the sample member is shown in this slide. As we see, the demographic profile of the respondent hospital, medical center, hospital, position in the hospital, duration of business operation, number of employee, the percentage for medical center, 42.1, hospital, 57.1. To determine the validity of the questionnaire, the researcher ran a reliability analysis on it, utilizing the Corbach alpha coefficient as an indicator of reliability work. In the early, we say that the work on this exploration project with a mammogram report dependent on a data of information. However, there has some degree to do investigate another kind of region, which is the picture preparing dataset. In this examination project, we work from other dataset. However, later on, we need to work and investigate our dataset. On the venture website, we need to foster this web and keen application in profoundly which a client can test, and we can give them every one of the forecast which stage that they have a place in the current time, which level of bosom disease they have with easier to understand. This study comprehensively examined the impact of multitude of factors on big data for breast cancer user among medical center and hospital in country in Middle East. Furthermore, the impact of scalability and data storage processing and its association with behavior intention was examined. The impact of concentration toward health institution innovation on big data for breast cancer adoption in the Middle East country was examined as well. And this has a direct impact on big data for breast cancer adoption level in this country. The result of this study was to show how machine learning techniques are helping and play an important role in the health sector and how it can use to predict the breast cancer tumor types. It was an experimental research study that looked at how data can be pre-processed and divided into 3 parts: training, validation, testing to get the best accuracy and better prediction. We also connect that machine learning technique to the web application and also the smart application for aiming to inform user of a new system and to make them aware, because it's very important for everyone to be aware of breast cancer. And the space of early related work, they apply different kinds of techniques like support, vector machine, K, nearest neighbor, artificial neural network, and some people also apply conventional neural network where support vector machine learning algorithm in every study for doing reduction and detection and also diagnosis and prognosis. Thank you.
so much. Any
Thank you.
question from our chairs?
Yes, Amit sir.
Am I audible now? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are, doctor.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sharaf, can you tell me what is the best way to detect the breast cancer today?
Sorry, can you repeat
Have you done any
again?
study on this?
Analysis. Okay, using
Fan off कर दीजिए please. Fan. Am I audible to you?
I cannot hear you.
Hello.
Just a minute. Second.
My voice is audible to you or not, Mr. Sharaf?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. You are very much audible.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, my question is, can you tell me what is the best evaluation metric, or you can say best way to detect the breast cancer?
Actually, we use a questionnaire in the hospital and analysis them using SPSS.
Okay, then what is the role of the artificial intelligence in this?
Based on the artificial intelligence data set, we prepare the data using machine learning. After that, we analyze them.
Okay, thank you. That's all
Welcome.
from my side.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Sharif, can you go to your literature service slide, please?
Literature slide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just I wanted to know about the objective of literature review and what is the outcome. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible. Can you hear me?
Okay. There is some noise.
Yeah, so you are outside basically. That's why problem might be there. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Little bit. Can you?
Yeah. So I'm asking about the objective of literature review and what is the outcome. Okay, I will put it into the chat box. Please read it.
Okay.
Got it?
Objective of the literature review and what is the outcome? Okay, the main objective is covering existing research area. And the main objective is the problem with informational level methodology. And the outcome reduce the impact of resembling the information.
Yeah, so does your objective and outcome maps?
Yes.
Okay. So next, how many papers you have reviewed to know this literature? And which was the recent paper that you reviewed?
Sorry, I cannot hear you. Can you write it in chat?
Can you hear me?
Your voice so far.
Dr. Amit, my voice is clear to you?
Yes, ma'am, you are very much audible.
Yeah, so he might be outside. Okay, I will again put it into chat box. You please answer it, huh?
Okay.
You're not audible, Mr. Sharaf. Are you answering?
Yes. How many papers you have reviewed and which one was the recent among those? I reviewed many papers around minimum. I forget how many papers, but not less than
Yeah, so
not
you
less
may
than
remember the base
5
paper.
to 8.
Okay, fine. Yeah, come to the table.
Okay.
Yeah, so from table, I wanted to know what is the inference of the table, conclusion of this table, what you want to conclude from this table.
The conclusion from this table is show the demographic profile of the respondent hospital.
Yeah, how it is related to breast cancer, how you relate it to how the conclusion is related to prediction of breast cancer.
Okay. This table profile of respondent. We assist by examining the reality, convergent validity, and the discriminative validity in this table to determine the validity of the questionnaire. We send it to this hospital and give us the feedback about the data in the breast cancer.
So no specific inference from this table, right?
Sorry?
The specific inference related to prediction of breast cancer, I wanted to know. As I think this is the objective of your work, right? Okay, fine. You said it is a experimental research. So have you established the
Sorry,
experimental
can you
setup?
repeat?
Yeah.
Can you repeat?
You want me to repeat the question?
Your voice so far, I cannot hear what you see. What you say the last.
Okay, fine. I think there is a network issue, so I'd like to stop here.
Yeah. Because I'm driving and going to my work.
Yeah, so this is audible to you. Okay, fine.
Now, okay.
Yeah, now can you hear me?
Yes.
So I was asking, as you said, it is experimental research. Do you have a experimental setup, or you are getting the ready data from any hospital?
Yes. There is data in hospital.
Yeah. So if it is experimental research, you should know about the experimental setup, right?
Okay.
Fine. Yeah. How you will comment on the accuracy of the result? That was your last conclusion. Prediction is based on the accuracy. So how much accuracy you are getting? Okay, you need to comment on this. Fine. Yeah, that's all from my side.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's from my side. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
So now let's proceed to the next paper title. I will call again the presenters, Navleen S. Rekhi, Jasjit Singh, and Dr. Jakrup S. Sadhu and Dr. Amit Arora. The paper title, An Effective Enhancement Algorithm for Contrast Distorted Images.
Thanks for your invitation, madam.
All right.
Very good morning to the session chairs and the participants present here. So I will just share my screen with you.
Okay, you can now share your screen and then you can proceed.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, before the presenter will start, I would like to remind all presenters to be mindful of the allotted time, which is 8 minutes per presentation and 2 minutes for the questions by the session chairs, and for us to be on schedule. Thank you. Again, I would like to remind all presenters to be mindful of the allotted time, which is 8 minutes per presentation. Thank you.
Okay, I suppose my slides are visible to you and my voice is clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Here
you.
is it.
Okay. I once again.
Excuse me, Navleen sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Your title name is changed somewhere, I think.
I think effective logarithmic scale for improvement in low contrast images.
Effective enhancement algorithm for contrast distorted images.
Oh, sorry, sir. I think I have skipped it, but actually that is the same title is there. I must have skipped something. Sorry for that.
Okay, please continue.
Oh, sorry for that. They're the same contrast distorted images, and I am looking for that only. Apologies for joining late because my internet connection was not working. And now my article is about my work was I have proposed my work on the basis of logarithmic function to improve the distortion or improve the low contrast images. This work has been considered with the consideration of in terms of distortion in the illumination or the contrast due to improper image acquisition settings or due to the low light conditions. So that is why this work has been carried out. If I move to my second slide, and the abstract says the same thing, that we are actually working on the images which is having a low contrast in nature and having a low illumination. So to carry out the work, we have used a recent image database, that is SEED 2016, developed by the authors, and it consists of a 30 set of images approximately, and their resolutions and dimensions are fixed with the dimension of 512 by 512 and resolution of 72 by 72. So we have proceeding further. So this is the image data set. We have used it. It has been published in the web sources also, and we have used it. It is a free source database. No need to take permission. We can use it for evaluation purpose. To understand the title of this work proposed, I have taken some example images that are raw images taken from the SEED database itself. Viewing the histogram of all the 4 images, you can see there's a difference between the pixel distribution amongst the intensity scale. So what I want to say, if you look into the first picture on your top left, then you can see there's a narrow histogram is present, means narrow spacing is there. Intensity scale is ranging from a very narrow range. And most of the pixels are being aligned at the 100 to 150 to 200. So it is actually inclining towards the 250 intensity scale. Similarly, if I look into the next picture of a woman, and I can find it out that most of the pixel distribution are moving towards the 0 part of the intensity scale. Similarly, above the clock, same is the nature that it is moving towards the 0 part of the intensity scale. And there's one picture of F-16 aeroplane, which is actually the most of the pixel is available at the extreme right of the, means 250 of the 255 intensity scale of the ranges. So what that means is that if we go through the textbooks referred by Gonzalez and many of the referred literature, these histograms are divided into 3 portions. Number 1 is from the 0, there's some portion, then there's a extreme left side, then there's a middle tone, and then there's a right tone. So when we talk about the extreme left portion, that is starting from 0 onwards, it actually defines that images are dark in nature. And when we come across a middle tone, that means the images are low contrast if they are narrow based. If they are narrow based, if the most of the pixels are being defined in the middle tone, then these images are actually low contrast. When we look into the extreme right side, then we find out that if the most of the pixel distributions are at the extreme right side, then we get the shadowed histograms. Shadowed means that we get the over brightness or the over enhancement in the images. So that is why such images has to be taken into consideration to improve the visual quality of the image. Now the thing is that then what should be the proper distribution of the pixel distribution in the intensity scale? It might be, it varies. Whenever we look into the referred books, then we find it out that if we look into the bell shape, if the histogram pixel distribution is in bell shape, means present in the low intensity scale also and present in the high intensity scale, but with few pixel distribution. And most of the pixel distribution must be placed near the middle tone of the histogram. Then we can say that image is of high contrast. And if this is the one case, and the other one case is that if the pixel distribution is uniform in nature all through the scale from 0 to 255, then it means that we have a high contrast images. So that is how we resemble. That is why we have carried out this work. And based on this information, we calculated the parameters like mean brightness error, then peak signal to noise ratio, to define how much noise has been suppressed. And mean brightness error is actually to define that we have not distorted the brightness of the image. And very importantly is that the entropy of the information. Why I've said important, I will let you know in the later on slides why it is so. If I proceed to this, my next slide, I have defined the objectives depending upon my basis. That first of all, I have to estimate the brightness in the images. For that, I use an averaging. I do averaging of the pixel of the images, and then I find it out the brightness in the image. Second, then I have to define an adaptive algorithm for low contrast images. Actually, adaptive enhancement algorithms are already available in the previous literatures also. The most convenient was a histogram equalization, which is a very much popular technique to implement to improve the visual quality of the images. Out of these, Ibrahim et al. Has defined one histogram equalization, that is a BPDHE, so brightness preserving dynamic histogram equalization, which was stated to be the best one till 2014. So there's one paper on O Patel has done a research on it, and find it out that still at the time of 2014, it was actually the best technique amongst the histogram equalization. Secondly, some other authors are also available who have done work on the different aspects, like the contrast stretching, only the contrast stretching, not depending upon the histogram equalization, but they do stretching of the contrast using some different non-linear functions like sigmoid. So Zoher et al. Has used the sigmoid in 2018. He has published a paper in 2018, and he actually stretched the contrast. But the problem was that even though the contrast has been stretched out, but the thing is that we have to actually manually put the scale value of that parameter, so that how much stretch we are required, how much stretch is required. So that was the one bottleneck problem using that contrast stretching the algorithm. And the other paper has also introduced the AGCWD, means adaptive gamma weighted distribution. So he has used the weighted distribution of the gamma and then implemented on the images. So then in that way, we have decided to work to define the scale parameter from the logarithmic function itself, so that we can improve the low contrast images. The second objective was this one. The third objective was that we have to, this third objective has been decided precisely that we have to actually preserve the mean brightness, preserve the brightness of the images. First one. Second one, we have to reduce the noise level also. Thirdly, that we have to retain the information and the image itself, right? So that is why we have taken three main parameters. One is the entropy, the second one is AMB, absolute mean brightness error, and peak signal to noise ratio. This was the flow diagram for our work that has been carried out. So we first of all did pre-processing on the raw images, that is RGB, red, green, and blue, to make a uniform distribution between the red, green, and blue components present in the raw image. So that is done by contrast stretching. And we have not done any modification in contrast stretching. We have used just a MATLAB platform to do this contrast stretching in a simple way. So we have just stretch the limit using the minimum and maximum intensity of the individual colors. After that, we convert it into the HSI, whose saturation and value component, it's also being said. We have used value component actually. So HSI is also, I is also the same, that is a value component. We have used the V component, means intensity component, that is I, keeping who and saturation constant. Now this step has been very much required in the flow diagram, because to process the individual colors like red, green, and blue is very cumbersome, means it is very difficult, it becomes very difficult or complex to achieve the required quality of the image. So that is why we worked on only the maximum brightness component of that image. That is why we have used it. And then later on the stages, we have calculated the mean of that value component. And from that mean, we have introduced a gamma scale parameter for gamma correction. And then later on the final stage, we obtain the resulted image by converting it back to the RGB. This is what I have told you, that select the raw images and convert the images to HSV and then adjust the contrast using gamma correction. So this is about how we implemented the HSV. These are the details available in the MathWorks itself. We have taken up from that source only, and we have already mentioned it. So whose saturation has been kept constant, and only the value component has been used to process the images in terms of brightness and the peak signal to noise ratio. Now the thing is that next, again, the same slide is the same thing. It is saying about the same thing that we are doing it. So our idea is to enhance the image and to preserve maximum information content. So this was a formula that has been used for a gamma function, and where we have used a V as a transformed function to do it. The main important part was to define the scale parameter is this one. Zeta is equal to 1 minus mu divided by log to the base 10, 1 plus mu. Now, actually, this is a scale function present in the logarithmic scale. So when we use a logarithmic function on the images, so we have to map the input image into high intensity values. So there's a one scale parameter. We use C multiplied by log of 1 plus mu something, and the C is actually a scale constant. This scale constant by default is being calculated through the maximum intensity present in the images. So we pick that scale constant and has modified it in the form of I minus mu divided by log to the base 10, 1 plus mu. So where I is the maximum intensity in the image. So this image maximum intensity means that it works on an individual image. So if the maximum intensity available in the image is 250, then it will take 250. Otherwise, it will take 150, 180 like this one. It depends upon the respective images, whatever images will come across. Then we have calculated the individual mean brightness of each component. This is not an average value. It is for individual images. So we have calculated individual mean intensity of the images. Now, since it is very well known that when we calculate a scale parameter in the logarithmic function, it is always being high value. So this high value can over enhanced, or it can take also it can goes to the shadowed region of the histogram. So shadowed region means over brightness in the images. To reduce or to decimate this value, we have taken one constant parameter through hit and trial and doing
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you now proceed to the conclusion?
Okay.
It's already time. Thank you.
Okay. This is the result obtained from the enhanced images. We can see that this is adaptive gamma correction weighted distribution, and this is for contrast stretch published in 2018, and BPDHE brightness preserving in 2007. And this is our result, histogram of resultant image. So you can find it out that we have uniformly distributed all the pixel values around the histogram, so that we can get we can preserve the brightness, and we can also improve the contrast in the images. Similarly, we go through the different, I have also presented different images where you can see all the images present here, which is having a uniform distribution of pixel values across the intensity scale. That is the same results. I have shown it to you. Now, these are the results we have obtained from the experiments, that we have preserved the absolute mean brightness to 1.81, which is very much minimum, and PSNR ratio to 29.1. Similarly, we have a global contrast factor of 29.1. For global contrast factor is actually 11.81, and peak signal to noise ratio is 29.1. And we have summarized the results. We have find it out. And these are the methods. The different colors shows the different methods when we have compared it, and we find it out that our method has proved the efficacy of using the gamma correction based on logarithmic scale, so that we have improved in every horizon in the entropy, PSNR, AMB, and global contrast factor. Conclusion is that if you look into this method, I told you that entropy is very much important in regard to this one. And as per the Shannon theory, it says that more is entropy and the better is the retention of the information. But there are many other theories for images itself, that if you can preserve the original information in the image after enhancement, that will be the best criteria. Now, again, for that, this statement is actually differ for every other images, for different images. If the image is presented here in seed database, we have lots of pixel distributions. Okay, we have lots of information available. So we have to preserve that information. But if you look into the dark images and we have low light, very low light images or dark images, the situation changes. We could not say that the entropy should be preserved in that way only, but sometimes the entropy increases or it gets decreased. Okay? So my motive was to preserve, in this case, in this seed database, I have to preserve the information. So that is why if the original entropy was 7.4, my conclusion was 7.47. So there's a minimum increase in that in the information, but I have preserved it. Actually, I have not reduced it, but I have preserved it. But most of the other cases have reduced it. Similarly, is the case of PSNR, and AMB has a minimum value, that is 1.81, and which is very much required for this work to be implemented. And contrast factor, and there's a contrast factor. We use global contrast factor to find out the based on global parameter, and that is why we calculated. What are the pitfalls? Pitfalls is that how we can change this scenario. What are the drawbacks of using it? First of all, I will go to that picture, this one, and the F-16 airplane. You can see there are some pixel distribution at the extreme end, 200 to 250. So in this case, it should be clipped out. I suppose it should be clipped out because it will give you overshadowed regions. But since I got a better AMB and a better PSNR ratio, so I have not clipped it out. But it can be improved if we can use some other parameters, because in this one we cannot use a thresholding, because thresholding is very much truthful if there are two peaks available. Two peaks means if the one peak is at low intensity and the other peak is at high intensity, then we can take the mean of that. We can take a thresholding. But in these images, there is no such case. There's no such threshold values available at the low intensity and high intensity, but some other alternative approach can be used. Similarly, I have to work on more database which is having a low light conditions. So I have to work on that also. We can also work on that thing. I have used one constant value, that is 0.005, to decimate the value of scale parameter. So we can also work on this one so that this value can also be automated in the future work to carry it on. Thank you. I'm open for thanks.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Good morning, sir.
So Naveen, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me what are the methods to validate? You have mentioned in your slides that you have to compare the results on the basis of image quality assessment measures.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me any method for this?
So actually here I have used, because through the referred papers, I've seen that people have used the absolute mean brightness error, PSNR, then about global contrast factor. There's one more method we can use it, that is the quality index, perceptual based quality index, PCQI.
Okay, PCQI.
Yes, we can use that one also. We can also add that in that, so that we can find it out what is the best. And there's one more, that is a structure similarity index matrix. So SSIM. So I can also add that one to define the
other image quality assessment algorithm that have been developed in the past decade and you have surveyed in your question.
Actually, sir, most of the papers were confined to the histogram equalization. So I want the alternate way. I don't want to use the histogram equalization. So people have modified the histogram equalization. So I want that rather than using a histogram equalization, I've just gone through the gamma correction directly. So that is why that is my approach. Actually, I want to look upon the other alternatives also.
Okay, thank you.
That's
all from my side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Naveen, can you go to your equations slide?
Which one, madam?
Equation 2, I think 2, 3, it was on the same slide.
This one, ma'am?
No. Yeah, here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So can you just elaborate what is this mu factor and how it?
Ma'am, mu is actually the mean that has been calculated from the brightness component of that image. I defines the maximum intensity in that image, means the scale 0 to 255 is the scale, and where we get the most of the pixels, and that is the actually the information we are
Mu
getting.
is the mean.
Mu is the mean, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
right, ma'am.
Fine. So come to the graph session slide. The results you have represented graphically.
And this one or this one?
Yeah, this one.
This one. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. So this global contrast factor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you defined on which parameters?
Ma'am, it is taking out the global of the image, means total image. Sometimes we go to local histogrammical, means we take a windows, but actually I have not taken a window on calculating the contrast of it. I have taken the global image, mean total image,
Okay,
to compute the contrast factor.
We don't have any unit to measure.
Ma'am, these are all just estimations. If you look upon all the quality assessments, they are actually estimating depending upon the original pictures. I have taken a reference as the original image, and with that I have compared my enhanced image. So that is known as full reference. So actually, many people say that lightness of error is also there. And as I mentioned before, that SSIM is also there, perceptual based quality index is also there. But over sum, if we look into it, we find it out if you can improve the peak signal to noise ratio and you can preserve the mean brightness, that could be the best way to define other parameters also.
Okay. So can you give me the best fit of your algorithm for image enhancement, the application?
Pardon, please, madam.
Can you give a best fit of your algorithm for image enhancement?
Madam, best fit is for that because if the pixel distribution is sufficient enough, either it may be in the extreme end of the dark side or extreme end of the over bright side. Pixel information must. They should be available. Because in low intensity or dark images, the pixel distribution is very low. So in that way, I cannot use this method. I can use only when the pixel distribution is enough for me. It may be distributed anywhere. That is not the problem.
Okay. So last, can you comment on the adaptive control related to image enhancement in your algorithm?
Adaptive control, ma'am?
Yeah, you in one of your slide, I have read that it is adaptive control.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Adaptive control is there because when you go through this equation number 2, I have calculated the scale parameter. Now, this scale parameter is not being controlled manually because in other parameters, in other methods like contrast stretching, we have to manually give the value. So for that value can be anything from 0 to 1, but we have to feed it up in the algorithm so that we can get the result. So in my method, I need not to put any manual instructions. I will just have to run this algorithm and the result will become out. Only problem is that because gamma is a very non-linear function, it is unpredictable because it can be anything for any type of images because images are actually non-linear in nature. So if I have put a constant value of 0.005 like that, I have put it up, it might be not good for the another images. Means like the images which are having low contrast or very over bright. So in that case, it might be because I have not tested it, but it might be the case where this method can be a little bit complex for that.
Okay, fine. That's all from my side.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for
your
questions.
Let's proceed to the next presenter. Usage pattern of digital media platform by students, a study of indoor. Presentation by Mrs. Minaka Suni and Atorika Bhatnagar.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, madam.
Yes, I want to share my screen, but before that, I want to know that am I audible?
Yes, CR, can you please now share your screen?
Yes, I'm sharing. I hope my screen is visible to you.
Yes, dear.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone in the meeting, in the conference. My name is Manika. I'm a research scholar at Renaissance University. Along with my colleague, Aturika Bhatnagar, I'm going to present my paper, which is usage pattern of digital media platforms by students. It's a study of Indore. So this abstract which I have submitted, it was about saying about the students who are with the age group of 16 to 24, they are more active on digital media. And with the increased cases in COVID-19, we have seen the phenomenal change of usage pattern of digital media by student. So this study was to conduct to find the usage pattern of the social media based on users demographic feature. We have focused on collecting data from the Indore division of Madhya Pradesh to get the focused region based insights. So why I have chosen this topic? Since I am into education marketing from 2011 and doing my different research on a digital medium platform, I run the campaigns and just try to find out a equation where I can get the maximum benefit out of it. So I have taken this topic so that I can propose a model where we can gain a lot of enrollment using digital medium for the Higher Education Institute in Madhya Pradesh in Indore. So there's going to be the flow of my presentation. First, I'll introduce my topic with digital marketing. As we know that digital marketing is a marketing of product and services using digital medium. We can use mobile flow, display advertisement, and any other digital medium. We also uses search engine, websites, social media, email, and mobile application. It helps us to grow the business and target the exact audience. As we have seen that Google marketing say that 48% customer inquire first their product on search engine, while 33% people have used brand website to get the information. Now, what is the importance of higher education in society? We very well know that after 12th, every student goes for their higher education. The purpose is to understand the complex subject, to enhance their skills, to widen their range of career option, to get a competitive advantage in career market. It gives us better job security. It helps us to learn new skills and give us knowledge with hands-on practice on different courses. So the area which I have chosen for my study is Indore division. And why I have chosen this demography, because this region is enriched with like national importance institutes and having we can call it that this area is known as education hub. So if we can see, we have IIM, IIT both. We have a top medical college and various other medical colleges in this division. We have an engineering college and other engineering colleges. We have two national level universities over here. The DVB is like oldest university which is present here. We have 7 private universities and various other colleges and universities in this segment, in this division. So when we talk about education institute, what is the importance in the in this sector of digital marketing, we need to understand first. So if we want to target our final customer or final our end customer or our prospect, we need to understand that how we are going to target our customer, because nowadays all the students are present on digital media platform. So we need to first understand that how old are they, their age group. Then we need to understand that what they are looking for. Now, after that, we have to understand that what they are looking, what benefits they are looking from the university, where are they from, where they want from, what they want from their educational experience, where we can find them. So for the institute to design a process of launching any campaign, I think we need to identify the segment of your audience. Then we need to establish a goal or measurement strategy. We have to set up the ad channel and then launch the campaign and optimize. The most commonly used social media platform used by education sectors are Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Google Ads, and blogs. So before going for further research, I have read almost 60 newspapers on this, because it's a part. This work is a part of my major project. So I am the pilot version I'm presenting over here. So reviewing these papers, I just got to know that the Facebook, WhatsApp, and YouTube are formally used by institute and their faculty members to communicate with their student. So that is the one click which which took me further to go for this research. And I have understood through the review of literature that in this COVID situation, university leader, institute dean in the higher education have searched alternative and methods to the traditional method. So this area of research is very prominent for me. Now, what is the gap in research? Like if I have read the newspaper, many literature available on this topic, I have understood that this research has been conducted internationally. But when we see the result for this indoor segment or indoor division, you might see that if the research is done in Singapore and other countries, but then the result can vary from this division. So there was a need to understand the usage pattern of students in this particular segment. As Indore is a segment where almost 70% of colleges are commerce and management. So I have taken a sample of commerce and management only. What are the objectives which I have set for this presentation? For this research. So my first objective was to evaluate the role of digital marketing in higher education. My second objective was to understand the usage pattern of digital media platform by the student. And third was to analyze the impact of digital marketing on student while selecting courses and colleges at higher education level. So before setting my hypothesis, I have to decide my variables. So communication method preferred, awareness, choice of students, time of usage, platform preferences, noticeability. These were my variable. On the basis of that, I have designed my questionnaire. So on the basis of my questionnaire and the objective, these are my hypotheses, which I wanted to test to get my result of this research. My hypothesis number one is my null hypothesis is there is no significant role of digital marketing in higher education. Another hypothesis number two, there is no significant difference in usage pattern of digital media platform by the student. Hypothesis number three, there is no significant impact of digital marketing on students while selecting the course and colleges at higher education level. So as I've told you that I have taken the data from undergraduate level in commerce and management in Indore division. So this was my target of my research. The questionnaire which I have prepared, I have distributed using survey research and convenient sampling technique. The data which I have collected was scaled on a Likert scale, which is least, less, neutral, often, and very often. On this scale, I have rated this data from 1 to 5. And before circulating the data, I have checked it for reliability and validity. So I have basically circulated two questionnaires. One is to understand the student's perspective. The sample size of that data was 200. And the another was to understand the perspective of the colleges and universities, marketing professionals. So it was the sample size of 20. The design of my study is explorative study. So to get the results, I have done descriptive analysis. After that, I have done reliability statistic. I have done factor analysis, hypothesis testing. So these are the four tests which I have performed on my data. So I have used SPSS 21, and the test which I have conducted through SPSS 21 was descriptive statistics, ANOVA chi-square paired sample test to get the results. So my results of descriptive analysis was that out of 200 students, I have got 197 responses, and where 86.6% of the respondent were 16 to 21 years of age. So I have taken this data 16 to 21 year of age to understand that how an undergraduate student takes the decision. Now my question number 2 was being circulated into the colleges and universities, and where I got 16 responses out of 20, and those 100% of 16 responses were having commerce and management as subject which they are offering to their students. So this is the value of my Cronbach alpha, which is the reliability test of my questionnaire. After that, I have done my factor analysis. So I have taken values which is more than one eigenvalue, and the result of this is 0.869. So now this is the result of my hypothesis number 1. So when I have concluded this hypothesis on the basis of descriptive analysis, I have seen that this.
Sorry to interrupt you, Madam. Can you now proceed to the conclusion?
Okay. So my hypothesis number 1, yes, my hypothesis number 1 says that there is a significant role of digital marketing in higher education. As you have seen that my hypothesis was rejected as per the descriptive analysis. My hypothesis number 2 was also rejected. So this shows that there is a significant difference of usage pattern of digital media platform by the student. My hypothesis number 3 has given me some different results that I had to accept 2 of my sub hypotheses, which is failed to reject. You can see that, and it was rejected. It was accepted because there is a specific reason. So this hypothesis number H0 3.4 and 5 says that there is no significant impact of awareness and communication channel preferred on the student. But as we see that Indore is a small place and people are still believing on the physically verified channel and traditional method of marketing. So digital marketing has impact, but it is not up to that level. You can say that 70% students are still believing that they can get information from a physically verified places, as 30% of the communication can be done by the digital marketing. Other findings that this social media which students prefer to use is Instagram over Facebook or other medium of digital marketing. The time of usage which we have got in this study was morning. Morning is the time when students are mostly available. So this is a conclusion of my study, which I have already concluded there. I mean, given the outcome of my research. And this is the model which I want to propose out of this research, that as an institute, the marketing professional think that the Facebook is more effective medium, so they put money on Facebook and get very less result. As you can see that the student is not less much active, and when you see the ROI, I mean the amount which we put on the Facebook and the result which we are getting from the Facebook is like having huge gap. So the better medium to put any kind of digital promotion can be Instagram. As you can see that there is less amount which we have spent, and the result outcome is also good at Instagram. So students are more active at Instagram, and institute has to promote their strategy, their campaigns on Instagram instead of Facebook. So these are my suggestions. This model can be useful for the students also, as they make their choices of taking admission on different digital media platform. So, and also it can be helpful for the institute as where they promote their campaigns to get maximum students enrollment in their institute. So yes, I am open to the questions.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Would you agree that when it comes to using digital transformation, that should be a framework for students to educate the educators? Would you
Yes,
agree?
sir. So definitely, sir, because nowadays after this COVID situation, what is happening? The students are unnecessarily scrolling on digital media platform. And also, if they're scrolling, they're getting unnecessary information over there also. So this is institute's responsibility to get awareness to their students that what is like, how, if like they're getting any sort of information on a digital platform, they should not believe on those information at first hand. They have to verify from their physical channels also, and that was the crux of my study.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Minika, I'm very much agree with your conclusion that Instagram is being used by the students nowadays. But can you give some comment on the reason? What
reason? Okay. Yeah, so as ma'am, I have told you that this paper which I have presented over here, it's a part of my big project. So in my other research, what I have found that this Facebook book is now overused, as every digital media platform has a life, because we used to use Orkut a year ago, and now it is of no use or nowhere in the like race. So when we see results on Facebook, the more audience are mature audience over there, because Facebook and Instagram, they both are offering similar like content. They are also offering us reels, stories, main feeds. The structure is same, but still students are more active on Instagram because this platform is new
that
for them.
only is my question. What is the reason you found?
Because most of the youth is available on Instagram, but when we see the age group which is available on the Facebook, it's of mature people. It's like plus 30 plus people. So students are not making their account, or if they have made their account, but they are not coming to Facebook on a very frequent basis.
Yeah,
But
Menika, again we are repeatedly focusing on the question, not the answer. My question is, what is the reason that the Insta is attracting the students as per your results? We agree that mature people on Facebook, students are on Instagram. That is the inference of your research. I wanted to know what is the reason that you found, what it makes attract to students towards the Insta. As you are saying, features are same, everything is same, then what is that?
Ma'am, actually this research which I have conducted, it was just to know the usage pattern, but then the reason I didn't try to find this research. So it can probably the matter of my next paper also, like matter of research for my next paper also. But then in this paper, I didn't put any question which can answer me for this question. So I'm unable to give you answer for this.
So one of the questions should be added to there, because you must know the reason why students are into Instagram or whatever conclusion you are getting. So the reason, that is my opinion. Actually, it's depends on your objective of research. And one question out of curiosity only, why you started with the null hypothesis?
Null hypothesis because, ma'am, for me, frankly, it gives me alternate automatically. So if like this is rejected, automatically the another one is accepted. So I took this.
Okay, fine. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. All right, let's proceed to the next presenter. Title paper, Data Analysis for Improvement of Outcome and Quality of Big Data Analytics Deployment. Presentation by Ms. Priyanka Gunade, Dr. Sonali Ridhokar. Again, I will call the presenters by Ms. Priyanka Gunade and Dr. Sonali Ridhokar. Okay, let's proceed to the next presenter. The paper title, Emotional Labor and Its Impact on Frontline Employees. Presentation by Divya Morwal, and Dr. Neha Chori Sharma. Again, I will call the presenter, Divya Morwal and Dr. Neha Chori Sharma. Okay, let's proceed to the next paper title, How Artificial Intelligence is Impacting Future of Learning Ecosystem. Presentation by Gaurav Srivastav, Shrikant, and Dorgish Srivastava. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm right here. Am I audible?
You are?
Okay. So can I proceed with my presentation?
Okay. Yes, you are.
Excuse me, Divine ma'am. Is there any time restriction for the presentation?
A presentation by Gaurav Srivastava, How Artificial Intelligence is Impacting Future of Learning Ecosystem.
No. I'm talking about the time duration. What is the maximum time?
8 minutes, sir. 8 minutes,
8 minutes.
per presentation and 2 minutes for questions by our session chairs.
Okay. Please convey this to all the presenters in the starting.
Okay.
Please.
All right. Now you can now proceed, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone in the session, and for giving me this opportunity. Actually, this paper that I'm presenting here is a part of my PhD work that almost has completed, and this paper is just a part of that. And in that, I have created a completely AI-enabled ecosystem for the you can say the virtual learning environment. And for that, this paper has been written. So the title is How Artificial Intelligence is Impacting the Learning Future of Learning Ecosystem. So in that way, I will request that I have to change one author information in this paper as well. So if I will I can get the edit right so that I can do that. I have to actually, one author has withdrawn himself. This is biography of the author, me and this Dr. Shrikant about that. And if we see that what exactly if I directly come to the abstract part, right? So we have seen that artificial intelligence is almost invading in all the domains, and they are more specifically, if I talk about the deep learning and its applications, machine learning and its applications are helping us to make very convenient solutions, right, that can be used for our daily life, right? Similar kind of approach we want to use for development of an AI enabled learning ecosystem. And for that we have work with Google Bird. That is not mentioned here, but as I told you, that is the bigger part is my PhD work actually, right? So for that I have just written this paper. So this AI enabled how AI can impact the learning ecosystem, right? So for that I'm going to discuss. There are few outlines that I'll be discussing in my 8-minute time that has been provided to me. So first of all, there is a little bit amount of literature survey, then understanding of the artificial intelligence. Secondly, artificial intelligence and learning ecosystem, how they can collaborate with each other, and the AI and its analytical ability for the future of the learning ecosystem. And then concerns, those are still persist in making AI enabled ecosystem. Then I will conclude. Then if I will start with there are a lot of e-learning or virtual learning platforms, like we are having Coursera, we are having um, Upgrad, we are having Great Learning. So there are a whole lot of platforms, those are available. These platforms are pretty much concerned with the content delivery, right? Content delivery means, okay, if a student is reading this particular thing, okay, I will topic X, so I will recommend this topic. Or they are enrolling to a specific course, they are more concerned about the collaborating with the bigger institutions, and so that they can provide the certificates, right? So ultimately provide them the ultimate great content, or you can say the most updated content to the you can say that learner. but they are little less, you may say that, inclined towards the impact of the AI, right? So I have explored, I have read about around 120 research papers. Not actually, I have written 4 research papers till now. So those you may say that references are mentioned everywhere, right? So sir, if I will start from the first, like why I have motivated for this. So sir, actually, and these references are quite new, right? So 2018, 19, 20 research papers. Reason behind that, why I motivated this, there was a paper that was at the second reference. It is written, the blockchain in academia, the trust model in the cryptocurrency. Right. So same kind of, see what happens that whenever you will go to the Google and you will search for any specific content, right? So there will be a whole lot of content that will be delivered to you, but what is the authenticity? Who is accountable for that content? Is that content is right, or is it really survivable? So all these questions arise, like, okay, every time we are confused with the amount of content that we get there, right? So this paper was there, and it really inspired me, like, okay, they were working, the authors were working on this particular way, like, okay, so we can develop a trust model in the virtual learning environments as well, so that we can have a proper uh, transmission or logging of the entire information that can be that is being delivered to the students or the learners, right? So from there, I just referred to many papers. One paper was published back in 2019. There I have discussed a lot of deep learning and machine learning techniques through which we can deliver the contents to user. Right. So these are the literature reviews, those I have done. Like there are different process mining techniques through which we can fetch the data that can be served to the user, and there are data science approaches that can be used for the analytical task for the user, right? So there are a lot of work that has been done. 3 references are mentioned here, but actually there are more than 60 references actually there. Sir, if I talk about like, if now I will go one by one to each and everything that is mentioned in my paper. So first of all, the understanding of the artificial intelligence, right? So what people see, artificial intelligence now, even if you ask to even a small kid, he is in 5th or 6th grade, so they will tell that what is artificial intelligence, what exactly we want from that. So if I summarize that, what exactly we want from that, we just want AI that is with us, to have the human like capability, like how we are thinking, how we are perceiving the things, how we are acting towards a particular task, how we are taking actions, right? So there are a lot of things those can be done using the artificial intelligence. And also, if you have heard about the numerous waves that that happened in this particular domain, in starting from the perceptron learning to the multi-layer perceptron model, then feed forward model, then convolutional neural network, now transfer learning techniques in AI, that has helped the convolutional neural network to another to reach to another extent. Then we are having the AI, those transfer learning techniques in NLP as well. So my work of my PhD work is more in NLP, right? So I have used Google Bert to make our model that can understand the language. But here, if I talk about the understanding of the artificial intelligence, then we want a model that can understand the language here, and that language can be obtained from either from speech or text, and that can perform the actions. Here a lot of tasks or lot of tasks can be performed over these platforms. There are platforms those can provide you the capability to develop and deploy your model, like we are having Microsoft Azure, AWS, TensorFlow, and Keras APIs. Those are helping us to make our models, right? We are having IBM bots, and what exactly we want to do with this, we want to do as it is written, that we want to check that learner's performance prediction. We want to see that, okay, either this particular learner is able to go for like, if generally what happens that, okay, student is passing into an exam, but that grade is not that much efficient. So should they be proceed to a higher means a more advanced course? No. So can we improve those grades? is there any possibility that in a way that we can improve those grades? So through the channel, we can channelize the students performance, right? I have developed a model for this, and that has been also submitted to SCI, and that is also accepted, right? So in that we can see the model, and we can check that, okay, if the performance is comparable, what milestone was supposed for that particular student. Another problem is the number of dropout rates in virtual learning environment. That is quite high. If I tell you that more than 78% students
Sorry to
drop
interrupt
out.
you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
1 minute left.
1 minute left. Okay, so I haven't yet started. Okay, so there are a lot of dropout rates. We don't have any AI enabled assessment techniques, right? We don't have any alert for learner, like, okay, you are lagging at that particular domain, you are lagging at particular topic, right? So I have developed a complete model for all these parameters. Those are written here, and that work is also submitted. AI has the capability to understand the learner by mathematical analysis, by descriptive analysis, by predictive analysis, by prospective analysis. So there are a lot of ways to analyze a user on the basis of what information they are feeding to the model, right? We are having a lot of parameters, those we are feeding to the model, through which we are perceiving, and we are able to predict that a student is going to pass in a particular examination or not. So that model we have developed, and these analytical abilities are helping users to get their personalized learning path. They will get that personalized learning path means that they will get that, okay, if I am lagging at that particular point, I can get another assignment, or I can get another video lecture, so that I may improve in a specific topic. So these kind of things I have done, actually we have done in our work. There are various KPIs, like uh, key performance indicators. These KPIs, those are being used to check that either user is efficiently completing the course, or he is not going to complete the course. There are virtual assistant, that is a NLP based bot in our work, that help user to provide course content and all to a learner at any particular time. There are still concerned that these models are still in development phase. A lot of I have got one patent as well for this, and lot of work is not done in this particular domain. So what exactly we want to collaborate with the institution and organizations, those are actually willing to develop such kind of systems, right? And also there are some old traditional techniques on those we are still relying. We don't want to change those, so we have to also adopt the changes. So I'm winding up, ma'am. So uh, if there is any question.
All right, sir, can you please proceed to the conclusion now?
Yes, ma'am. This is my conclusion, that it can the model that I have developed, that can provide you the on-demand resource platform. These resources can be accessed at the time, right? Also, we have seen that during pandemic, this market has been grown, and virtual people are still performing their tasks over virtual environment. So simultaneously teaching is also being done over the virtual platform. So why don't we grab this opportunity to make such intelligent systems? This is it, ma'am. These are the references, are some of the references I have mentioned here.
Yeah, Gaurav, congratulations for your findings. You have a patent, you have a Scopus publication, and many things you have achieved, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I just wanted to know what are the design parameters you have considered while designing your model for this, knowing this ecosystem.
Okay, so first of all, if I talk about from where we have started. So, ma'am, first of all, we have used two parameters. We have taken number one, that student's score, right? From just by looking at the student's score, you can predict that a student is either pass or fail. So similarly, we tried that. Okay, this is one thing. Can we take students' feedback? Uh, Feedback, that means the review from the student after each week. So they will give review about a particular subject that they are currently studying. So
Actually,
they
your
will
AI
provide.
should give this prediction. No need to get the feedback. Your AI should give the.
No, if we will not take the feedback, then on what input data our AI will work?
Okay, so what?
It should.
Yeah.
Yes,
So.
so it took students' feedback, right? Then those feedbacks were modeled using the Google Bird, right? So you might have heard about Google Bird. It is a pre-trained model, and we have fine-tuned it over the language classification with the review parameter in that. And we have created an embedding matrix completely for students review, and after that we have passed it through the Google Bird. Google Bird uh, uh, does a task. First of all, it passes the entire information that is in the form of the vector to the number one encoder. We have used the BERT large, which is having 24 encoders in it. And after passing it to the encoder number one, it applies the self-attention model. In self-attention model, it calculates the key matrix, it calculates the query matrix, and it calculates the value matrix. After calculating these three matrices, it multiplies all three things together and produces the attention. Attention means that in a sentence on which word we have to focus upon,
Do you
on which
have
word we don't have to focus
presented
upon.
model in this paper?
No, this model is not presented here. This is a part of that.
Okay, fine.
And after that, this is passed to the next in the same encoder. We are having two more units, two more feed forward units that divides our entire sentence into two parts. Then there again these three operations happens. Then it passes to the next encoder and all. And we know that encoder has a task like whatever input you will provide, it will provide the output with some data you may lose. But here we are doing the classification. Here the classification is on the parameter that either a student, whatever he is saying, either he is going to be passed or he is going to fail. So same kind of task we perform with all 24 encoders.
Gaurav?
Yes, sir.
Can you show the slide, previous slide of your conclusion?
Before conclusion.
No, conclusion. Yes, this is. Can you justify the third point?
AI-enabled learning environment are such good investment. Yes, sir. We can see. Like I work in Chandigarh University, and I am doing research from the Sharda University, and both of the places are using like here in Chandigarh University we are using Blackboard as a platform and as a learning environment from LMS, right? And there also they are using Doodle, right? So at both of the places, these AI enabled LMSs, these are not completely AI enabled, they are not at all AI enabled, but they are giving us good returns. Because what happened that initially, if it would have been pandemic that would have persisted, then colleges cannot work in a physical mode. So these environments are providing a good return.
Okay, how
like
artificial
students are connected.
intelligence will change the future of education?
Yes, sir.
In short, how do you justify this?
I didn't get you, sir. Just can you just repeat, sir?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, I didn't get your question, sir. Can you repeat your question, sir, please?
My question is, how artificial intelligence will change
Yes, sir.
the future of education? Because
sir,
you are asking because you are working in Chandigarh University, you have worked in the Sharda University also.
And
so
I'm doing PhD. I am working in Chandigarh University. I am doing PhD from Sharda University,
okay.
And my ultimate goal is to develop a completely AI enabled learning ecosystem where we just have to enroll the student, right, from their KPIs to their learning performances, their prediction that they are going to be pass or fail, everything that can be done. Actually, whatever model I have created, that is already doing this thing. That is already doing from students enrollment, marks calculation, virtual assistance, and review prediction. Everything is being done by that model.
These are the positive sides of the AI. Can you tell me
Yes,
any
sir.
negative impacts of AI?
Yes, sir. We are not getting investment, sir, in that way.
No?
We are not getting that much investment. Let me tell you, sir, very frankly, I have created my entire model on Kaggle, sir. Even I haven't got an GPU based system, and I have more than 3 lakh reviews from Open University, UCI Open University. I haven't got data sets. I have got data set, but I don't have system that is have that much capability, like NVIDIA GTX 680 or something like that, that can perform that much calculation.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
so that is the problem.
Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am. So can I
All right.
leave, ma'am?
Yes, you can. All right.
Okay,
The
thank you, ma'am.
next presenter, the paper title, Current Research Trends, Machine Learning in 5G, a bibliometric analysis. Presentation by MD Tabrij Gan, Dr. Ashish Adholia. Again, presentation by Tabrij Khan and Dr. Ashish Adholia. All right, next presenter, the paper title, Color Detection Using KNN and K-means Unsupervised Algorithm. Presentation by Shutri J and Ilakia S. Again, presentation by Shutri J and Ilakia S. All right, let's proceed to the paper title, SWCNT COOH based electrodes for smart and real-time ECG monitoring.
Okay.
Presentation by Bani Gadhi and Professor N.S. Raghava.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
All right, here you are.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to you.
Thank you so much. So, should I start sharing my screen?
Thank you. Yes, you can now share your screen and then you can proceed.
Sure.
Okay, before we start, I would like to remind all presenters to be mindful of the allotted time, which is 8 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Bani, and I'll be presenting my article titled SWCNT COOH based electrodes for smart and real-time ECG monitoring. I am the author with Professor N.S. Raghava as my guide. This is the biography. Professor N.S. Raghava is the HOD of Department of Electronics and Communication at DTU. And I am Bani Gandhi. I'm a research scholar. I'm pursuing my PhD under the guidance of Professor N.S. Raghava. Okay. So as my paper title already explains itself, that in this paper we have fabricated functionalized SWCNT, which is single wall carbon nanotubes, COOH, which is the carboxylic acid based SWCNT, and PDMS based ECG electrodes, which are flexible, highly conductive and gel-less electrodes, unlike the ones which we use, which are the conventional electrodes, which are AgCl electrodes, silver and silver chloride ECG electrodes. So we have fabricated these electrodes using SWCNT, COOH and PDMS, which is the polymer that we have incorporated, and the dispersion was done using IPA, which is the isopropyl alcohol, as a solvent, since both of these materials are highly soluble in this solvent. And a two-step dispersion method was followed to disperse these materials, as we all know that due to great van der Waals forces in the CNTs, it is of prime importance that the dispersion is well done. Otherwise, the networks will clog and we will not get a free conductive network, which will be, which is definitely required for the measurement of the ECG signals. And also we incorporated an IoT system in which our ECG data was transmitted wirelessly, and we made 4 different concentrations of the composite, which was 1 weight percent CNT, 2 weight percent CNT, 3 weight percent CNT, and 4 weight percent CNT. And the best results were achieved with 4 weight percent, and all these results were compared with the conventional AGCL electrodes. And according to that, we were able to figure out which electrode had the best ECG waveform. Okay, so the materials already discussed were SWCNT COOH, Silgard 184 silicon elastomer, which is the PDMS. The PDMS comes in 2 parts. One is the base and second is the cross-linking agent. The base is required to make the electrode flexible, and cross-linking agent is required for hardening the composite. And lastly, isopropyl alcohol was used as the solvent. Okay, so when we started our fabrication, we used the mold. We use molds for fabrication of our electrodes. Okay, now how these molds were fabricated? We used PDMS to make these molds. So what we did was we took a petri dish, we took an acrylic sheet, and we put it at the bottom of the petri dish. Then in a ratio of 10:1, we mixed the PDMS base and the cross-linking agent, poured this material over the acrylic sheet, and placed it in the oven for about 40 minutes at 80 degrees Celsius. We approximately made 6 molds. Now, why these molds were made? Because so that later when we prepare our SWC, NTCOOH and PDMS composite, we used to pour our composite in these molds and place it in the oven. After about 2 to 4 hours, depending on the concentration, when we used to take out our molds, we extracted our electrodes from these molds, and we could reuse these molds for fabricating the next lot or the next batch, you can say, which we like we used 1 weight percent, 2 weight percent, 3 weight percent, and 4 weight percent composite. So we made 4 batches of electrodes using these molds. So basically what happened, that these molds were reusable. Okay, now the second thing was making of the CNT PDMS composite. So basically what we did was, first our filler material, which is the SWC NTCOOH, was dispersed with IPA using the magnetic stirrer for about 10 minutes, so that the big chunks of SWCNTs were broken down. Then for 30 minutes, the same material, which was CNT plus IPA, was sonicated using a probe sonicator for half an hour. Then we added PDMS base, and it was sonicated using a probe sonicator for 10 minutes. And lastly, we added the cross-linking agent in the same material, and it was sonicated for another 10 minutes. And then this material was poured into the molds and were heated in the oven. So again, four batches of these solutions were prepared in the same manner and were then kept in the oven. The electrodes were extracted, and then again the next batch was poured and then extracted. And this is the final image of the electrode that we got. Yes. The next thing, when all these electrodes were fabricated, we use this telemonitoring system to test our electrodes. and also our data was wirelessly transmitted. So for this we used AD8232, which is an ECG acquisition system. So basically for each concentration we fabricated 3 electrodes, since we made a 3 electrode configuration system, so that because it firstly it made our system portable, and it could be used for long term and continuous ECG monitoring. Then first when we put the electrodes on the right wrist, left wrist and right ankle of a person, then we connected to the AD8232. Then we had node MCU, which was Wi-Fi enabled, and it helped us to first display our ECG on the system, and then using the same process we were able to use we were able to transmit our ECG waveform wirelessly. Okay, so results in testing, we did a short-term ECG monitoring. Like we first tested our electrodes for 5 hours. So electrodes were tested for the first hour and the 5th hour, which hardly had any, which had no effect. Like the ECG was same in the first hour and the 5th hour. Then,
sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. It's already time. Can you please now proceed to the conclusion? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yes, I'm already done. So for long-term monitoring, we did the monitoring for 5 days. For the first day, the signals did not degrade, but for the 3rd and the 5th day, they were degraded a bit, but they were revived by cleaning the alcohol and the skin with methanol. So these are my results for 1 weight percent. This is for 2 weight percent, 3 weight percent, and 4 weight percent. Oh, I'm sorry, here it's 2 weight percent. It has to be 4. So you can see that the peaks were almost similar to the AGCL electrodes. So therefore, I conclude that these electrodes did not degrade much. The results did not degrade much, and they were flexible. They were biocompatible, lightweight, and we formed a portable and a lightweight tele ECG monitoring system using CNTs and PDMS. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Okay, it's okay from my side. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So, Bani, I wanted to know the specification of your electrode.
The specification of?
Electrode, ECG electrode, whatever you have designed.
Yeah, specifications in terms of, ma'am, thickness and diameter.
See, there are 2 type of specification: electrical specification, mechanical specification. So you can give me both way.
Okay, so ma'am, to be honest, I have not done any mechanical testing on my electrode.
Fine, give me in the electrical terms. What is the, see, as it is a electrode, which physical quantity it is sensing as it is a ECG?
Yes. ECG, yes, we are testing.
Yeah, so what is the output voltage of this electrode?
Okay, so ma'am, voltage, basically we don't test for the voltage, but we definitely focus on the frequency. So I did testing for resistance, inductance and capacitance at 100 hertz frequency, because the ECG frequency, starts from 0.5 hertz to 100 hertz.
So we can say it is an analog sensor basically, right?
Yes, it is.
So as you are enabling it with the IoT, how you are enabling the DC?
Yes, ma'am. So basically we are using Node MCU, which is the IoT board. Yeah. Yes. So that helps us in enabling all the IoT techniques and,
Yeah. So try to understand my question. My question is that as the output is AC signal, how you are making it compatible with the the board you are using for the IoT.
Oh, okay. Got it. So, ma'am, when we attach the electrodes to the various parts of our body, right? So, the acquisition system, which is AD8232, it converts that analog signal to digital signal. Then that signal is transferred to node MCU.
Correct. So, Bani, as it is a research project, you should know what is the amount of AC voltage you get. Then after conversion, what it is.
Yeah,
Based on
it is
that, you
6
can
volts.
calibrate the sensor and can give the data to the IoT, no?
Yeah, it is 6 volts. I'm sorry. It is 6 volts.
Yeah. So again, 6 volt and the node MC operates on how many, it's low power. So how many voltage it required to operate?
Yeah, it's 6. It's so basically AD8232 and node MCU, they operate at the same voltage, which is 6 volts.
So I will suggest you for any sensor, we have a data sheet. Likewise, you should design the data sheet for your electrodes so that you can present it commercially.
Okay, sure, ma'am. I'll do it.
Yeah, that's from my side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Let's proceed to the next presenter. I will call again color detection using KNN and K-means unsupervised algorithm. Presentation by Shruti J and Ilakia S.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you're here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, can you now share your screen and then you can now proceed your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
All right, I would like to remind all presenters to be mindful of the allotted time, which is 8 minutes per presentation. Thank you.
So our project is color detection using unsupervised machine learning algorithm, and I'm Shruti and my colleague is Ilakya. So we are from Coimbatore Institute of Technology, and we are in MSc third year Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning. We are studying in Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning. And the abstract of a project is, this paper presents an original low-level system for color image segmentation considering the HSV color space. The human eyes and brains work together to translate light into color. Light receptors that are present into our eyes that transmit the signal to the brain. An interactive GUI tool is developed in Python and implemented to extract only the foreground from an image by adjusting the values of H, hue, S, saturation, and V value. The input is an RGB and the output will be segmented color images. The next will be continued by my colleague Ilakya.
Hello everyone. I hope I'm audible to you. Shruti,
Ilakya, you're audible.
Thank you. Hello everyone. Warm wishes to everyone present here. We are from Coimbatore Institute of Technology, belongs to the Department of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning. Here to share our project presentation about color deduction using machine learning unsupervised algorithm. And this is myself, Ilakya, Shruti, and our beloved guide, Mrs. Devarani, who helped us throughout this project. We have lots of fun doing this project. We wish to share with you all, guys. Hope you are all very much interested to know about it. Artificial intelligence is demonstrated by machines in contrast to the natural intelligence displayed by living beings. Artificial intelligence in the future will challenge to human brain. We will be working with colors and you will get to learn about many concepts throughout this project. Color deduction is necessary to recognize objects. It is also used as a tool in various image editing and drawing apps. Color deduction is the process of deducting the name of any color, but it looks like simple, isn't it? Well, For human, it is really a simple task, but for computers, it is not that much straightforward. Human eyes and brains work together to translate light into color. That light receptors present in our eyes transmit the signal to the brain. Our brain then recognizes the color. We will be using the same strategy to detect the colors from the objects in our project. Before starting with the project, what we have used the platform is Python, and for Python we have used Jupyter Notebook. OpenCV, Pandas, and NumPy are the packages that are necessary for this project. There were two models in our color detection project, which is the first one is K-means clustering. The second one is HSV color space model. The HSV color space model will be demonstrated by Shruti. You can lively see that how it works. Colors are made up of primarily three colors, that is red, green, and blue. Everyone may be aware of this. In computers, we define each color with a range of 0 to 225. So there are approximately 16.5 million different ways to represent a color in the binary format. In our data set, we need to map each color values with their corresponding names. This is our data set, how it looks like. A CSV file includes, the CSV file is what you are seeing in the screen. It includes 865 color names along with their RGB and HEX values. The goal is to partition n data points into k clusters. Each of n data points will be assigned to cluster with the nearest mean. The mean of each cluster is called centroid or center. The center overall applying k means yields k separate clusters of the original n data points. Data points inside a particular cluster considered to be more similar to each other than points that belongs to other clusters. The methods which I have explained for now is to determine the k value. In case we will be clustering the pixel intensities of the RBG image, given m into n, it looks like a row and a column. So m into n size image thus have m into n pixels, each consisting of three components, that is red, green, and blue respectively. We will treat these m into n pixels as our data points and cluster them using k-means. The result of this deduction depends on the threshold values that have been set for the images. The major problem with the threshold that considers only intensity values of pixels and does not take into consideration, and somewhat everything have some good and bad, right? So this is the problem with the threshold values, and we have did some data pre-processing steps and exploratory data analysis. Shruti, before slide. This is how the model looks. Whatever the picture you are uploading, we can deduct color from that picture. This is how the model looks. This is a grayscale image. Grayscale image represents the computer take the image what you are inputting into grayscale form, then only it will start processing. Next slide. This is the clustering part of our image. Using threshold and all, we find k value, right? So based on the k values, we can give input. When you give 2 as an input, you can see the image into two clusters, two forms of colors. And when you give the just for example, I have given here color. So when the k value is 4, you can see the partition of images, 4 sides of partition. This is the one part of a project. Next slide. This is a deduction of colors. The main part is here. This is how the model looks. I have inputted the cartoon image, and when I click here, the pink color, here you can see the combination of how many red is present here, how many green is present, and how many blue is present, and what is the scientific name of the pink color All these things you can detect using the project. And as well as when I click the orange color, it is saying that SADI brown and RGB values are here. The next is HSV model, which is the part of Shruti. She will be explaining it. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to explain the HSV model. HSV is basically hue saturation value color space is considerably closer to RGB color space, in which humans describe color sensations and perceive colors. Hue is dominant color observed by humans. Saturation is the amount of white light assorted with hue. Value is the brightness or intensity. In short form, hue refers to tint, saturation refers to shade, and value refers to tone. A HSV color space can be viewed as a geometric cylinder where the angular dimension represents hue, starting at the primary red at 0 degree and moving to the primary green at 120 degree and primary blue at 240 degree, and then finally wrapping back to the red at 360 degree. The distance from the central axis of HSV cylinder corresponds to the saturation as a saturation value moving towards the outer edge means that the colorfulness value is at the maximum for the color defined by the hue. The central vertical axis of HSV color space is the value B, ranging from black to the black at the bottom with the lightness or value 0 to white at the top with the lightness or value at the value 1. So this is how the model looks. Here it is two frames, which is frame and result, and the next is red and blue. If we capture object through the webcam,
sorry to interrupt you, ma'am.
Yes,
it's already time. Can you
Okay.
please proceed to the conclusion?
Okay,
Thank
okay,
you.
sure. So if we capture an image through the webcam, the red color object will be visible in this red frame, and the blue will be visible in the blue frame. And this result frame is every colors will be in grayscale except white colors. So that is the model. Then this is the comparison between the K-means clustering model and the HSV model. So these are the steps we have gone through while implementing these two models. Then inference. This will be the outlook of that is the inference of the two models. This is K-means clustering model and HSV model result. This is how the model looks. And conclusion, in this paper, we have focused on color image segmentation for object detection and learning. Sometimes it can also be a major research area which requires large-scale image processing techniques and automatic classification of image. But in this paper, color image segmentation is performed to extract not only human skin color, but also for other objects from background. To enhance this segmentation process, the segmented image can be followed by or integrated with any other morphological operations. These are the references we have gone through while doing this article project. And thank you all. Thank you everyone for listening to us patiently.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Sorry for exceeding the time. We thought to show some demonstrations, but due to time conventions, it is not possible.
All right. So it's okay, madam. Any question from our chairs?
Yes, one question is from my side. Hello, am I audible, Ms. Shruti?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Okay, why should we not use the KNN algorithm for the large data sets? Is there any reason for this? Or we can use for the large data set also?
We can also use, sir, but our data set is not that much long. The CSV file contains only 856 values. So we went with this algorithm, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me any benefit of the KNN?
It is an unsupervised algorithm. It is easy to access, easy to use.
What is the main difference between supervised and unsupervised?
In supervised algorithm, the data set have some labels and columns. It have some a particular name for that particular column. But the unsupervised algorithm doesn't have, it have to learn on their own to proceed further, sir. But that will not be the case in supervised algorithm.
Okay, ma'am, please consider that suppose I am storing some large data sets using this KNN algorithm. What problem will you face?
We get some bug during our implementation, but we can went through doing some corrections, sir.
That's it. Anything else?
I guess this is what.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So have you developed an algorithm, or you have used the readily used algorithms?
We have developed a model, ma'am. We have we have developed and we have
We have
published in
developed
paper.
this algorithm is what we have developed with the help of a guide, Mrs. Devarani, who helped throughout this project, ma'am.
Okay, and you have tested it?
Yes, ma'am. We have also published published this project in a paper, ma'am.
So what application you found with this application particular algorithm where it can be used?
Application, it can be used in online drawing classes, like this will be very useful for the blind students to detect. It will be very useful for the
To get the child from kids only, we used to learn colors. So if this project is we are planning to bring this as an application. So when we bring this as an application, it is very much useful for the kids and also for teachers who teaches the students from the basic. From the basic, they used to know how the color came, what is the combination of the colors. It will be the great knowledge for the kids. And also in the field of architecture, the one who are designing and all, they will know the a combination of colors, and they will also form different colors when they are know the mixtures.
And they will also be knowing the different shades of the color. If suppose if we take orange, there are different shades in orange, so each shade will be clear to them by utilizing a
Compared
project.
with the existing models, how yours is the unique?
Ma'am, we have did comparison theoretically, but in the form of practical comparison, it is not possible, since the first model is the way of is the way of getting the name of the color and the mixtures, but the second model is somewhat different. It is like only the particular color you can say see in the frame. You can't in the frame you can't get the name of the color in the second model.
Yeah,
So
we can. It will be in the second model, the object will be captured through the webcam, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
So we thought of demonstrating it to you all, but due to time constriction, we could not do that, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Come to your reference slide, the last slide.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, it's all done.
Yeah, they were presenting the last slide.
All right, okay.
Yeah, are you doing that?
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am. We are doing.
Fine. I just wanted to notice you that as being a PG students, whatever references you have given now, the reference format is not correct. You have to go through the proper research papers.
No, ma'am, we are not PG students, ma'am. Just our course is 5 years course, but we are in the UG state as a third year, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Then this is the learning phase for you. Just try to understand how the reference are cited. This is the input for you. That's it.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone, for your patient listening.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, the presenters and our session chairs. And now let's proceed to the next presenter. The paper title is all about an efficient and secured face recognition system using LBP and cryptography by presentation by J. Vikram and Dr. M. Gubi. Good day to you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vikram.
Yes. Shall I share my screen?
Yes, you can share your screen and then you can proceed. Thank you.
Is it visible, my screen, to everyone?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. So, my research topic is an efficient and secured face recognition system using LBP and cryptography. So, I'm a research student from Chikana Government Arts College, Tripur, and my guide, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, Chikana Government Arts College, Tripur. So, the concept of this research is to make an efficient and secured face recognition system. So comparing when come to face recognition, so there are a lot of challenges are there. So still so many hurdles are there to overcome for the face recognition. So in lot of areas we need a strong and powerful algorithm to make a accurate face recognition system. So here in my research work, so I just did the face recognition part using local binary pattern, LBP. So first, actually the face recognition. So in face recognition, what are all the things we have to do is, so first the selected image has to be represented in a good way, and it should be, and the values and the important features of the images should be extracted, then it should be classified. So once the classification is done, the image should be secured. So two parts are there. So two areas are here. One is face recognition and another one is security. So two areas are linked in this research work. So coming to local binary pattern, so a lot of algorithms are there for face recognition. So in this research work, I took a local binary pattern. So it is an efficient technique for face recognition. So converting the pixels value into binary and finally binary to decimal. So using LBP, we can represent the face image in a better way. So a lot of algorithms are there for face recognition to represent the face in a better way in machine learning. So LBP, so converting the face image in a better way for the machine to understand. So it will be very useful. So using the threshold, the value of the pixels are converted to binary values. So once the face images is represented in a better way and the valuable features are taken for the classification. So here the classification is done through the SVM, support vector machine. So it is used to group classification. So to identify the data, making the data, giving the data as a giving the data, giving label to the data, so it can be easily classified and it can be identified. So once the classification is done, so the next thing, the image should be secured. So to secure the image, here in my research work, I applied the cryptography. So the image should be secure. So using the cryptography, so converting the image again into converting the values into converting the images into again could you hear me, all of you? Could you hear me, all of you?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. So the images, so we are giving the keys. So in cryptographic, so symmetric, asymmetric, and hybrid. So we have to change the data into a different form of text. So we can label the data again. So it can be secured, and in cryptographic, comparing to symmetric, asymmetric, so symmetric and asymmetric and hybrid. So while using symmetric, we can have only one key at the time to generate the only one key will be generated at that time. So if we use asymmetric and hybrid, so we can have the random number of keys to convert the image into a secured way. So the methods applied in this in my researches. So for face recognition, LBB is applied. Then to classify, support vector machine is used. Then to secure the image, cryptography is used. So here is the result. So the first stage, the face image is loaded. Then it is recognized using the LBB pattern. Then the recognized image is secured using cryptography. So the image is encrypted first. Then the encrypted image is decrypted. So it can be stored in the database. So the concept of this research is, so we can use this application in, so like hospitals, banking system, so in industries, so to make a better face recognition system. So this work is done. Thank you. That's all.
Any problem, Mr. Vikram?
That's all.
Okay. Thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah. So can you give the basic image processing steps?
Ma'am, basic image processing steps.
Yeah.
So first the image should be extracted. The values of the images should be extracted. Then the extracted values can be classified.
Can you comment on image segmentation?
Ma'am, could you repeat again? I couldn't hear your question.
Which algorithm you have used for the image segmentation?
Ma'am, for
algorithm I'm asking.
LBP, ma'am.
LBP is? It
used
is
for recognizing the face.
There are standard algorithms for the image segmentation.
Okay, ma'am.
So have you studied that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So for encryption, which type of key you have chosen?
Ma'am, here hybrid, ma'am.
Hybrid you have.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And which algorithm you have used for the encryption?
And for encryption,
do you know there are different algorithms? Have you designed your
yes,
own,
ma'am.
or you
Yes,
are
ma'am.
using readily available algorithm?
Yes, ma'am.
So that only I'm asking which algorithm you have used for the encryption.
For encryption, RSA.
It is?
RSA, ma'am.
And what is the key size? Okay, fine. That's all from our side.
Okay, Mr. Vikram.
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, this paper is related with the face recognition, right?
Yes, sir.
There are some another terms like face characterization, face detection.
Yes, sir.
Have you heard about that?
Yes, sir.
I'm having a very simple question. What is the difference between these three terms? Face detection, recognition, and characterization.
Sir, detection actually in the first part itself, comparing the image with the other image and finding the exact one, sir.
Okay, that is detection.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Sir, could you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes, yes. Your voice is very much audible.
Okay, sir.
Please go ahead.
So then recognition, actually, we have to go with steps. For example, we have to represent the image and we have to extract, and then finally we have to classify. So these are the process. These are the basic process done in face recognition.
Okay. What is characterization?
So don't know.
Okay. Is there? Can you differentiate these terms in terms of the software? Is there any software related terms among all these three?
Sir, don't know, sir.
Okay, okay. One last question is from my side.
Yes, sir.
You are using face recognition system using LBP and cryptography.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, na?
Sir, face recognition for using LBP, and for
LBP
security,
and
I'm using
cryptography.
cryptography.
Okay. Which data set you have used for this face recognition?
Sir, actually, I took the common image, sir. So my next plan is to use.
I'm talking about the data sets.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So
thank
still,
you. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And now let's proceed to the next presenter. The paper title, Investigation on SAR of a triple band linearly polarized wideband PIFA for mobile applications. Presentation by Sukanya Yadlapali and PVY Hayashire. Again, the title of the paper is Investigation on SAR of a triple band linearly polarized wideband PIFA for mobile applications. Presentations by Sukanya Yadlapali and PVY Yahasre. All right, let's proceed to the next presenter. Paper title, How do we design the websites or apps that will keep people coming back for more? Presentation by Srikar Rama.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
All right, you're here. Now you can share your screen and then you can proceed.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Not yet. Yes, you are. The screen is visible now.
Oh. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Srikar Rama. I'm here to present on the research title, How do we design the websites or apps that will keep people coming back for more? I'm a craft research scholar and I'm from Syrian Institute of Science and Technology, pursuing my BTech fourth year in Computer Science department. Let's talk about the abstract. The World Wide Web is a place where people can shop, read articles, and search for information of all kinds. With the development of the technology, online business owners have a higher demand for the effective design of websites, apps. Difference in effective design of the website is enough for the visitors to choose one website or app instead of its competitors. And this paper explains about the psychological triggers, that is how to create trust in a customer and get him or her again to use the website or app.
Speaker, sorry to interrupt you, please speak loudly.
Yes, sir. Yeah, sure, sir.
Your voice is not very much audible.
Okay, sir. Is it audible now, sir?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Yes. This paper also explains the way to implement the psychological triggers on a website or app. So the introduction is in the last few years, we are witnessing the increasing usage of websites and applications. The websites or apps which can create trust in customers are successful. The proposed study discusses sales psychology, which creates trust and makes the customer visit the website or app again and again. When people encounter things like they are trying to complete an action which is too complex online, chances are that coming up again is quite challenging. Psychological triggers help the online seller to engage more customers and increase profits with appealing designs. So the first psychological trigger is foot in the door technique. Once people have taken a smaller action, that doesn't require them to give up too much. They are much more likely to follow that up with a bigger action. It's all about the call to actions, like the effective call to action. Let's take some examples which are in the real life. Like when we observe the Netflix website, they clearly mention the validity of their product and like in the use of Netflix on any device, like watch anywhere, like which support the mobile aspect, cancel anytime, helps user to quickly realize that there is no danger involved with the free trial. And when we observe the Vanguard website, like they don't sell aggressively like on the landing page. I really like the way they printed content by using the U language instead of as language. And when we observe the WordPress engine website, like they have used the strong verbs of action like a derive, build, fast, build, protect, grow, power, and they smartly use C or plans instead of any instant sign up. And when we observe the Big Stop website, in the search window, like several related places show like search images. In contrast, the Big Stock mentioned find the perfect image, which ensures the user to find their perfect image which they are searching for. And next is the truth effect. This is the tendency human beings have that the more and more we hear or read something, the more and more we believe it to be true. Like if you observe the CRED website, they have mentioned like a download CRED, like the thrice in the landing page. Like their intention is for the user to download the app and experience the service. And third is loss aversion or fear of missing out. We know people are very afraid of losing out on something. In fact, they are much more worried about losing something than they're happy when they get something. Like it's all about showing the scarcity of the product. Like when we observe the examples, like hurry, only 5 left, only 3 left in the stock, order soon. And the next is the mirror effect. People respond more to people who feel like they are having something in common. That they'll respond more to you that if they feel like if they see that they are already helped others which are similar to them. Like if you observe the example like which is shown by Google My Business, like they clearly mention like whether it is a current user or validated user, the rating of the user. And bandwagon effect. Like human beings are very social creatures, and we do tend to follow the herd in a lot of ways. We tend to change our opinions and our action based on what we think other people are doing and choosing for this reason. There are companies like named Notify5, like useproof.com, like which help the business owners to show the proof to their customers. Like for example, like join 40,000 readers, and there is a social proof of the blog, like where a person like helps to optimize the finances. Like people trust him because like he is endorsed by the big companies, like in some capacity. Next, the identifiable victim. It basically says that people tend to able to emphasize a bit more with a specific person as opposed to a more generalized group of people that everyone can see you have. Like it's like providing a testimonial or case study in the website. And next is the analysis paralysis. It is basically whenever humans are presented with too many options, our brain just tends to shut down and ends up choosing nothing and doing nothing. It's all about simplifying your website. Think of rule of one. You are going to want to write to one person, have one problem and one clear path forward. Next is the identifiable victim. It basically says that the first piece of information we hear becomes a standard to which we are basically compare everything else. We hear to that first price. So when we observe the example, like in the Columbia shopping website, like when the original price is typed off and showed the discounted price, like it's a psychological trigger. And when we observe the plans of an antivirus software, like Avast antivirus, like mentioning the plans in a way that one is the low cost, one is the core product, and is the high-end product. So the many people will tend to purchase the core product, which the Avast antivirus is following the psychological trigger. Encourage purchase to buy by offering them something free of charge. Like it's like providing a coupon or cashback or reward. Like where, for example, if you observe the example, like Cash Karo is a platform like where we provide the cashback for ordering in other platforms like Amazon, Myntra, Ajio, and like providing a customized coupon for any buying any trainings like in intentional any other platform like personalized coupons. Here is the other example, like which shows three platforms: Flipkart, Paytm, and GoPay. Like they provide the cashbacks or instant discounts or any rewards to the customer to retain their customers. Next is to rise traffic and interaction, use curiosity. Curiosity is meant to sound like an itch to scratch. For Amazon vendors getting innovative about the review request mails, titles is a perfect way to bring curiosity to your marketing campaign. Like a spin to win is a perfect thing to bring curiosity in a customer, like which to get a discount and so that the customer buys a product in the store. Next is using pictures encourage users to imagine. Like using the real life images that helps the customers to imagine the product and makes their decision easy. Next is pain is more encouraging than happiness. Like mentioning the total, like the pain like behind the
Sorry to interrupt
product.
you, sir. It's already time.
Yeah,
can you please proceed to the conclusion? Thank you.
So like mentioning the pain of the product, like removal of the pain of the product in the product description helps the customer to decide to whether buy to a product or not. And build a mutual enemy. It is like building a common enemy by in the advertising of a product. The word the cost as low, like just mentioning the prefixes like only or just before the product price, that helps the customer to decide the decision. Decrease the cognitive load. Cognitive load is the amount of stress we take to complete a task. Like to reduce the cognitive load, that we have to divide every process into step by step so that it is easy for the customer to make a decision. Processing fluency. Like there are three different ways like we can do the processing fluency. One is the through the effect, and the second is through giving structure to a message. Like where the example shows that the background image gives the structure to the message, find your greatness, and using a very creating very visual clear websites like using the simple fonts like sans serif, and where the Google search engine also best example for it. The hedonic apps adaptation. Like over time we get bored of same thing like features, concepts, or rewards. Like the developers need to updating the product or changing the layout and such, as well as the user experience will recreate the user experience and helps the customer to stay attain at the product. dopamine loop. We say observe the dopamine loop. When we want, we take action and we will satisfied. And when we observe the social medias like Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, like when we want, like we take action and we not feel satisfied as they are not that rewarding, and the dopamine system continues. So whenever we build apps, like if we create a app like which follows the dopamine loops, then the product can stay for a long, like retain for a long time. Attract users or customers or users by giving them redeem coins. The giving the coins to the customers and converting those coins to the money, like which helps the users to use the app or the product for a long time. Here are some examples of the Flipkart MPL app and Rosedan app. So the conclusion of my paper is to give solution to design websites, apps effectively with the help of psychological triggers. And these psychological triggers makes customers spend more money and increase the page utilization and user experience. And here are the references of my paper. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, Sir Rama. All right, any question from our chairs?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
In fact, your voice is not properly audible to me. Okay, Shrikar.
Sorry,
but can you go for the 17th point in the last slides? No, 17th point, not 17th slide. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There is a word. What is that? Hedonic adaptation.
Yes, sir.
Hedonic adaptation or hedonic adaptation, which is correct?
Hedonic adaptation.
Hello, please speak loudly. Your voice is not properly audible to me.
Hedonic adaptation, sir. It's like a mistake, spelling mistake.
Adaptation or adoption? Huh?
It's
can
adaptation.
Can you explain this term? What is that?
So I don't know the difference between the two words.
Pardon? Please speak loudly.
I don't know the difference between the two words, sir.
No, I'm not talking about the difference. You have to just explain this term.
Hedonic adaptation.
In your words.
Okay. For example, like when we are playing.
No, not only explanation. I just want.
Yes, about the hedonic adaptation.
Yes.
Just I'm explaining with the help of an example, sir. So like when we play a game, like when it is not updated to a new features, like we feel bored and we switch to a new game. So it's like a where it hedonic adaptation applies to everything, like whether it is an app or game or product or relationship, anything. Like so that when we build a product or app or a website, like which needs to be updated with time and change the layouts or success or the user experience, so that there will be a retainment of the customer or user.
Okay, thank you, Shikar.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, so making these points for understanding or making the website attractive, how many websites you have studied?
As I have shown you, like there are plenty of like which are the real-time examples. So like these are like I was working on a startup idea, so like I was started like understanding the customer psychology. So like it's all the examples which are used in my real life, like where like I have gone through such website and I got to that stuck to that point.
Okay, so apart from website, you have already also studied the apps.
Yeah, I don't do any Android app development. Like just I focus more on the development of websites.
Because your paper title mentioned apps also.
Yes, but like have you also mentioned that to reduce the like how to design the apps, like where I like take part more in the designing of the app, like a structure of any websites or apps. As like when we develop a website, we make it a very responsive so that it is applicable to in a mobile also. So in that aspect, like I mentioned the apps also, so that app should be designed in a way that which follows like a, as I've explained the example of the dopamine loops, like where apps like how they should be developed so that they can have the more customer base.
Okay, so as a conclusion, you should have the separate comment on the apps and websites.
Okay, ma'am.
That's from my side.
Okay. Yeah. Any questions, Mama? Any more questions, ma'am?
No, you're done.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sir Rama and our session chair. Okay, lastly, I would call the title, paper title, Smart Computer Vision 3D Model Recognition System, presentation by Dr. Tushar Jain, Dr. Ritesh Rastuge, and Dr. Raj Kumar Goel.
Hello.
Again?
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
You're here.
Am I audible?
Good afternoon to you, sir. Yes, you're audible.
Whether my screen is visible?
Yes, you are. Can you now
Yeah.
proceed, sir? Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, the presenters, and the respected judges. Myself, Dr. Tushar Jain, working in the School of Computer and Emerging Technologies at NIT Greater Noida with my colleagues, Dr. Ritesh Rastogi and Dr. Rajkumar Goel. The topic of the discussion is Smart Computer Vision 3D Model Recognition System. Abstract. Basically, object matching, counting, and inspection is a routine job, and it is done several at different manufacturing plants, research laboratories, and other different companies. The data analysis of manufactured components is possible with information obtained from their inspection. So, for large number of objects, basically, the counting and the inspection is a kind of tedious work, and it's a time taken, and the accuracy in these tasks makes the quality products available in the market, and the overall object matching, counting, and inspection process can be increased with the automation, as right now the industry 4.0 and other leading manufacturing era, and also minimizes the resources and saves the time. So this paper is basically the 3D computer aided design model that has been recognized with the help of feature-based learning algorithms, right? So as far as the introduction is concerned, that there are n number of assembly structures, namely low, medium, excessive, and in the manufacturing devices. The assembly systems are completely automated in high extent manufacturing, and the price of establishing such systems to start with is very high, but in longer runs, it saves times, money, and it is advantageous to us, right? Also, in the automated structures, the device elements identity is totally one of the kind from easy object findings. Furthermore, the potential of humans to differentiate among accurate and non-correct machine components are better, but it is difficult for a machine. So in the same context, we are trying to mimic the same thing with the help of a machine. So basically what we have done in this particular work, that we have designed a 3D model from the 2D with the help of software like Solid Edge ST8 model, and we are taking that thing to the system and try to compare whether the parts are actually same or not, or some inbuilt database has been taken. So these are some of the computer design parts, and that has been designed and taken into consideration for the given study. These are the set of 8 images of different components in different orientations, different positions, different locations, so that the accuracy of the recognition is perfect. And we have used an inbuilt SERF technique, speeded up robust features technique, that is a inbuilt, that is a well-defined algorithm features-based technique. And these SERF is widely utilized in device recognition things. And the work of this SERF is perfect as far as the image is concerned, that it is a novel scale and rotational invariant interesting point detector and descriptor. And also this approach is for detection and description outperforms previously proposed systems with respect to repeatability, distinctness, and robustness. And there are different application areas like camera calibration, object detection, image registration, recognition, and etc. Now, these are some of the latest literature reviews that that has been taken into consideration, right, from the some 3-4 years back. And this is the proposed approach. Actually, the mainly idea we come to write this paper is just we are working on 3D printer, and we have studied one paper that has used the similar kind of approach, but for the physical objects. So we try to mimic that thing for our CAD design projects or the products, so that the output of the 3D printer, or we can compare that item, whether the item is perfectly matched or not, or there is some kind of flaws. So this is the approach. Though as far as the experimental results are concerned, right, so here are some of the experimental results that we are having different images of the initial image, the very first image, industrial CAD parts first image. Then we are having the second image, means that the same component has been rotated in a different manner. And this is the algorithm work, that how the strongest feature points has been taken from the first image, then from the second image, and these are the inbuilt one, right? This is the standard one, and then the points will be compared, and finally, if there is a perfect matching, then the parts has been detected and it has been recognized perfectly. Similarly, we have taken the second object, second thing in a down. In the previous case, it was the kind of position changing, right? But here we have scaled down, scale up, means the size is also reduced. Means, so this is the feature of this surf, that invariant rotation scaling, this algorithm works, right? Based on its counterparts, we are having other algorithms like shift also, surf also, brisk also. So they are having some their own limitations. We'll discuss that thing also. So this is the result of the third object, the similar things we got. The fourth one, then this was the one-to-one mapping, but here what we have done, we have this is a kind of image that we have taken from the internet, and try to apply that concept on this particular. We have not designed this model, but this is the so we have extracted that particular component from this particular second image and try to mimic whether this algorithm is perfectly working on that. So it's a kind of hit and trial, right? Again, this is a work that we have taken the photographs of different tools in the workshop. That in the first part, if you see, there is a hammer, and on the second side, we are having different tools that are available in our workshop. And we have taken the different two pictures separately and try to check whether this algorithm is also working, because in the this computer vision, there is a limitation that one algorithm might not work for all the cases. So we are trying to make a generic one. Even in our cases also, we got the failures. For some objects, it gives the perfect result, and in some, it doesn't give the perfect results. So we are also working on that. Why a particular algorithm is not working for a single objects in the similar conditions. We got the matching, but on the same, we don't get the matching. So this is a question of, again, this is a image of the hammer. Different hammer or different sizes, different orientation, but it's perfectly matching. Again, so as far as the conclusion is concerned, this technique affords an efficient object image detection algorithm for computer-aided design components matching machine. SURF are used for extracting features from reference elements and query images. A few makes use of this machine are the automatic identity of the CAD components. And we, for this particular task, we have used the MATLAB, right? We have also compared the result with the FAST, BRISC, and the other algorithms. The overall performance is also evaluated with the aid of changing the size as far as the rotation angle. The experimental indicates that the proposed smart vision system constantly outperforms other current systems in parts matching and detection. For further work, greater items, both CAD elements and industrial tools, means both physical one and the computer-aided design one, and as well as the 3D printing objects also can be taken for recognition and detection of defects in them, if any automatic inspection purposes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Sir John, any question from our chairs?
Yeah. So Dr. Tushar.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So for recognition, considering only the images taken from different angle, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, so no other features you have considered for the perfect match.
No. Actually, we are working on a project that is a 3D printing based recognition, something else. So in between that, we were looking for an solution that how the things can be compared or how the things can be recognized if we put some kind of camera and put some kind of cloud computing based 3D printing. So in that between we got this idea from one of our colleague, is expert in this. So he told us that this technique is working perfectly. One thing more, we have also not shown over here that this surface is also better and it's good results in the real time tracking also. Means suppose you are having a fixed object image, that is a stored image, and if the same object is in the real time mode, means suppose moving, say like video fading, video camera, then it is perfectly matching because of its robustness in nature. So we are looking for that also.
Can you comment on the robustness?
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, robustness means that irrespective of the environment, irrespective.
In your case, I'm asking.
Pardon?
In your case.
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, in our case, suppose we are implanting this thing on a manufacturing plant, say on the conveyor belt, right? So sometimes the objects are, falling in a particular position for inspection in different positions, different working conditions, different environments. So if the algorithm is if the system is robust, so irrespective of the some noises in the environment, some kind of fluctuation, some kind of noise, some kind of other things, that systems will work perfectly in that particular condition also.
Okay, so means whatever existing algorithm or application you have picked up and you have tested it for the different mechanical tools, right?
Yeah. But even in our cases, I agree that in some cases it doesn't work, because research is not only that we got the positive results, we got the negative results also, and with the negative result we learn a lot. So that is also our consideration. For one CAD object it is working, but another it is not working. So it means there might be error, it might be in our manufacturing, in our designing, or something else.
So you can't say it is robust, no?
No, that the algorithm is robust. This is.
But it won't work on the some type of.
Yeah. Because once we install the system at the client side, or say we say that this is a patent, or say we are working on that, then it should be perfect in all the conditions. But we doesn't get that, so we are working on that, ma'am.
Okay, so objective of this work is only to just test that particular application for the model.
Yeah. That is a part of that.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
That's all from my side.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Tushar.
Yes, sir.
Sir, if we talk about your research paper, how does AR is related with your research paper?
Sir, as far as the augmented reality is concerned, or say virtual reality is concerned, right now, many of the things are, as far as the internet or since this industry 4.0 or the applications of AI in smart manufacturing or industrial IoT is concerned, these things has been used widely irrespective of the domains. So as far as the smart factory or smart industry is concerned, these technologies or these kinds of comparison, these kinds of things might help the customers as well as the developers means the industrial persons that is performing that. We are having a perfect industry 4.0 concept, means there is a smart manufacturing, all things are IoT based, a minimum human intervention, and we are sending all the data of the different conditions of the machine to the cloud. So in that case, that things AR is helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, so thank you so much, our session chairs, and to all the presenters. Thank you so much. And now let's proceed for lunch break.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Please back exactly at 2:30 India time. Thank you. Again, please pack exactly 2:30 India time. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, I am audible. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon again. Welcome to our session 2. I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Epsida Nanda, Dean, IT Associate Professor, Faculty in Information Technology, Gopal Narayan Singh University, Jamohar, Sasaran, Bihar. Dr. Ipsida Nanda did her doctorate from CAPGS, Biju Patnaik University of Technology, Rourkela, Odisha, India. Her area of research is system on chips design, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, machine learning, automation design, data science, etc. She has published many index papers in journals and international conferences. She holds many patents. Epsita Nanda completed her MTech from Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIIT, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, India in 2010, in electronics and telecommunication, with a specialization in communication system. She has 13 plus years of experience in teaching in many engineering institutes like Silicon Institute of Technology, Sambalpur, Odisha, India, and IIT University, Nimrana, Rajasthan, India. She has worked as a research assistant in the Department of Microelectronics and Embedded System at Asian Institute of Technology, AIT. Bangkok, Thailand in the year 2016. She has received 2 Best Paper Awards in the field of research, work one of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and other one of Pune, Maharashtra, India. She is acting as a reviewer, editor in many international journals, plenary speaker, invited speaker, guest of honor, etc. in many international conferences and workshops. She is also acting as a reviewer in Wally publication books for Internet of Things. On 80th January 2020, she was awarded by IIWA 2020 with the Best Women Performer of the Year 2020 by GISR Foundation at Noida, India. She was also honored by South Central Railway, Women Union Vijayawada on Women's Day 8th March of 2020. She is having 6 Australian patents granted and 2 Indian patents published. She received Outstanding Researcher Award, IARE 2021. Her name is also added in top 100 professors by India Prime. Presently, she is working as Dean Information Technology, Associate Professor in Faculty of Information Technology, Gopal Narayan Singh University, Jamuhar, Sasaram, Bihar. She also acted as Director Curriculum Design in Inogurus Customized Learning Solution. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Ipsida Nanda. Hello, Doctor. Dr. Ipsidananda. Hello, doctor.
Am I audible? Hello? Am I audible?
Here. You can now.
Am I audible? Yeah, you are audible.
All right. You can now proceed,
A
doctor.
few noise are coming. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for
right.
introducing me. Can you please tell me, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
My screen?
Your screen is not audible, doctor.
Okay, let me join again. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are, doctor. You can now proceed.
Yeah. I'm sharing my screen. Yes, thank you so much, madam, for introducing me. Let me tell you that my topic of communication will be emerging trends in IoT and automation. Why I am telling emerging trends in IoT? Because all are aware of Internet of Things, but the emerging trends that is introduced in this world is like we are focusing on the complexity, the challenges which we are facing day to day life, and so that we can provide security to the system. Then we talk about AI, which meets IoT. That is one of the emerging trend. Next, we can say that the enhanced role of data analytics, which is these days is the green topic. Next is like voice activated. So we are taking all the out of box topics which are these days related to emerging trends. The smart cities, the computation, the traffic management, and which are related to mini applications. So behind this IoT, we can say that automation is also the functionality which should be considered. So let us focus on what is the introduction of IoT. Like we know that IoT means Internet of Things. Now, internet is provided to the devices, those are related to the things. And interrelated computation takes place with the mechanical and digital machines, where we connect each other with the networking. So, this object-oriented communication are specially provided with the help of IP address to transfer the data over a network. So IoT is a sensor network of billions of smart devices. Now IoT we can say is an application oriented which is automated with healthcare, agriculture, transportation, etc. So this way we can move to the world of IoT. Now Yes, we can see that many connecting devices with 01 digits, that is digital technology, digital transformation, digital computations, which takes place accordingly. This includes cell phones, coffee makers, day-to-day applicants which are utilized or which are linked with the networks. So here we are connected with people to things to things, and so on and so forth. So the dominant consumer worldwide is connected with the help of network, with the help of our things. So let us see what is and why IoT. IoT, we say IoT, that is Internet of Things, but we can also intermediate, like we can say that it is an IoA, that is Internet of Agents. Then we can say that IOB, Internet of Behavior. First we took two agents, then we are talking about behavior. Then we can say that IOBB, that is Internet of Vehicle Behavior. Then also we can say IIoT, that is Industrial Internet of Things. So there are many types, many ways we can represent IoT. Not only IoT, it can be represented in many ways. So according to the consumer demand, according to the customer demand, we improve the decision making and increase the value of business. Like you can see, there is a IoT ecosystem. Now, what is the IoT ecosystem? It's a web-enabled smart devices. Now, web-enabled smart devices means these devices are connected with embedded processors, sensors, and communication hardware. Like always, we talk about software, but in case of IoT, it's a combination of both hardware as well as software, from which we collect the data and send the data to the environment. So the communication medium is either, we can say that it's a sensor or a processor. So IoT devices, now what do you mean by IoT devices? We say that we send the data through the sensors. Now how the sensor activate or actually connected? They collect by connecting an IoT gateway or other edge devices where data is either sent to the cloud to be analyzed or analyzed locally. So while providing these two terms, IoT ecosystem and how IoT ecosystem, it is connected with the IoT devices. So both are having some of the other challenges, and we prove ourselves that how this ecosystem will be built with the help of the networks, with the help of the sensors, and with the help of the lot of devices. So for everything, for these days, everything works on the strategy. Now, what type of strategy do we implement so that the technology can take place? Like the trend one, we say that it is artificial intelligence. Now, how the strategy works for our IoT? And we always see that IoT is the first one, then it is interacted with the AI, then it will be deep learning, then NLP, that is natural language processing, in which we can say that our many devices are connected with the help of sensors. So AI means, we can say that the train one AI is very important. Why? Because data is the fuel that powers the IoT, and the organization ability to derive meaning from it will define the long-term success. So that is the strategy behind IoT. IoT will be successful if the implementation will be correct. Artificial intelligence means we can take to the hardware and implement with, like, for example, we can say that it is a robots. So either or the other way, we are connecting it to the network. So data is the only one, that is the fuel, that is the only soul that powers the IoT, and it is the ability to derive the meaning to a long-term success. Next is the trend 2, that is strategy number 2, in which we say that social, legal, and ethical IoT. Now, how it will be ethical, how it will be legal, and how it will be socially networked or socially connected. The ownership of the data will always be protected. Like we can talk about the Facebook in which we privatize our data, but the Facebook is having all the legal documents with them, and if we are facing any problem, they just just suspend our IoT password or something, and then they did not give us the access to communicate with another. So ownership of the data and the deduction made by it also is protected with the algorithm bias, privacy, and the compliance with regulation. So always there should be some regulation which is known as data protection regulation. So there is a strategy to make it is successful for IoT solution demands. So trend 3, we can say infonics and data broking. Now, what do you mean by infonics and data broking? How this strategy works? This strategy is like monetization of data further by seeing it as strategy business asset. So by 2023, the buying and selling of IoT data will become an essential part of many IoT systems. That means 2023 is a target which is given by the strategist for providing us the data broking and the infonics. So we have to see the research. This is a big research area. We can just consider it and move forward. So as soon like next one is trend 4, that is a shift from intelligent edge to intelligent mesh. Like we can see the devices are complex to the ecosystem, and it is connected devices for the communication with the edge computing and the mesh network. For 5, that is IoT governance, e-governance, like we are utilizing to store data through e-governance and protect our clouds data with the data analytics. Next is the sensor innovation. Sensors are always utilized with some of the other strategy. Then is the trusted hardware and the operating system, which is used for the deployment of hardware and software combination that together create most trustworthy and secure IoT systems. So many things are connected, and we can see that till the 7 points, we are going towards the innovation, and we are experiencing all the hardware importance, all the software importance. What are the things which we are doing strategically with the connected to the scientific innovations? So let us move to the 8th point, that is novel IoT user experiences, in which we use new sensors, new algorithms, new experience architecture and contents, and socially aware experiences. Novel means innovation. Innovation means newness. Something should be there which can create. Like always, all must have heard about IoT, but never ever anybody have heard about IOA, that is agents. Never anybody has studied the behavior of internet. Never anybody has studied the vehicle behavior, nor anybody has related IoT with IIoT, that is Industrial Internet of Things. Then after this silicon chip innovation, by 2023, it is expected that new special purpose chips will reduce the power consumption required to run IoT devices. Like my area of research was low power SoC design, in which that is SoC means system on chips design, in which we have reduced the power consumption. So in this way, some uniqueness, something should be there so that we can improve our power capacity. We can lower the power consumption and build this system. So new wireless networking technology for IoT. In IoT, networking involves balancing a set of competing requirements. It can explore to 5G, the forthcoming generation of low Earth orbit satellites, and backscatter networks. So backscatter networks, which all will give us the new wireless networking technology, like for 6G, 5G and all, we are focusing towards that. So all the 10 strategy is the green research areas which I am discussing about in this conference, so that if any research scholar who is struggling can opt one area and start the research. So what are the benefits? Now benefits means we can say that it benefits to the organization, or it can benefit to the society, so that IoT can justify themselves, right? It can monitor overall business processes, improve the customer experience. It can save time and money, enhance employee productivity, integrate and adapt business models, make better business decisions, and generate. Like always, we have to do a research area, or we should focus on a research area which provides a business model. So in every case, you can see that if the research is successful, then where is the implementation? How it will be beneficial to the society, whether it will work or not. So we have to focus on each and everything, right? So first is like time, money is of course that is required. Then integrate and adapt business models. So how to integrate, how to adapt the business model, and what will be the beneficial, how it will be placed in the market, how much money it will be generated. All these things we can see, or the revenue generated. The last point, how much revenue you have generated from your research work. So in this way, we can see that this trend of IoT should improve and improve and improve, so that the business can grow and we can generate some revenues. So the consumer and the enterprise of IoT application focuses on, like you can see, IoT application is a vast, it can focus on smart car, wearables, smart appliances, smart buildings, smart house, smart TV, smart farming. That means the areas which I told, like healthcare, agriculture, transportation, and many more, which are home automation. So many more things are there. Smart city. So these are the things which we can focus on the application, the implementation areas. The smart world of future using IoT. You can see where not the IoT is utilized, where not the IoT, like Internet of Things is not utilized. That is smart roads, smart lighting, that's a smart city. Then we can come for smart detection, energy, electromagnetic labels, traffic congestion, air pollution, all these things. See, many things. Quantity of safe condition, water quality. Every areas, every bit can be strategically focused as the emerging trends of IoT. So this is the justification of the topic. So the consumer product and services, I can prove you that, or my presentation will prove you that we are focusing on the next generation, next research areas, right? So these are the areas like sock box, instantly reorder your favorite products. So Alexa is the best example. Kinsa thermometer, like it can detect your age, fever, and symptoms to help you understand when and how the symptoms tick and the medicine and call the doctor. Implementation is started. Connected car like automation, automated car, semi-automation is already in the market, but the designers are trying day by day to improve it to or take it to the driverless car from semi-automation. And as I was telling you, industrial IoT that focus on the cyber physical system to monitor the physical factory processes and make data-based automated designs. So this is the wireless. Everything is wireless. It's a connected factory leads to a smart factory. So connected factory means node-to-node connection, person-to-person connection, and it will lead to a smart society, lead to the smart factory because it's connected to the factory. So we are connecting it to factory. If you start with the person, it will be connected with the smart city, smart building. So industrial, so it's a factory. IoT in manufacturing, that is industrial IoT in manufacturing, that is digital connected factory, facility management, production flow monitoring, investment monitoring, management, and plant safety, packaging optimization, logistic and supply chain optimization. So these are the things which we have to focus on. So what are the challenges? So security and privacy, like we are talking about the cyber security. So hackers are always there to take the data. to manipulate the data and start the corruption. So we have to close that one. That is the major challenges. And for major challenge of this, here one more, I'm giving you a research area, that is partial reconfiguration, in which we can improve the privacy, that is cyber security, and design on chip. Partial reconfiguration means configuration, reconfiguring. We have heard about recycle. So this is the recycle of the chip design. So if the design is protected, then nobody can hack the device, nobody can manipulate it. So reconfiguration is another green area which these days is going on. Challenges with IoT is reliability and stability, connected of all systems in IoT setup, blending legacy systems. So few challenges are there, and we are the researchers who are the one who can resolve it. So automation design, like automation design which I have taken is the automated vehicle, that is ADAS, is a advanced driver assist system. This one I am focusing because it's already started functioning, and few improvements we have to design, that is eye camera, bird eye camera it is. Here the implementation is done with the help of 4 cameras, rear and front and side cameras. So the hardware implementation here I am discussing about the ARM Cortex A53 which is taken, and with small implementation it is successful experiment which is done. So this is the Xilinx Vivado software which is utilized, and the result is successful for this semi-automation. These are the designs, these are the chip design which I am showing you. These are the areas which is focused and the experiment is successful. So these are the references which is utilized by me. So thanks for listening. Thank you so much for providing this platform to the organizers. I'm very much thankful, and I think it's time. If anybody is having any question, you can answer. You can question me.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so thank you, Dr. Nanda, for delivering the keynote speech. All right, now we will take forward this conference towards the technical session 2. Now we will welcome the session chairs for this session. Dr. Deepali Vora, Associate Professor and HOD Department of Information Technology, Symbiosis Institute of Technology, Maharashtra. And Professor Dr. Kayatri Padi, Professor and Head, Electronic and Telecommunications Institute of Technology and Research Center, Nashik, Maharashtra. Good afternoon, session chairs. All right, the technical session 2 paper title first, Investigation of Centralized and Distributed Coverage, Whole Discovery Approaches in Wireless Sensor Networks. Presentation by Anita Christie Angeline and Salaja Silas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my voice audible?
Yes, you are, madam.
Yes. Let me share my presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, can you please write slideshow and then full screen? Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So my topic is on investigations on centralized and distributed coverage whole discovery approaches. I'm myself Anita Christie Angel. I'm working as an assistant professor, and I'm a research scholar at Karuna University, Coimbatore. My co-author is Dr. Saraja Silas. She's an associate professor at Karuna University, Coimbatore. Okay. So, and today I'm going to just present my topic, my research on centralized and distributed coverage hole detection approaches. So, when we consider wireless sensor network, coverage is a crucial factor which is required to sense the data. Okay. For example, in applications like military fields or in healthcare applications where critical data is handled, when the coverage is lost or when data is not sensed in a region of interest, it will cause a major disaster. So it is required to find the coverage hole and to correct the coverage hole. So this motivated me towards this area, that is coverage hole detection. Okay. So this coverage hole detection can be done using a centralized approach and distributed approach. So this presentation deals with how a coverage hole detection can be done with a centralized and distributed approach. And coming to the introduction part, so we all know that wireless sensor network is an infrastructureless network which will be deployed in an ad hoc manner. That is, the random deployment of nodes takes place, right? So sensor networks are used for managing and monitoring the environment in a particular area. So you can see the nodes will be connected together, sending the information towards the base station, and from the base station, so you can see towards the sync node, and from the sync node the data will be transmitted towards the base station via internet. So this is how wireless sensor network works. So it can be used in numerous applications. We all know, as just now ma'am presented, sensor networks can be used in IoT based applications for surveillance, industry, medical application, then disaster management, agriculture, and environmental monitoring. Though sensor networks are used in many applications, it is prone to many challenges because it is actually depends on a battery which can exhaust its power soon. So the quality of service becomes an important factor. Saving of energy is very important, and also it has issues like throughput, then compromising of data, that is the security issue, then occurring of coverage holes, and the scalability issues. So my focus towards my research is in coverage holes. So when we consider coverage holes, coverage is actually the process of sensing a data in a region of interest. So there are three types of coverage. So one is the area coverage, when a particular group of sensor nodes are monitoring an area of interest, that is the area coverage. And when a particular target is monitored by a sensor, that's the target coverage. Then third one is the barrier coverage, that is a group of sensors are deployed as a barrier, that is maybe, for example, this group of sensors can be deployed as a barrier in a border so that no enemy can cross the border stealthily. These sensor nodes can detect the entry of enemy inside the border. Okay, this type of coverage is a barrier coverage. So coverage hole detection approach can be applied for any type of coverage, area coverage, point coverage, or barrier coverage. What I have focused is mostly on point coverage. And why this coverage hole detection is very important, because this coverage hole detection is very important because it is going to detect the node which has caused the coverage hole. That is, only the failed node can cause the coverage hole like this. So we can see the figure. So it is easy for us to detect which node has caused the coverage hole, and how can we heal that particular region so that we can just get back or recover the coverage hole area and restart the transmission again. So this coverage hole detection is very important, and normally this coverage hole detection is done using detection of boundary nodes which causes the coverage hole. So I did a vast literature survey on how coverage hole detection is done. Usually the coverage hole detection approaches are done in small network as well as large scale network. But when we see a coverage hole in a large scale network, healing only the large scale network requires many more measures for healing out the coverage holes. So my concentration towards the research is on healing of coverage holes in large scale network. So I classified the coverage hole detection approaches in large scale network as centralized and distributed algorithm, because in a centralized algorithm, one or more nodes are located at a centralized location, and in a centralized location, the nodes will be deciding on which where a coverage hole occurs. So here the centralized location, the boundaries of the coverage hole will be identified. But the problem with the centralized approach is that when the density of the node increases, the complexity is becoming very high. Whereas the next is the distributed approach. So in case of a distributed approach, so the multiple nodes will be working together to efficiently detect the coverage hole, resulting in a uniform division of workload. So this distributed coverage hole detection algorithm is found to be efficient compared to the centralized detection algorithm. Rather, this distributed coverage hole detection algorithm also have some disadvantages when the density is going to increase, for which I am working on to find the solution. So these are the issues which I have identified and I have consolidated. So after the literature study, so detection in the coverage hole detection in the presence of obstacles, then we heal the coverage holes using relay nodes. Where to place the relay nodes, that is also a very important problem. Then relocation of sensor nodes. Sometimes the nodes which are not at all a boundary will be identified as a boundary node. And scalability, and in case if it is a mobile sensor nodes, the movement decisions, that is also very important. So though various approaches are available for healing of coverage holes, like topological approach, statistical approach, and computational geometry based approach, my focus is towards computational geometry approaches, because in order to determine the boundary of the coverage hole, we have to find the exact position of the node. So this exact position of the node can be, accurate positioning of the node can be given by this computational geometry approaches. Normally the position will be determined using a GPS or a localization algorithm. This computational geometry approaches will be giving us the exact coordinate where the nodes are available. So you can see I have listed out what are all the computational geometry algorithms used in existing systems: convex hull, or
అతను ఇక్కడే ఉన్నాడు, అక్కడే నిల్చున్నాడు. కాదు కాదు, శ్రీనివాస్ కాదు, ఇంకొక అతను.
detection algorithm which can be applied
Anita, is there any problem? I think Anita is trouble, technical issue. All right, here you are. You can now proceed, madam.
So I deployed the hundreds of nodes in a 200 cross 200 area, and I triangulated. That is, triangulation is the process of partitioning the deployment region into different polygons. And I followed a clustering based approach, so that since we are following a centralized algorithm, the sending of information to the level by level nodes will be easier when we follow the clustering approach. So in my algorithm, what I did was, in every level of clustering in a centralized approach, there will be a cluster head followed by multiple nodes at different levels. So at each level, the nodes will be determining their immediate next hop neighbors. So at every level, this process will continue until they reach the last level. So at the final process of the algorithm, when the first level and the last level are going to have a common neighbor, then it means that it is an innermost node. Otherwise, the remaining nodes are boundary node. So this is the logic behind how I used a centralized algorithm for determining the boundary node. So after implementing this algorithm, I found that this algorithm is efficient when compared to the distributed algorithm for a small scale network in terms of energy, in terms of number of alive nodes, and in terms of control packet overhead. But this algorithm is not efficient when we increase the size or the density of the node. So what I did was, I implemented a distributed hole detection algorithm for a large scale network, where I did a small modification in applying the computational geometry algorithm. Previously, in my centralized algorithm, I used a Delaunay triangulation approach, which is the existing approach. But here I used a polygon triangulation approach. So the polygon triangulation approach, so what I did was, so I triangulated just a minute. So in my distributed hole detection algorithm, using the visibility estimation approach, I determine the nearby nodes. Then in using a triangulation algorithm, after I constructed the polygon from the deployed set of sensor nodes, then all the polygons will be subdivided in a polygon triangulation approach. And in each partition, I determine which nodes are currently active and which nodes are not currently active. Then I used a point location based coverage hole identification algorithm to communicate between the active nodes. So in case if I'm going to get the acknowledgement from the active nodes, then it means that it is not a fail node. So this is the logic, simple logic behind how I implemented the point location based coverage hole detection identification algorithm. Currently, I'm working on comparing this point location based coverage hole detection algorithm. This is my implementation part. So this is for especially for the large scale network. I deploy the nodes and I partition the nodes, and I also implemented the partitioning of nodes, and I also implemented the detection of the failure nodes. Till this part, I have completed my work. Currently, I am in the process of analyzing the performance of my algorithm comparing existing network. So in terms of average energy consumption, network time, throughput, coverage hole detection ratio, and number of coverage holes. So since I am in the verge of completion of my research, I have not produced the result, but I can justify that my algorithm, this algorithm works better compared with the centralized architecture algorithm. So this currently this as Ipsita ma'am told, I have tried to implement this algorithm for determining the flood level. So inland flood monitoring system using an IoT system, I have used this algorithm for sending of messages to determine the coverage hole while sending of messages, and that's also in the verge of completion. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah, is another chair is present there? Yes. Yeah, Anita. Yeah, tell me, Have you taken the care of finding the shortest path while delivering the packets in your network?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
Actually, I use shortest path algorithm. Then, since I initially the graph-based algorithm, I tried applying a shortest path algorithm. But now in my current proposed algorithm, since I used a geometry-based positioning algorithm, I determine the neighboring nodes using the distance.
It is not yet
computed
implemented,
Euclidean
no?
distance between. Ma'am, I
Have
have
you-
implemented, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I have implemented, ma'am. I have computed the distance in my algorithm. I will be determining the one-hop neighbors. So at every level, I will be determining the neighbors. So in order to find whether a node is a neighbor or not, I will be computing the distance based on Euclidean distance algorithm. So I have two coordinates. So using Euclidean distance, I'll be getting the distance, and the nodes with the lowest distance will be taken as the closest neighbor. So that's what I have did. So I have not, I have implemented, ma'am, but my performance results, I have not produced it because it is currently, now I am at the verge of a completion of my work. So I didn't present it. So once it is completed, I can present it confidently. So I didn't present it.
So based on performance parameter only, you can tell that yours is efficient or not, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So
Sure.
which performance parameters you have considered for the comparison?
Just a minute. So these are the performance metrics I have taken. I have taken average energy consumption. So this energy consumption is very important because only coverage actually is directly depends on the energy of the node. So I found that when we are increasing the number of nodes, the energy parameter varies, because when the number of control messages, when send much number of
Okay, how you are resolving the traffic issues when it is the problem like bottleneckness and all?
for a given set of
I think network issue is there. Yeah, that's all from my side.
All right, thank you. Anyone? Dr. Dipali Vora, you have any question for Anita?
Good afternoon, ma'am. No, ma'am, she has answered all the
All right,
questions.
so thank you so much. All right, let's proceed to the next presenter. A review on recognition of digits, symbols, and mathematical expressions with various classifiers. Presentation by Sagar Shinde and Mukil Alagirisamy. Again, presentation by Sagar Shinde and Mukil Alagirisamy. Okay, now let's proceed to the next presenter. Dry and flexible MWCNT COOH nanocomposites for continuous ECG tracking system. Presentation by Bani Gadhi, Professor N.S. Raghava.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. You can now share your screen and then you can proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Okay. So the topic of my article is dry and flexible MWCNT COOH nanocomposites for continuous ECG tracking system. So the authors of the articles are Bani Gandhi and Professor N.S. Raghava. Professor N.S. Raghava is the head of department in the for electronics and communication DTU, and I am Bani Gandhi and I am a research scholar pursuing PhD under Professor N.S. Raghava. So here in this article, in this research, we have fabricated multi-walled carbon nanotubes which are functionalized with the COOH, which is the carboxylic acid functional group. The fabrication is done using MWCNT COOH and PDMS, which is the polymer that we have used for fabricating the electrodes, and the electrodes were fabricated using a two-step fabrication method. The first was the big chunks of NTCOOH were broken down using a magnetic stirrer. The solvent here we used for fabricating the electrodes is IPA. Since both PDMS and MWCNT-COOH are easily soluble, then after 10 minutes of effective magnetic stirring, the CNT solution was sonicated using a probe sonicator for half an hour. This is because the van der Waals forces are way too much in the CNT and they form agglomerates very soon. So it's of prime importance that we disperse, or we mix up the CNTs very carefully. Okay, then after magnetic stirring of the carbon nanotubes, we mix the PDMS base and sonicate it for 10 minutes. Again, we add because the PDMS comes in two parts, one is the base and one is the cross-linking agent. So first the base is added, it is sonicated, and then the cross-linking agent is added and it is also sonicated for 10 minutes. Then we had prepared molds for oh sorry, I forgot to change my slides. Okay, so the materials I've already mentioned are MWCNT, PDMS and IPA. Okay, so here we prepared our molds. So we took a petri dish, we took an acrylic sheet, and then we poured the base and the cross-linking agent into the molds and we placed it into the oven, and the mold was extracted from the petri dish. This was the formation of our molds. Then I already mentioned how we fabricated our electrodes. First MWCNT was magnetically distributed, then it was dispersed using a probe sonicator, then base was added, the PDMS base was added to the solution, and then the cross-linking agent was added to the solution, and the composite was then poured into the molds as we mentioned, and it was placed in the oven for drying, and later the the electrodes were extracted from the molds. Then we did short-term ECG monitoring, long-term ECG monitoring, and we also compared the results with the conventional AGCL electrodes. So for the short-term ECG monitoring, we the volunteer had the electrodes for 5 hours. There was not much difference in the waveform for the first hour and the 5th hour, but for long-term ECG monitoring, the volunteer had the electrodes on for 5 days. So we had tested the ECG for first day, third day, and 5th day. So in the third and 5th day, the ECG results were a bit degraded, but it got revived when we cleaned the alcohol and the site of electrode position, cleaned with the methanol, and then the results got revived. Then the comparative analysis. Yeah, these are the comparative analysis. So we fabricated 4 batches of concentration of CNTs, which were 1 weight%, 2 weight%, 3 weight%, and 4 weight%. And the 4th weight% gave us the a waveform closest to the AgCl electrodes. And then we had the tele ECG monitoring system, which included 2 major parts, which was AD8232, which helped us acquire the ECG signal, and it was connected to Node MCU, which is Wi-Fi enabled, which helped us to transmit our ECG signals wirelessly. And also our percolation threshold was achieved after 4-8%, because after that the electrodes were not perfect. They were not flexible enough to be used for this application. And the advantages of using these techniques were, because suppose we fabricated the molds, so the molds could be reused, so we can generate n number of electrodes. Also, we did not require any bulky or expensive equipments for the fabrication process. And also the whole system was portable. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Gandhi Gandhi. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah. So, Ms. Bunny, again, are the contents different from the morning session contents?
Yes, ma'am. We actually changed the material for the fabrication.
Okay, so have you done the comparative analysis of both?
Comparative analysis, yes. Not in much detail, but yes.
So what are the findings?
The findings, the differences basically was, when I used SWCNT for preparing my electrodes, the agglomerates were formed really soon, and the electrodes with MWCNT were of better quality in terms of flexibility.
How? Flexibility means what? See, as it is the ECG, you should talk in terms of the output, that is the voltage generated with respect to signal, right?
Right.
That is the main performance parameter for any electrode.
Yes. So for long-term measurement, okay, so the electrodes that were prepared using MWCNT were not worn out for even after 5 days, but SWCNT electrodes had some some got torn, and all those things worn out a bit when I compared them with MWCNT based electrodes.
Yeah, and in conclusion, you are saying it is a portable. So,
yeah.
And you can say portable when you mention the specification. Then only you can say it is a portable. So it is a portable is a sort of qualitative. In research, we should be a specific. So what is the parameter? Based on that, you are saying it is a portable, right?
Yes.
So next is that you should be when you are talking about the electrode, you should prepare a separate data sheet of your electrode, and then it will be accepted by the society for the use.
Okay, sure, ma'am. I'll do that.
Yeah, done from me.
Okay, just one question,
Yes,
Bani. What was the motivation behind conducting this experimentation?
So, ma'am, basically, I was going through like the research papers, right? I wanted to use a different material, like there's a lot of research has been done using the CNTs, like pure CNTs, but very less has been done using the functionalized CNTs. So that was the main idea behind it.
Yeah, but what is the benefit of using this functional analysis and not the previous research methods or whatever were available? Isn't it?
Yes. I'll give you. I'll just throw some light on that. So basically, if we compare pure CNTs and functionalized CNTs, so functionalized CNTs basically have a better surface, what happens is when I'm using pure CNTs, right? So van der Waals forces are really high when I attach a functional group to my CNTs. So the CNTs separate out, okay, and that's where my polymer will, gel well when I'm using a functionalized CNT. So the dispersion will be good. The dispersion capabilities of the material increases. Also, when I read various other research papers, people were using very typical and uh, fabrication techniques. This is a very simple and cost effective fabrication technique using molds.
Okay, okay, Bani.
Yeah.
Done from my side.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now let's proceed to the next presenter. A study on interconnection between teaching philosophy and students' performance in summative evaluation. Presentation by Shweta Singh and Divya Jain. Again, presentation by Shweta Singh and Divya Jain. All right, let's proceed to the next presenter. Design and simulation of high slew rate two-stage operational amplifier. Presentation by Varadkani, Aidish Pawar, and Professor Satendra Mani. Again, presentation by Varadkani, Aidish Pawar, and Professor Satendra Mani.
Hello.
Hello. Good
Hi,
afternoon
ma'am.
to you, sir. You can now
Good
proceed.
afternoon. Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone present over here. Myself, Bharat, the author of this paper titled Designing and Simulation of High Slew Rate Two-Stage Operational Amplifier. Today, I, along with my co-author, will be presenting the overview of our project. Next slide. Okay. In this project, we have designed and we have performed the simulation of a high slew rate two-stage operational amplifier. As we know that in modern communication system, every digital device comes with optimal efficiency in terms of voltage gain, high input impedance, or let's say high bandwidth, or high SNR, signal to noise ratios. However, every analog signal are converted into digital signals with the help of ADCs, uh, and the slew rate provided by the ADC is not up to the mark. By slew rate, I mean that the voltage swing with respect to time is not that enough. The main aim of the project is to work on this problem to generate a slew rate which is high enough and design a two-stage amplifier with the highest slew rate, keeping in mind about the voltage gain. Next.
Now coming to the literature survey, we have performed a market survey in which we went through various ICs, like you can see this in this slide. But we were surprised to know that this general purpose ICs gives slew rate between 0.5 volts per microsecond to 600 volts per microsecond. However, the ICs with high slew rate had to compromise on the overall voltage. As you can see here, the most common ICs like LM741, NE5532, CA3130, and all. As you can see, let's see for LM740. Here you can see that the slew rate is 0.5 volts per microsecond, but the voltage gain is 100 dB. Now coming to LT1356, here you can see that the slew rate is 600 volts per microsecond. On the contrary, the voltage gain is much low, that is between 30 to 40 dB. Now coming to problems, digital systems like computers needs digital data processing. In telecommunication, ADC converts play a significant role in converting analog to digital form. Presently in markets, high-speed analog to digital converter. The contribution factor towards the high speed of ADC is its slew rate of op-amp. Operational amplifiers are used as drivers in ADC to provide gain, and also for level shifting is required for input signal to match with input range of ADC. Presently, as we have seen in the market survey, the slew rate is around 0.5 volts per microsecond to 30 volts per microsecond. It differs from IC to IC. We need to design an operational amplifier which gives an optimum voltage gain along with a high slew rate. Now coming to our circuit diagram. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
Hello. So here, as you can see, we have designed a two-stage operational amplifier and use a current mirror circuit to drive the current and increase its current driving capability. Now coming to its working. Varat, please.
So in this, we will be using a current mirror circuit where we'll be working on the current driving capabilities of the entire circuit, and the current will be copied to the second stage amplifier. Here we'll be using a two-stage amplifier where the first stage will be a differential amplifier, whereas the second stage will be a CS amplifier. We are using a two-stage amplifier instead of any other one because the area will be much lesser compared to the other amplifiers. We will be using two-stage here. Okay, next. Okay. So we conclude here by saying that increasing the current driving capabilities at the output, the slew rate of the amplifier will also increase with this. We had successfully designed our circuit with a slew rate of 20.4 volts per microseconds. The design successfully satisfies the following planned factor, that is the phase margin, gain bandwidth product, gain having values greater than 45, 30 megahertz and 60 dBs respectively. So not only increasing the slew rate, we also kept in mind other parameters like gain bandwidth product, gain and the phase margin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah, Adesh and Bharat. So basically you are improving slew rate to speed up the ADC conversion, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you give me the specification of ADC?
Specification. Ma'am, I need to look at the black book that we had presented for that. All the details are presented in that.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Just go through and answer, not an issue.
Sure. Ma'am, just a minute. I will be presenting the black book.
Don't present, just answer it.
Okay, ma'am. Do you need the exact details?
Yeah, I just wanted to know which are the parameters which decide the speed of ADC. How you define the speed of ADC?
Okay, okay. Just a minute.
These are the basics actually.
Ma'am, actually, we had performed this particular project 2 years ago, and we were actually like
whatever understanding you might have performed the
yes, ma'am.
So why you have decided to work with slew rate? Unless and until you know about the ADC performance parameters, you won't be decided to go for this slew rate improvement, no? Okay. So what is the role of VGS and VDS? Because you told that VGS of one M, and what is M basically? M3, M5, what are that? Can you hear me?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, what was it?
I was asking, what is this M2, M3, M5?
Basically, ma'am, M2, M3, M5 acts as a, what you say, current mirror circuit.
See, what understand the question. What are you from electronics background?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, then you should know what is this M1, M2, M3. The symbol itself indicates what it is, na?
These are amplifiers, ma'am.
No. Which device it is? It acts an amplifier. It is not an amplifier. Which is the device?
Like you are asking, like which component it is.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. M1 and M2 are this CMOS amplifier, which is basically NMOS.
Yeah, these are the MOSFETs actually.
Yes,
so in that context, I will like to ask you,
What
what is the role of
the
VGS and VDS? How VGS and VDS affect the slew rate? Or what is the effect of VGS and VDS on the MOSFET basically, so that you can relate it to the
Yes, ma'am. Basically, slew rate is the voltage swing per time. So, according to time, how much the higher the voltage swing in a given time period, the higher is the slew rate.
No, I'm asking the role of VGS and VDS as it is related to FET. You're operating the FET, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So how this VGS and VDS affects the slew rate? Because in your slide you mentioned that VGS of one MOSFET is going to affect a particular parameter and VDS on the particular parameter.
Yes, ma'am. Basically, while calculating in the formulas, like suppose we are calculating like gain and all.
So you should know the basics actually that you are missing, to be frankly.
Ma'am, actually,
huh?
For designing any kind of op-amp, there are parameters that for which we fix the values by using drain current.
So that's the game. It's a simulator. Whatever values you put, it will give the result. It's not that the simulation results are always correct. Those can be manipulated. No, that's why the design parameter should be very clear to you, so that you can validate with your whatever findings you are getting with your simulation. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that's all from my side.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, no questions from my side. Thank you.
Alright, so thank you so much. And now let's proceed to the next presenters. Design of compact microstrip patch antenna at 28 GHz using Arlon Dicled 880 substrate for 5G wireless communications. Presentations by Bala Murugan G, Dr. C. Aronchala Perumal, Dr. S. Sovita, and Ms. M. Ramya.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible now.
Ma'am, it's my screen is visible.
Yes, you are. You can now proceed.
Shall I? Okay, yes, ma'am. So good afternoon to one and all present in this conference. So I would like to quickly introduce myself. I am Balamurugan from the Department of ECE, SA Engineering College, Chennai. Currently, I am pursuing Master of Engineering in Communication System Disciplines. So the title of my project was Design of Compact Microstrip Patch Antenna at 28 GHz using Ireland diclad substrate for 5G wireless communications. So my co-authors are Dr. Arunachala Perumal, Dr. Svita, and Miss Ramya. So the next slide speaks about the biographies of myself. So followed by the content of my presentation. So the abstract. So this is the abstract of my project. So the 5G wireless communication brings us so the high-speed data transfers. So 5G is the 5th generation mobile network. So it enables a new kind of network that is designed to connect virtually everyone and everything together. So which include missions, object, and devices. So next to that, the antenna or radiating element. So plays an important role in the millimeter wave communication systems. So basically antenna is a transducer. So which convert radio frequency signal into the alternating current source or the vice versa. So the antenna element should be compact enough to fit with other electronic devices. So my research is focusing on the device compactness. So with the help of CST Microwave Studios Suite Simulator, so a compact microstrip patch antenna has been designed with using Ireland diclad substrate material. So the simulated microstrip patch antenna comprises the overall size of 5 cross 4.5 cross 0.25 mm. So and that it has a return loss of minus 50.9 dB and the 10 dB impedance bandwidth ranges from 27.411 GHz to 28.793 GHz. So followed by the introductions. So first we speak about the introduction part. So the evolutions of wireless communication networks. So we have to focus on the evolutions. So before going for the 5G. So the 1G, the first generation mobile communication brought us a very first cell phone. So it is basically analog telecommunication standards that were introduced in the year 1984. So the technologies were used in that 1G as Nordic mobile telephone. So AMPS and TACS are the technologies implemented in the 1G telecommunications. The speed is 2.4 kilobits per second. So although it gives us a mobility, but it poses some poor securities. So next to that, the second generation were introduced to overcome the such issues possessed by the 1G wireless communications. So the main difference is that the 2G will entirely supports the digital communications. So it has a peak speed of 64 kilobits per second, and GSM and CDMA were the technologies implemented in that second generation mobile communications. So next to that, the third generation mobile communication brought as online. So like web browsing, emailing, video broadcasting, so etc. It utilizes UMTS architecture. So and it achieves a peak speed of 2 megabits per second. So it facilitates greater voice and data capacities. So followed by the fourth generation delivered the speed that we are enjoying today. So it uses LTE and WiMAX technologies. So next to that, fourth generation network has just reached its limits. So what they're capable of at the time. So when even more data are required for the smartphones and the devices that are connected direct to the internet. So we need enormous data transfer speed, and to avoid the latencies between the devices, so we go for the next generation, so-called fifth generation mobile communications. So it promises a high speed of 10 gigabits per second, and it has low latencies and fast speed of communications. So followed by that interaction part. So the rapid increases in the usage of cellular devices. So, and the devices that are associated with that are directly connected to the internet. So leads to that increased data traffics. So, and high speed data transfer is required for this device for the communications. So to fulfill this, we have to go for the upcoming wireless technologies, so called the 5G technologies. So the devices such as a smartwatch, automated vehicle, mobile phones, etc. These devices require the high-speed data transfer without latencies. So we moving on to the next generation. So followed by so 1 to 5 gigahertz bands getting crowded day by day. So the available devices such as the 1G network operating under 30 kilohertz frequencies, next to the 2G network operating under 1.8 gigahertz, the 3G network operating under 1.2 to 2 gigahertz, and the 4G lies in the 2 to 5 gigahertz. So these frequencies are getting crowded. So as well as we cannot implement a huge data traffic through this available frequency spectrums. So the amplitude modulations radio, frequency modulation radio, satellite radios, and the Wi-Fi. So these are, and Bluetooth, these devices are comes under this frequency band of operations. So if you want to increase the speed, so obviously we have to move for the next frequencies band. So this is the 5G NIC frequency spectrum. So typically the 5G can be implemented in 3 stages. One is the low band, mid band, and high mmWave band. So low band uses a similar frequency ranges from 4G, such as 600 to 900 megahertz. So the mid band uses the microwave frequencies ranges from 2.3 to 4.7 gigahertz. And the mmWave band starts from 24 to up to 100 gigahertz. So this is the FCC allocated a new 5G radio frequency spectrum. So followed by the 5th generation wireless networks. So that brings 3 newer things wired to the table. The first one is the latencies. So this figure clearly explains the difference between the 4G network and the 5G network. So the latencies should be less than 1 milliseconds in 5G communications, whereas in 4G it is lies between that 8 to 10 milliseconds. So the speed is approximately 20 gigabits per second. It is a theoretical speed of 5G. Next to that, the 5G will connect 1 million connections per kilometer square, whereas 4G connects 1000 connections per kilometer square. So 5G can be implemented using that small cell technologies. So in order to provide a better data transfer rate. Next to that, the literature survey of my project. So the first survey speaks about the dimensions. The title so-called compact slotted microstrip antenna for 5G application operating under 28 gigahertz. So the inference of this survey is the dimensions. So as my project focusing on the compactness of the microstrip patch antenna, so I took this literature survey. So this clearly speaks about the dimensions. So it has 7 mm, 7 cross 7 cross 0.8 mm. So it uses a quarter wave transformer. So with the help of quarter wave transformer, we can match the circuit, but it leads to that increased structure of the device. So next to that, fourth literature surveys a compact microstrip patch antenna at 28 gigahertz for the
Sorry
wireless
to
communication.
interrupt you, sir. Can you please proceed to the conclusion now?
Yes, ma'am, sure, ma'am.
Thank you.
So followed by the substrate materials chosen. So here I chose Erland Diclet substrate materials, so which is made up of woven fiberglass reinforced. So it provides the greater dimensional stability when compared to the non-woven fiberglass reinforced PTFE based laminates. So it has a dielectric constant of 2.2 and the loss tangent of 0.009. So these are the features of this substrate materials. So it has extremely low loss tangents. So this graph clearly shows the response, frequency response versus dissipation factors. So called loss tangent. So followed by the excellent dimensional stability, and it will give a product performance uniformity. So this graph explains the frequencies versus dielectric constant. So this is the proposed work. The proposed work focuses on the size direction of microstrip patch antenna that were explained in the abstract. So followed by the methodologies. So the specifications followed by the design parameters such as length, width, and height of the patch. So the followed by the performance metrics. So the performance metrics such as the return loss parameters, gain, directivities, we have to concentrate on that. Next to the simulations. So after the simulation, the performance will be analyzed. So if the performance is okay, it will be implemented. So if it's not, we have to go for the design parameters. We have to optimize. So this is the design methodologies of my proposed work. So followed by the design equations. So these are the conventional rectangular micro patch antenna design equations where length, width are given in the equations. So on the length of the substrate and the width of the substrate are also given in the equation. Sorry, given in the presentations. So followed by the simulation environment. So this is the simulation environment of my designed antenna. So followed by the design parameters. So these are the optimized design parameters of the proposed antennas. So the length, the width, the height of the insect feed, the width of the insect feed are listed in this table. So followed by the simulation results. So when consider the return loss, it is one of the important parameters. So the accepted values of the return loss should be less than minus 10 dB. So which means that 90% of the incident power will be accepted by the antennas, and only the 10% of the power will be reflected back due to some discontinuities or mismatch in that design. So the proposed antenna has a very good return loss of minus 50 dB, and it shows that only 0.0009% of the power will be reflected back. So a 99.9991% power will be accepted by the antennas. So next to that, the voltage standing wave ratios. Although the voltage standing ratios and the return loss parameter will measure the reflected signal. So during the transmissions, while voltage standing wave ratios measure the ratios of voltage applied to the voltage reflected. So the proposed antenna shows 1.0057199 voltage standing wave ratios. So which is extremely a good. So next to that, the bandwidth. So it is one of the important parameters. So the proposed antenna shows the bandwidth ranges from 27.406 to 28.781 bandwidth. So which is approximately 1.3 gigahertz of bandwidth. So followed by the gain pattern of that proposed microstrip patch antennas. So the gain pattern shows more or less radiations in any directions. So the proposed antenna shows 5.840 dBi of gain. Next to that, directivity plot. So the directivity is also one of the important parameters. It is a measure of how the directions of an antenna is to be measured. So the capacity of an antenna to focus its beam, so in a particular direction, so it's called the directivity. So we have to measure this parameter also. So the proposed antenna shows 6.379 dBi of gain. So next to that, surface current distributions of the proposed antennas. So the maximum surface current distribution is 517.017 ampere meter. So this parameter shows how the input will be reflected, how the input signals will be reflected or transmitted through the air. So it is very much important, these parameters, while considering the implementations of the microstrip patch antenna. So next to that, the result comparisons. So the proposed work is compared with that previous results. So the obtained dimensions is very much small when compared with the previous results. So and return loss also increased. So it has minus 50.89 dB, but the gain is reduced. Why? Because this project is focusing on the compactness. So if we reduce the dimensions, obviously the gain will be reduced. So my work is focusing on that device compactness. So the conclusions. So if further a slot will be introduced in the design in order to reduce even more size in the rectangular microstrip patch antennas, and also the array will be developed in order to increase the gain for the upcoming 5G MIMO antennas. So these are the references which I collected for my comparative analysis.
Thank you so much, sir. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah. So, which device you will be using?
Yes, ma'am.
Which device you will be using?
Like
any CMOS device?
Oh no, ma'am. Only the simulation, ma'am.
Go to your design parameters.
Yes,
yeah. Okay. So you will be working on the material as well, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you have not done any simulation or comparative analysis for the material, right?
No, ma'am.
And
But
that
analysis. But I analyzes the material before, in that previous projects.
Yeah, but as per the statement of your paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
I'm only focusing on a particular material, ma'am.
Yeah, so either you should define the scope of discussion at the beginning, okay, and you could pass on the previous result as per your paper statement, right? Fine.
Sorry, ma'am.
As per the statement given by your paper,
yes, ma'am,
you should either comment or define the scope of the material, whatever, as you have not done the analysis for the material, no?
Yes, ma'am, not done the analysis.
Okay, fine. Which simulation tool you have used?
CST Microwave Studios.
Which are the other tools?
Like HFSS, MATLAB, and ADS, i3D tools are available.
So any specific reason for selecting this particular simulation tool?
So it is easy to handle the simulation, and simulation time will be reduced while using this transient time domain solver, particularly.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. So is it
Okay.
industry proven tool?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, fine. So what will be the proposed application of your antenna with the gain and bandwidth you are receiving with the sites? Where you will be using with this particular gain and bandwidth specification?
So
We need, yeah.
Like access point, IoT devices, 5G communications, or mainly focusing on that IoT devices.
Okay.
So particularly we are using this antenna for the upcoming 5G devices, not for the base station, but for the indoor applications. This bandwidth and directivity is enough for that devices.
Okay, fine. Done from my side.
Thank you.
Yeah. My question is, what is the advantage of material that you are going to use for the creation of this antenna?
I mean, compared to other materials which are available in the market, so it has possess some less dielectric constant and low loss tangent of 0.009.
Okay. Then, you have told that there will be wide channels and all. So, what are the advantages and disadvantages of using wide channels in antenna creation?
So if we increase the bandwidth, obviously the throughput of the signal will be increased more. So these are the main advantages of increasing the wider channel. Obviously, if you go for the higher frequencies, that the bandwidth will be increased. So when the frequencies is less, under 1 gigahertz or 2 gigahertz, the bandwidth will be very little and very small, like 700 megahertz or 5 megahertz. So if we going for the higher frequencies, the bandwidth obviously will be increased. So if you increase the bandwidth, the capacity, obviously capacity will be increased, and the high data rate can be possible when moving for the higher frequencies.
Okay, while carrying out this simulation, you might have understood what are the challenges if you go for a 5G. So can you elaborate more on that?
Sorry, ma'am. Could you please repeat your question?
While going through this experimentation, the simulation, you might
Yes,
have come across some challenges related to 5G.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you elaborate more on that?
Oh, okay, ma'am. So the main challenges, it's to reduce the latencies of the the devices, the signal transmissions. So, and the device compactness is one of the major problems when we are going to implement that MIMO antenna communications. So, like a cubic structure antennas are available. So in MIMO communications, like multiple input and multiple output. So we need a compact device structure to compact antenna. So why? Because we have to integrate multiple antennas in single devices. So obviously the size should be reduced. So if we give more size for the antennas, so the device should not be compact. So, and the mutual coupling losses will be coupled together when we are using the more sizes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, presenter and our session chair. All right, before we call the other presenters, I would like to remind all presenters to be mindful of the allotted time, which is 8 minutes per presentation and 2 minutes for questions from our session chairs for us to be on schedule. Thank you. All right, the next presenter, comparative assessment of domes, presentation by Adavala Hari Priya and B. Ajitha.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are, madam. You
Good
can
afternoon,
now
ma'am.
share your screen and then you can proceed. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you. I shared my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible, madam.
Yes, I am Haripriya Adawala. I am a MTech student in Jawaharlal Technological University, Anantapur. And my guide and my co-author is B. Ajita, Assistant Professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, JNTU College of Engineering, Anantapuram. And today my topic is comparative assessment of domes. Here, dome is a structural element in a civil structure. It has a special importance because it is a curved roof element, and here I analyzed two types of domes. One dome which is a RCC hemispherical dome with a closed one, and other one is the dome with a opening at the top of it. And contents of my presentation is introduction and here geometry of dome. When it comes to introduction, dome is a curved roof or a structure rotating in two axes. One is horizontal and vertical axis. Basically, it is like a hemispherical upper part of a ball. Forces acting in this dome is major forces are meridional forces and hook forces, and bending forces, shear forces, twisting forces will be very negligible or may not be present. These forces will be more in the slabs and other elements. This is the advantage of this dome. These domes can be used for large spanned structures, and there are different types of domes: spherical, conical, segmental domes, etc. In this paper, I am going to analyze the hemispherical dome, which is made with a RCC material of M20 concrete. I used two analytical methods to design a dome. Here is the geometry of a closed dome, which is considered as model 1. Model 1 is a hemispherical dome with a point load acting on the crown. This point load is called a lantern load, which is used for a lighting purpose. And second model will be a dome with a opening in which the source of light will be sunlight, which is a natural source. A closed dome with a 20 meters span and a height of the dome will be 10 meters with a thickness of 100 mm is considered, and opened dome is also considered the same geometrical properties with a opening at the top of diameter 3.9 meters, and it considered it carries a edge load which is UDL of. Here you can see the load conditions and material parameters. Unit weight of concrete is 25 kilonewton per cubic meters for M20 concrete. Here the dead load of the dome is considered using the unit weight of concrete and the thickness of the dome shell, 25 into 0.1 meters of thickness. And the floor finishes is considered as a 1 kilonewton per square meter for plastering and other painting purposes. A concentrated load of 10 kilonewtons is considered for closed dome, and equivalent UDL is considered for the open dome of 1.816 kilonewton meter, including the self weight of a top ring beam provided. A load combination of these dead loads and live loads is considered for the analysis of dome. I have used a numerical modeling. I have used a software SAP 2000, which is a structural engineering and analysis software for both models. This is the model in the SAP 2000 model. For model 1 and model 2, in the model 2 you can see here is a small opening and a blue color thing represents a beam, top ring beam, which is used to support the opening. And here in the analysis, I have used membrane analysis, which is basic analysis in the shell theory. Here is you can see the two major forces, which is
meridional force along the meridian directions and the hook force along the latitudes. And these are the formulations we can use to find the meridional and hook forces for the two models. This is for the first model and this is second model. Here M represents the meridional force and H represents the hook force, whereas this pi will be the angle of dome, angle at different levels. Analytical results for model 1. This is using membrane analysis results at different angles. Here you can see in the previous slide, from here it runs the angle to 10, 20 like that. Here the angle pi will be 90 degrees at different levels. I have taken the forces, meridional thrust and hook force in the units of kilonewton per meter. At zero angle means top of the dome. Due to the concentrated load, it is infinity, means the load is increasing exponentially, which is compressive in nature. The meridional force will be compressive throughout the angles, and from top to bottom it will be increasing. At the top crown of the dome it will be infinity. When it comes to hook forces will be compressive at the top of the dome, and at the base of the dome it will be tensile. At some level it will change from compressive to tensile, and this level will be called level of changing the nature of the forces. And these are the analytical results for model 2. In model 2, you can see the angle of dome will be 11.25 degrees because of the opening angle will be reduces from 0 to 11.5 degrees. So the stresses will start at 11.25 degrees and follows by up to 90 degrees. And these are the forces. In this there is no infinity will come because of there is no concentrated loads. All the loads are uniformly distributed through a ring beam used at the top. And meridional thrust is always compressive because of the dead loads and other gravity loads, and hook forces will be compressive at the top again, and the tensile at the bottom. Numerical results of model 1. These are from SAP 2000 software. After analyzing, I have taken semicentral angle from 0 to 90 degrees for model 1. Meridional thrust MSAP, SAP 2000 meridional thrust results in kilonewton per meter is taken from 0 to 90 degrees, and same for the hook forces. These all results will be compared similarly for model 2 also, from 11.25 degrees to 90 degrees. These all results will be, you can see the figure 6 represents the model 1 meridional force, and figure 7 represents the hook force in model 1. These are the SAP 2000 results, and these are the results of SAP 2000 for model 2. All results will be in the kilonewton per meter. Here bending moments, twisting moments are neglected because in membrane analysis we will take only major forces. And in discussions I have plotted graphs for M theoretical, which is analytical results. MSAP means numerical results. I have considered these in the vertical axis, and in horizontal axis I have considered the semicentral angle, which is phi, from 0 to 90 degrees. For both models I have drawn the graphs. In the graphs you can see here from 20 degrees to 80 degrees, here all the values are matching for two methods, and at the top, which is concentrated load is acting, the value is going to be infinity for the analytical model, and the numerical models it is at minus 35 kilonewton per meter. And similar for the hook force in the numerical method is minus 20 kilonewton per meter, and the 0 degrees means at the top of the dome, and at the 90 degrees it is around minus 35 kilonewton per meter. In the analytical method it is infinity, which is going on. And in model 2, we can see there is no infinite forces because of the uniformly distributed loads. In meridional thrust is almost more than 90% results are matching with for two methods, and in this condition also only at the top layer and bottom angles is not matching, remaining all are matching. This is because first thing is in this app 2000 it is considering the support conditions which is either fixed or pinned like that. In the analytical method it will not consider the support conditions, since this is changing, varying like this. So I have from these results I have concluded that the forces are meridian forces is always compressive in the both methods, and hook forces will be compressive at top and tensile at the bottom. So the analytical results are exponentially increasing and reach to infinity in case of applying concentrated loads at the top of the dome. Numerical results using SAP 2000 software is giving relevant results when compared to the analytical results, and also it is considering support conditions, which is most important factor in the analysis of domes. And model 2 results are in both models are similar, and load is, since the load is distributed uniformly, and in analytical method we are not considering the top ring beam, so self-weight of ring beam will be added to the formulations, and in the SAP 2000 results we are considering top ring beam, so load will be reduced accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah. So will be as per the building material used, will be the design load, this parameter will be varied?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are not commented anything on that, no?
Based on the material, I am taking particularly concrete material, ma'am.
Yeah, but the proportion and all?
It is the proportion means we are taking M20 concrete, and the density of concrete is considered as 25 kilonewton per meter cube, unit weight of the concrete. So it is the material property of concrete, ma'am.
Okay.
And
okay, fine, done from me.
Yeah, no questions from my side.
All right, so thank you so much. And now let's proceed to the next presenter. Implementation of shortest path routing algorithm in software-defined networks. Presentation by Deepak Kumar, Jawahar Thakur. Again, implementation of shortest path routing algorithm in software-defined networks. Presentation by Deepak Kumar, Jawahar Thakur. Hello.
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Good evening.
Right, you're here?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are, sir. Now you can share your screen and then you can proceed to your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, firstly, I would like to tell you that I have just right now, my system is crashed and I don't have the PPT with me. So can I present my presentation with my paper?
Okay, it is okay to our technical team.
Okay from my side.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you
thank
very
you so
much, ma'am.
much.
Actually, the reason was that the Zoom application crashed and I shut it down. And after that, my system didn't reboot again. So that was the reason. So I'm presenting my paper, a presentation from my paper. So please allow me for this.
Okay, now you can proceed, sir.
Yes,
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm not able to. Actually, it is not supporting document file when I'm sharing my document.
Okay, sir. I will call you later. You can fix that. Okay, I will tell the technical team first. It is okay to you, sir? I will call you later.
Ma'am, actually, I want to present this paper, but due to technical problem, I'm not able to share it online.
Okay, I will.
Ma'am, we can go for the next presentation. Till that time, let him adjust his solve his
Okay,
technical
ma'am.
problem.
Okay, doctor.
Okay.
Okay. So I call you back later, Deepak. So thank
Okay,
you.
ma'am. Okay,
All
ma'am.
right, the next presenter. The next presenter, Smart Toll Gate and Accident Alert System for Tracking Logistics using IoT. Presentation by Kayatri S. Sweta VS. Again, presentation by Kayatri S. All right, you are here. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Could you give me a
Okay,
second to
you
share
can
the screen?
now share your screen.
Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes, madam. You can now proceed. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a sec. Um, Good evening to one and all. I'm Gayatri S, and our project, our paper is on smart toll gate and accident alert system for tracking logistics using IoT. I'm going to present this paper with two of my co-authors, Shweta VS and Divishri R. We are from Sri Saram Engineering College, Chennai, and our guide is Miss Dr. M. Gandhimati from our department. So over to Divyashri. She'll be starting with the abstract of the paper.
So the abstract of our project is we are using RFID tag here, which on toll plazas. If this is used, if we are using RFID, the traffic would be reduced, and this also disables manual work, and this is also useful for the trucking logistics. Where the logistics can be tracked using RFID tags, and we are using MEMS accelerometer sensor for accident detection, and if any accident is occurred using GPS and GSM module, the message would be sent to the owner and to the nearby hospital, so that it could be treated immediately.
Objective.
Then our objective is nowadays we are facing heavy traffic because of manual things. So we are using RFID tags, which will be automatically which would be automatically taking amount, so that the traffic at the toll gate would be reduced, and we are using RFID here as the main tool.
Now over to Shweta. She'll be explaining the block diagram in our project that we have used. Shweta.
Yeah, good evening everyone. So
The system consists of RFID tag, RFID reader, MEMS accelerometer sensor, GPS module, GSM module, and servo motor. So here the RFID reader will be used to read the RFID tag, which will be attached in every vehicle, and through that the Arduino UNO, the database, it will check whether the vehicle is authorized or not. If the vehicle is authorized, then the servo motor will open the toll gate. So here the servo motor acts as the toll gate, and if the vehicle is authorized, then the location and the amount deduced for the toll will be sent to the owner's mobile through GSM module. And also the MEMS accelerometer sensor will be used to detect the accident. So if an accident occurs, then it will be then it will be used to send, then again the GSM module will be used to send the message about the accident to the owner's mobile, and also the location of the accident will be sent to the owner's mobile through the GPS module. Next. So here again, when the truck enters a toll gate, the RFID reader, it will be used to read the RFID tag, which is attached in each and every tag, and thus the system will check if the truck is authorized or not. If the truck is authorized, then the barricade is opened. Here the barricade is the servo motor, and then the message about the money deduced and the location is sent to the owner by using GPS and GSM modules. And this will be also used to find if a vehicle is a theft vehicle, because the message about the message about the money that has been deduced is sent to the owner's mobile. So, and if the truck is unauthorized, then the barricade will not open. So by using this, we can find if the vehicle is a theft vehicle or not.
So basically, our proposed system is divided into two subsystems. One is the toll gate part, and the other will be in the car, that is the accident alert system. So for the accident alert, we have used accelerometer sensor, which is the MEMS accelerometer sensor. So the MEMS accelerometer sensor is actually will detect the change in position of the vehicle, and that threshold value will be noted. So if they will have a base value, if the threshold, if the value that the MEMS has received is more than that threshold value, then it will be detected as that the accident has occurred. And once the accident has occurred, then the message will be sent to the nearby health center, and also the toll gate, because the toll gate is will be a nearby center for nearmost help in areas like highways or all. So okay, the message will be sent through GSM and GPS module. So this will be the flow chart that we have used for a project. So first, the truck will enter the toll gate. Then the RFID reader, which will be stuck on the truck, it will read the RFID, and from that we can know if the truck is an authorized truck or not. If it is, then the barricade of the toll gate would open, and also the amount will be detected. So nowadays in our toll gate, the main issue we are facing is that the message that we are receiving will be sent only after we cross the toll gate. So many times people not being able to know whether the amount has been detected or not, and there have been many cases where the amount had been detected twice. So to detect for that issue, our program will first send the message, and after once the receiving of message, once the traveler authorizes it, after that only the barricade will open. So the same way, after if there is any accident has occurred in the highway, then the MEMS accelerator sensor will detect that accident occurrence, and the message will be sent to the location of the particular vehicle will be sent. So this way, in trucking logistics, the main issue in trucking logistics is that if the amount will be detected from the owner's account. So the lorry drivers mostly they will if they use cashless mode of transportation, then the truck owner, logistics owner, will have an accountability of the amount that has been detected. Also, through this way, he can constantly view the location of the truck that has been that went for shipping. Yeah. So this is the hardware part. As you can see, this will be the MEMS accelerometer which has been attached. Here we have used a small car as a representation of the truck. So if we move the car, if there's a tilt in the stationary layer of the car, then at that time we can see that the accident has occurred. So we have used Arduino as our CPU here, and the Arduino is connected to the GPS and the GSM tool. Yeah, here the servo motor here will actually act as the pin toolkit. So for our prototype version, we have used a servo motor which will represent the toolkit. So we use IoT and Arduino programming here. So first, for the authorization of a vehicle, yeah. If so, that the RFID tag will have a number on it. If any unauthorized vehicle is reported to the in the police station, then the vehicle's number, it will be in the database. If it's unauthorized vehicles, then also its number will be stored in the database. So with that, we can see if it's authorized or not. Here for example, we took 5 values and some data set of values where we are authorized and unauthorized RFID numbers. Here when it's an authorized vehicle, then it will see, and this will be the message that will be sent to the truck owner about the amount detection, and also the location will be sent to which he can know which toll gate the truck or driver has crossed. So next is the vehicle unauthorized. If it's unauthorized vehicle, the barricade won't open, and yeah, that's it. Now when an accident occurs, when any accident has been occurred to the truck, then the accident alert message will be sent to the truck owner so that he can take actions upon receiving an alert message. And also we have given additional information where the truck owner can constantly track the location of the truck which is being on the highways. So when there's no, so the 400 that you see here is actually the output of normally, generally, if there is no accidents, or if the normal threshold is stable threshold is there, the truck, then the value will be 400. In our program, if you can see here, if A is written 14, so 14 is actually a value which we derived upon trial and error method with various other values, and when it is in a stable position, we saw that the threshold, the accelerometer value was 14, and that's why we had used the threshold as 14. So if it's less than 14, it means that nothing is happening to the truck and it is in a proper condition. Yeah. So these are the data sets that we have displayed here. If it's inference table. So here, if as you can see here, these two tag numbers represent the unauthorized vehicle which it has been stored in the database upon receiving information of theft or any other illegal activities. So as you see, accelerometer values. So at the different equilibrium position, as we say, the equilibrium position will be 14, and if the accelerometer value is 290, then it shows that the truck is at a nominal stage and nothing will happen. If it exceeds the threshold value, at that time the message will be sent along with the location. Yeah. So with the help of the system, as you know that a lot of traffic is created in the toll gates because of these truck and other vehicles. So this can be reduced significantly, and with the less traffic, also with less traffic, the trucking logistics owner will take accountability of what is happening to truck when they are on the road. The system also is used to give information about an accident to the nearby health center. So easier treatment is given to the particular person in a shorter period of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. Any question from our chairs?
Excuse me.
Yeah. Can you go to your block diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So give me the specification of servo meter you have used.
1 second, ma'am. Ma'am, you're not audible. Sorry. Specification of servo motor, right?
Yeah.
So servo motor, we actually here we have used a portable version for this year. So it'll have 3 portals, X, Y, and Z. 2 will be for the input, and the other one will be for the output region.
These are not the specification parameters for the servo motor.
Ma'am, that 1 second.
And you need to give the thought when you are going to implement it actual, what will be the specification of servo motor. Agree, for a prototype you are using
It's a prototype, we are using a very small version.
That's fine, but you should give thought on that if it is to be implemented. See, many control centers are there. Just a minute. Yeah, sorry. So have you ever visited the toll naka?
Yes, ma'am.
So already there is this mechanism is available. So have you tried to understand which motor they are using?
No, actually not in particular. I didn't give it. I was totally into the programming side of the part, so we didn't think a lot about.
So I'm asking the question to team, not an individual. So anyone from you can see, because whatever problem definition you are addressing, you should understand the basic functionality, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And second, where the MEMS accelerometer sensor will be located on the vehicle?
Ma'am, so for here we have used only one MEMS, ma'am, but actually if it is in intercom, then there will be 4 MEMS accelerometer attached, one in all the 4 bottom, top, and front and back, so that we can take an aggregate value of all the 4 data we get.
So how they are going to communicate? Where will be the value? All these values will be collected and
Arduino, the motherboard Arduino.
Yeah.
Not wired. It will be like we thought of using Bluetooth way or any other Bluetooth connection for the communication between the MEMS with the Arduino.
What is that which decides the device to be selected? Why you decided this accelerometer sensor?
Ma'am, even if you see in recent times for all these automatic cars, these are being used, but not in person MEMS, but accelerometer sensors are used actually for knowing the if there's any tilt in the position, like speedometer is only for 2D, so accelerometer will represent a 3D part of you, so it will also calculate speed, time, and also the tilt in the car. So that's why we have used accelerometer. So if there is any shake or movement in the car if at the time of accident, then the value will increase phenomenally. So that's why we have set the accelerometer sensor.
Okay. So which microcontroller is mounted in Arduino board?
Atmega. Atmega, I mean the number, once again, I just forgot the number of it.
It is 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit?
It is 16-bit.
16-bit? So it again depends which board you are using, very specifically.
Yeah. So, Arduino Uno.
Yeah, so it's a generalized name. There are many boards comes under this Arduino Uno, right from Nano and many.
Nano is there,
So you need to understand the board. Being an engineer, you should know what is behind the screen. Okay. Yes. That I want to address over here. So while designing any system, first you should start with the design specification. What are the requirements you want to meet, and then you can give the justification of each and every module. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, fine. That's all from mine.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, just there are many boards available. So why specifically Arduino?
Ma'am, because it has inbuilt Wi-Fi connectivity in it. So because of that, we can even connect it to cloud and send information via. We don't need to install another external piece of hardware for Wi-Fi module. So that's why we opted Arduino.
Okay, so you are talking about Wi-Fi and all. So have you given a thought that in cases where say the Wi-Fi is not accessible or not available, how your system is going to work then?
Ma'am, that would be our future vision of this project. So if for remote places, then we can use Zigbee or such mode of transportation also. Zigbee, Bluetooth, and wide range Bluetooth is available now.
So actually, so many this is just a suggestion that so many
Yes, ma'am.
researchers have already worked with this kind of thing and all.
Yeah, yeah.
Whenever you take such kind of problem statement, you should think what has been not implemented and can I possibly suggest some solution for the
Yeah,
same.
yeah.
That's it. Okay.
Okay.
Rest all is fine. Okay. Okay from my side.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Can you stop sharing,
Thank you so
Grace?
much, presenter.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much.
And Grace, I have one more doubt. Um, Hello,
Hello.
am I audible? Yeah. So actually, I gave two of my co-author name, and they're actually three in number. The certificate will be getting a single certificate, or each one of us will be getting a different certificate for the thing, because they're asked us in our college regarding it.
I will just tell the technical team about that, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay,
No, I
thank
have to
you.
inform to my college about it. That's why. Sorry for taking your time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I will call again the implementation of shortest path routing algorithm in software-defined networks. Presentation by Deepak Kumar and Jawahar Thakur.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me a
Okay.
chance second time.
All right.
So I'm ready
So now you
with
can
my
proceed.
presentation.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have presentation with me right now, so I'm presenting my presentation from my research paper. So topic of my presentation is implementation of shortest path routing algorithm in software network. Firstly, we need to know about what actually network is. We all have heard about OSI models. We all learn about OSI and TCP/IP. So you can think of SDN is also a of model for the new generations, and which is different from the traditional network. The concept of separation or decoupling of the control plane from the data plane, which makes it flexible and also its functionality of being scalable. So it is the functionality which is available in other emerging technologies like whether it is
Any problem, Deepak Kumar? All right.
audible to us?
Okay, you can
Am I
continue
audible
your
to us?
presentation. Yes, but your screen
Yes,
is not.
I
All
was
right, you're here. It's audible now.
okay. Okay, so I was discussing about how SDN is different from the traditional network. In SDN, decoupling the control plane from the data plane. What is the control plane? Control plane is a part of the paradigm where we install the controller, and controller has functionality which can control the hardware devices working in the data plane. The one of the more important functionality of it is that we can programmatically control the most of the hardware devices working in the data plane. So it is its feature that we can programmatically control the other devices. In traditional network, whenever there is a new version of operating system,
Any problem, Deepak Kumar? All right, let's proceed to the next presenter. I will call you back, Tipakumar. The next presenter, a systematic review on influence of AI in today's classroom. Presentation by Sujit Jayaprakash and Prachi Gupta.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can now share your screen and then you can proceed to your presentation.
And my screen is visible?
Not yet. Yes, here. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting this PPT on behalf of my author, Mr. Sujit Jayaprakash, and myself, Prachi Gupta, titled A Systematic Review on Influence of AI in Today's Classroom. Here, I would like to introduce my author, Dr. Sujit Jayaprakash. He is currently working as Director and Business Head of Open Labs Ghana. And here I am, Prachi Gupta, currently working as Head of IT Department and Quality Assurance Officer in SIMT Ghana. Our abstract of the paper is artificial intelligence is becoming increasingly everyday and it is important in our everyday lives. It monitors, manages, and controls everything around us. So this paper will address many research projects and have been undertaken this project as well as future of AI in schools. So our problem statement is need for enhancing the quality of education through AI tools. So for that, we have to understand what is artificial intelligence. As we all know that artificial intelligence these days, everybody is in our everyday life. It is like in understanding the human brain. If humans are there in this particular situation, how machine will work in that particular same situation. So it will learn how to think, how to apply the skills logically and take necessary actions whenever the task is assigned to them. For that, right now we are in, as we know, we are in fourth industrial revolution, education 4.0. So we have evolved with from education 1.0 to 2.0 and then 3.0 and then now we are in 4.0. In 1.0 we will be having lectures, note learning and memorization of the things. And then in 2.0 we have access through internet. So we will introduce internet enabled learning. Then in 3.0 we have moved to knowledge based education, which is morely focused about education. Then now in 4.0, we are talking about innovation-based education in which we are introducing something new every day. Here we have roles of and facets of AI in education. From the perspective of education applications that we see, there are several roles of AI in education, that is serving as an intelligent tutor, serving as an intelligent tutor, intelligent learning tools, and personalized learning. Personalized learning is all about like according to the student's need, we are personalizing it so that they can improvise themselves. Here are some related research works which we have done. Like these days in 2015, we have smart personal assistants like Alexa, Google Assistants, Apple Siri, and so many these kind of personal assistants came up with the help to interact with users via speech so that they can help them in their daily tasks. We are using AI in education these days because social and it is a solution of social and economic problems. And in this, we have so many e-learning apps so that students can learn according to their own pace, whatever they want to learn, and according to their level of knowledge, according to their level of speed, how they can achieve their goals very nicely, and they can understand everything. So we'll be using so many things, so many learning apps for this. We have different AI assistants in today's classrooms, like writing assistants, classroom assistants, grading assistants, personalized learning assistants, and feedback assistants. In writing assistants, we'll be having so many systems, like those who everybody doesn't have the good writing skills. So for that, for research, for teachers' research, or for students' research and their grammar or grammatical mistakes, there will be so many systems came up in writing assistants like Grammarly, WriteSonic, Writer, etc. So that they are helping teachers as well as students in their writing options. Then next we'll move towards classroom assistants. In classroom assistants, we'll be assisting these AI teaching assistants help teachers workload by responding to frequently asked questions by students. so that students can get answers very well, and teachers those doesn't have too much workload in that. Next will come up that grading assistance. In that, students assignments and the research papers will be graded as soon as possible, very fastly, and teachers will not be having too much pressure on themselves. Then we move towards personalized learning assistance. In this personalized learning assistance, we are right now moving towards this era in which students need individually focused on themselves. So in that, in personalized learning assistance, it will be designed according to the student's individual need. So if students is not good in particular field, then this personalized learning assistant will help him to improve himself or herself in that particular area. Then we'll be having feedback assistance, as if we know that whenever we are doing something, we always need a feedback. As we are doing good, we are performing well or not. So this feedback assistance is required for students so that they know that whatever they are doing, are they doing correct? Are they achieving something, or they need to improvise themselves? So feedback assistant will work whenever the student will submit their assignments or their work. Then the real time they'll get the feedback so that they can improvise themselves for the next paper or next exam or the next assignment. Now the future of education in AI. AI is right now evolving around us everywhere, and we are just coming up with, we are going to the world of tomorrow. We are touching to the world of tomorrow. So teachers can provide personalized advice. They can give class and assignments to each and every students individually according to their areas of interest and according to which wherever they need to improve. For implementing these AI in education, we have several challenges also to implement. As we know, if we are setting up smart classroom, the expenses and efforts required will be too much. Like for that, we'll be needing smart cameras, smart rooms, smart sensors, everything will be needing. So the expenses will be increased, which will not be feasible for everybody. Then we'll be needing smart gadgets also. Students will also be needing smart gadgets, and that smart gadgets is having all disadvantages and advantages both. So it's like good if students are evolving with new technologies, but it's not good if they are using too much smart gadgets. It's not good for their health too. Next is like cyber crime will increase because as everything, all the data will be on platform, will be on online. So students data, parent data, teachers data, assignments data, everything will be online. So the cyber crime will also can be increased. Now I would like to conclude my presentation that as we know, the AI is playing a significant role in academic career these days, and this must to improve this personalized learning aid and to check the future aspect, machine learning algorithms will be used in future, and a systematic review was done in this study to identify various investigations taking place in field of AI based classroom. So as we know that we'll be using more machine learning algorithms, we'll be using artificial intelligence these days in future academic career, from selecting the course and to forecasting his success. These are the few references which have been used in this presentation in my paper. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah. So you have done really a good systematic study. But one on the lays, everybody is aware about what are the drawbacks and all. So during this systematic study, have you at least identified that these are the things which can be done with the help of AI, and these could be the challenges which can be faced and could be a possible solution for the same? Have you done something like that, or have you identified something of this kind?
Ma'am, actually, we are still working on it because we have done just reviewing that. We are thinking that whenever we are doing the implementation of it, this AI in today's classroom. So because we are focusing upon personalized learning material. So for that, we'll be needing smart classrooms. So we'll have to design the system which is feasible for everybody, which is cost effective too. So we have some cameras, smart cameras, which we are using these days, but still we have to minimize the cost. So still we are working on it. We are checking that what we can get.
Yeah, but
to reduce the cost and
yeah, but nowhere in your presentation you have talked about that if we have such kind of camera or if we have such kind of equipment, then in that case this will be the cost, and say possibly we can reduce this by this. So nothing of that sort was presented. So what I feel about the entire presentation, that it was just an overview of what is available in can be available in AI based classroom and all, but
yes, ma'am.
only making means letting us know, or I think so everybody in this era knows that these are the technologies and all. So as a researcher, you must identify what are the problems with these AI based like these thing, like you have talked about, there will be everything will be online. So maybe data, generating so much of data, analyzing it, and maybe so space will be a disadvantage. So at least some sort of that conclusion should be drawn with this survey. So I hope you have understood my point, that if you are doing the research, then identifying, at least identifying after review, what are the lacunas that you have found out with the current tools that are also not highlighted in this presentation. So I would suggest at least that much work has to be completed and should be presented whenever you are presenting a paper in a conference. These are just my inputs. I have no doubt that you will work and you will come up with something good from this. The topic is really very interesting, and it is going through the current, addressing the current challenges the education system is facing. So no doubt about that. But while presenting the paper in the conference, at least this care should have been taken. That's it. Rest all your presentation and
Thank you.
everything was really good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll work out on it. Thanks a lot. Your input really means a lot to us. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Hello?
Hello. Ma'am, can I give my presentation? Hello. Ma'am, can I give my presentation? Am I audible?
You are audible, Deepak Kumar, but I hope the another session chair and conference coordinator, the session coordinator are busy, so we'll wait for their approval.
Okay, ma'am. So I have to wait for my presentation?
Yeah, you have to wait because we need a nod from both of them.
Ma'am, actually, the reason is that my laptop is just crashed. It is just because of the Zoom app. Because it was hanging, I just closed it and my just system crashed. It is not even restarting because it's one of the buses keep on busy. I don't know what is the reason. So it is not getting started.
Yeah, that's perfectly okay, but the coordinator has to respond, no? I am a session chair, so I cannot commit anything right now to you.
I'm so sorry, Deepak. I will tell the the coordinator, about your presentation. And now I will proceed to the next presenter. I think the last presenter, presentation by
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Swaminathan Ramamurthy and Dr. Divajaran is here.
Yes, ma'am, we are here, ma'am.
All right, you're here. You can now please proceed to your presentation. And
Whether my screen is visible, ma'am?
yes, you are. You can now proceed. Thank you.
So, very good evening, all. I am Dr. Swaminathan, Associate Professor, Sankar School of Engineering. And one of my co-author, Dr. Devarajan Gopal, he is a professor from Pulihora University, Ethiopia. The topic is radar cross-section measurement and pattern analysis for fighter aircraft as target. So the abstract is radar cross-section measurement and pattern analysis always a challenging task because we are facing a huge threat because of this unwanted fighter aircraft which is coming to entering our country, and we should be in a position to detect the target absolutely. And to detect the target, it is very important that we need to have the proper measure of the radar cross-section. So the main objective of this research is to measure the radar cross-section for various angles of incidence of radar signal hitting the target and to analyze its field pattern. So here we have tried to analyze we are trying to measure the radar cross-section, and also we are measuring the field pattern, and the target that we have considered here is nothing but it is the fighter aircraft. And for analysis purpose, we have initially taken a dielectric sphere for analysis, and later we have also measured the same RCS radar cross section for the fighter aircraft. And obviously, when we see a radar, there should be a signal which should be sent from our radar, and we have used a plane wave for measuring the radar cross section. So plane wave will be considered as the radar signal at different angles of incidence. And the software that we have used here for the simulation is Altair Pico software, and we have measured the values of the RCS for the dielectric sphere as the target, and also for the fighter aircraft. The values I have mentioned here, and I will tell about this value at the end of this presentation. Description, and we all know that whenever a target is illuminated by an electromagnetic wave and energy is being dispersed, and which is also called as the scattering effect. So the measure of the target's ability to reflect the radar signal in the direction of the receiver is called as the radar cross section. So if as larger the RCS, the more detectable the target is. As much as possible, we need to have the larger value of the RCS. And this measurement of the RCS, it depends on so many parameters which I'll be telling it. And the main point to be considered here is, as much as possible, the value of RCS should be larger so that the detection will be very good. So the RCS of the target can be viewed as a relative term. It is a ratio of the strength of the reflected signal from a target to the reflected signal from the perfectly smooth sphere of cross-sectional area of 1 meter square. So this is the diagram representing, we have a radar, and the waves are being sent from the radar to the target, and we have a reflected signal back from the target to our radar. And as I told you, as much as possible, we need to measure the radar cross section should be a larger value. It is given by a ratio of power re-radiated towards the source per unit solid angle divided by the incident power density. And we also have the values for this formula we have. That means 4 pi r squared, and it is ratio of the incident energy and the reflected energy. Nothing but the field strength. So R corresponds to the radar range here. We have the reflected field strength and we have the incident field strength. And what are the parameters that we need to take care of when we are measuring the radar cross section? The amount of energy that is being reflected back, it depends on the material of the target, the size and the physical geometry of the target, the incident angle at which the radar signal hits the target, and the reflected angle at which the radar signal reflects and leaves the target surface, and the polarization. So it depends on so many of these parameters, and very specifically here I have used the parameter called as the angle of the incident angle, which is also one of the very important parameter to be taken care while measuring the radar cross section. So the measurement of the RCS of a target requires the target to be illuminated by an electromagnetic plane wave and the resultant scattered signal to be observed in the far field. So this is what the process that we have done as the simulation. So to say about the two important types of radar here, we have a monostatic radar and we have a bistatic radar. In the case of the monostatic radar, where our transmission and reception will happen in the same radar, but whereas in the case of the bistatic, where our transmitted signal will be from one radar and the reception will be in the other radar. This is called as the bistatic radar. And this is what the simulation we have done here. And initially we have taken a sphere because the target may be of any shape. It can be of any dimension it may be. And for the analysis where we have taken a spherical dimension here, and we have defined a few properties for it, and we have measured the values of the radar cross section. We can see the graph, which is nothing but the graph measurement of the radar cross section with respect to the various angles. As we all know that where I am going to measure the RCS for the different values of the incidence of the plane wave. And here I have defined a plane wave, and I have considered the simulation of two different scenarios. One is a just simple spherical dimension, and I have defined the plane wave here, and I'm measuring the radar cross section and dB square meter, and with respect to the theta. And theta always from here I have used the since for the different angle of incidence. Here I am varying the theta angle from 0 to 180 degrees, and I am measuring the values of the radar cross section at we are getting a value of nearly around some minus 54.2514 dB square meter at 100 degrees. So the main analysis here is how we can able to bring the complex structure inside. So here we have made efforts to analyze the radar cross section for this fighter aircraft, and which is of the higher complex structure, and it's also a huge geometry, and where we need to define so many properties for this. And initially, if we see the previous spherical dimension, there we have used a single, we have used a plane wave, and we have measured only at one single value of the angle of incidence, the radar cross section. But here, when we are, when there is a target is there, and whenever there is a signal from our radar, we should be in a position to measure the radar cross section by the reflected signal from the target for the different values of the angle of incidence. So here we can see that the plane wave is being given for the different values of angle of incidence, not only at the 100 degrees. The previous it is only at 100, and here we have used the signal for different angle of incidence, and we have tried to measure it. This is nothing but the field pattern. Whenever this is a field pattern due to the input plane wave. Why we have used the plane wave is we all know the property of the plane wave, which is having a constant phase and also the uniform amplitude. So for the analysis purpose, where we can use the plane wave as the radar signal here. And this is the far field pattern of our radar for the given uniform plane wave for the different values of the angle of incidence that we have taken from 0 to 190 degrees. And we have measured the far field in terms of the two-dimensional graph, where it is a plot of the RCS versus theta. And if you see the previous spherical target, where we are having the value of RCS at only one single point of the angle of incidence, and whereas here we have the radar cross section for all the values of angle of incidence from 0 to 180 degrees.
Just a moment. Actually, I am not able to see the screen moving. Is it a problem from my side? I am not able to see. I am still able to see your first slide only, sir.
Can I stop sharing once again? Can I share it once again? Or?
Yes, sir, please.
Can you please scroll down so that we can see your...
I have, once again, I'm sharing my screen now.
Okay.
Visible now?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
now
sir.
it is visible.
Okay.
So I was wondering from much time, but I thought it is problem at my side. So I waited for long.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let me just
It's okay now.
summarize one. Maybe the simulation part. I am doing the radar cross section measurement of the two different shapes and dimensions here. One is the spherical one, and where we are giving the uniform plane wave as the radar signal at one single point angle of incidence. So we are measuring the radar cross section at the value of 100 degrees, which is nothing but minus 54 dB square meter. And this is nothing but the fighter aircraft, which is the target we have taken here. And for this particular case, where we are providing the radar signal at for all the values of the angle of incidence from 0 to 180 degrees. And this is the far field pattern what we have obtained for the values of theta from 0 to 180 degrees. And here we also try to measure the values of RCS for 0 to 180 degrees. And if you notice here where the values of the radar cross section is higher for the angle of incidence from 0 to 30 and also from 150 to 180 degrees. So we can able to measure it for the entire 0 to 180 degrees, and this is for the this is a far field for the bistatic radar, and this is for the measurement of the radar cross section for the monostatic radar, where here I am varying the parameter called as phi from minus 90 to plus 90 degrees. So it is very important that we need to have a larger value of radar cross section. So whenever if we have a larger value of RCS, we can able to detect our target very easily. And so this is what the analysis what we have done here by taking the fighter aircraft, and we have provided the uniform plane wave for the different values of the angle. So what we have done in this is we have done the radar cross section measurement and also the pattern analysis for the various angle of incidence of the radar signal hitting the target. And here we have taken the two cases as I told you for the dielectric sphere and also for the fighter aircraft. For the dielectric sphere, which is the value of the RCS measured in dB square meter, which is minus 54.2514 only at one single point of the angle of incidence. And for the fighter aircraft, where we are measuring from 0 to 180 degrees, and very obviously we are getting a very good RCS value 15 to 18 meters square for the theta variation from 0 to 180 degrees. And these are all the references for this. So thank you very much. If you have any queries, you can ask.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Yeah. So from this study, what was your major conclusion on this radar dimensions and all and angles? So can you suggest that what should be the ideal radar dimensions and say angles for the fighter planes, as your study is based on that? Can you comment on that? Not exactly.
That's all. The main purpose here is RCS measurements, and actually it depends on how we are giving the radar signal. As I told you, where the RCS depends on so many parameters, and here we try to analyze only with respect to the angle of incidence of the radar signal. So it can be analyzed in terms of so many parameters, which I have already told you. Like it depends on the parameters like the materials of the target, the size and the physical geometry of the target, the incident angle, the reflected angle, the polarization, so many parameters where we have analyzed, and there are so many dimensions of the target also. So here we try to bring the complex structure, because the analysis with respect to the complex structure is spend much time for the simulation also. So here we try to do the analysis of the complex structure and also for the various angle of influences. And usually for when we
Okay,
take
sir. Just a question. What motivated you to do this research? This is my last question. Good study. I have like you have done really a very good analysis and study. So just inquisitive. What motivated you to take up this study?
like I have done, see, actually my area of interest is antenna designs and this data. And actually, when I was analyzing with respect to various structures and various types of objects, why not? I thought, okay, why not I can do the analysis with respect to this type. And like we are doing so many projects with respect to the industries also, even with respect to the defense organizations also. And actually, it is also one part of that work where we are doing with respect to the students also. We are giving this project to students, and students will also do it. And recently also we have studied, we got information from the medias and the newspapers where if they like due to the if the target is not being detected properly, where so many things happens inside our country with respect to the security issues and also with respect to the major incidents. So really those things which motivated me.
Okay, that's all from my side.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so thank you so much. Let's proceed to the last presenter, Deepak Kumar.
Am I audible now?
Kumar. Yes, you
Yes,
are.
ma'am.
Can you please now share your screen and then you can proceed to your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, please, can you check? Is it shared?
All right, you're
I
audible
have just
now.
shared
You
it
can now
now.
proceed. You can continue your topic.
Okay,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Ma'am, the topic of my presentation is implementation of shortest path routing algorithm in software-defined networks. So firstly, we need to know about what software-defined network is. Software-defined networks is different from traditional networks that we are currently using. So the main concept behind software-defined network is that there is a separation of the data plane from the control plane. Now we need to know about what is the data plane and control plane. Data plane is the part where our hardware devices works, and control plane is the part where our network operating system is installed. So we have wide variety of network operating systems that we can use depending upon on which platform we are comfortable. Like some controllers support Python, some support C++, some support Java. So based upon our interest, we can choose the controller that we want to use. So there is as I said, there is a separation of data plane from control plane, which makes it flexible and also adds the functionality of make it scalable. Now we need to know about what scalability is. Scalability is whenever networks grow. A network grows when we add many number of devices to the network. So if the network will be scalable, then only it will be beneficial, or it will be efficient. So if we want to make a network which should be efficient, then it must be flexible, it must be scalable. So these are the two important properties that must be needed by the efficient network. So that is the main concept behind the software defined networks. That's why the currently emerging technologies like IoT, 5G networks, and even more advanced wireless sensor networks, vehicular ad hoc networks, all are in search of architecture which can handle huge amount of devices through centralized control. And SDN is the paradigm which can fulfill all those demands which are needed by these emerging technologies. So that's why it is emerging as a new research opportunity for the researchers. So what is the reasons and what are the other main functionalities which makes it much more interesting? So what are the current or hidden features inside the controller? One of the main thing is that it supports virtualization. We all have heard about virtualization. What is virtualization? The main purpose of virtualization is that it gives users illusions of that the hardware device is properly working for him. As we use clouds is shared among all the users, but for a particular user, he feels that the whole cloud is belongs to him or shared to him. So that is the main functionality of virtualization. And through virtualization, we can even create virtual links. And virtual links, with the help of virtual links, we can manage the traffic. If there is a huge amount of traffic flowing through the networks, then through virtual links, we can overcome those issues. So that is the main concept of virtualization, and SDN support virtualization. So it is the one of the its hidden feature. And the second feature of its is controller is centralized monitoring. As it is programmatic, that's why it can overview the overall network through centralized control. We can globally check out all other devices, and whenever we need to change the functionality of those devices, we know we don't need to have manually configure them. We can programmatically configure them. So this is the one of the main advantage of this controller. Next functionality of here controller is its scalability, as I discussed above. So controller, which is programmable, so through there we don't need manual intervention. So this is the main feature which makes it scalable. And also there is a concept of network function virtualization which help it to make it scalable. Security, there is a main issue of security in SDN, but still we can make it secure by using one of the earlier developed application like Fresco and DDoS based protections application. If we use them at the all layers of SDN, that is data plane, control plane, and application plane, then we can even make it secure. The research approach we have followed is both quantitative and qualitative. The main tool that we have used in this is emulator, and that emulator is called as Mininet. Mininet is a platform where we can test experiment based upon software defined networks. It is a platform where we through single commands we can add host, we can add switches, we can add routers, we can add connections between them. So it is a very easier for a researcher who is studying about software defined networks, and it helps any researchers to study the behavior of software defined networks through experiments. Here users can develop their own topologies, custom topologies according to their requirement. So that's why we have used Mininet, because one of the advantage of using Mininet is that whenever we develop any application in Mininet, that can be directly deployable in realistic software defined networks. So that's why we have used Mininet. Now the main concept is that why we are using shortest routing algorithm for the software defined networks. As we know, the shortest routing algorithm is the most efficient algorithm that can help us to deliver packets from source to destinations. So there is a concept of making data plane efficient. So we have choose one of the parameter of transferring packets between the devices through software defined networks, so that we can make the data plane efficient. So that's why we're thinking of the implementing this routing algorithm in the Mininet. So what is the requirement? We can use any of the topology depending upon our requirement, whether it is either line, whether it is linear topology, whether it is single topology, whether it is tree topology, whether it is fat tree topology. We can use any of the topology, and depending upon that topology, we can create our own script. And that script can be created either in Python based file, it can be C++ based, it can be Java based, depending upon in which platform we are comfortable in. I was comfortable in Python, so we have created a script of Digikshetra file who is linked with the topology we use. So based upon that, it will show the shortest route that must be that need to be followed by the host in order to send the packet from source to destination. That's what we have done. So in this topic, we have 10 hosts and 5 switches. I have represented here in order to understand, but it is all virtual inside emulator. So we have made connections, and at all those connections are made shows or built in the topologies. So this is the main connections, that how these devices are connected, and each host is assigned with its particular IP address, and based upon that IP address all packets are sent from source to destination. Now in this problem we have considered host one host one connected to switch one, and host 10 connected to the switch 5. Now we want to transfer a packet from host 1 to host
Please go
10,
to
which
your
is connected to switch
conclusion.
5. Now,
Deepak, please go to your conclusion and let us know what have you concluded
okay,
from
ma'am.
this. Which protocols you have used?
Ma'am, actually, ma'am, it is a algorithm. It is software. It is Dijkshatra's algorithm. I think we already have heard of it.
Yes.
We have used it in a virtual environment where we have host, where we have switch, we have connection between them, and we have seen that the what we study about how it flow of packets take place through this algorithm, and how it takes shortest path, that we have implemented in virtual environment.
Okay.
In
So my
software defined
yes.
networks. Yes.
Yes, got it. So my question is, when there are
Yes.
so many algorithms available, advanced algorithms available,
Yes, ma'am.
and there are so many
Ma'am,
optimization
most
algorithms also available, so why you
okay,
have gone
ma'am.
for
Okay,
Digitra's
ma'am.
algorithm, the very basic algorithm?
Ma'am, even today's scenario, the router we use, the switches we use, they still follow Dijkshatra's algorithm for routing.
So what
That's
are the
why.
strong point of Digitra's algorithm? Why they are following that thing?
Pardon,
They are
ma'am?
following, that's why you are following, or you know
No,
why they are following?
ma'am, actually, we want to show that the traditional network is following this. This algorithm is also applicable in software-defined networks. It function in the same way as it functioning in the traditional networks, and we have shown it in the virtual environment in emulator, that it is functioning in the same way as it is works in traditional network. So it will overall benefit the software defined networks, and it will make the data plane efficient, as it will make routing efficient. So that's why our data plane will be efficient, and it will overall affect the functionality of the software defined networks.
Okay, but have you given a try like any other algorithm you wish to try, or are you going to try?
Yes, ma'am. Further, there is a scope of identifying the bandwidth consumption between the links that we have made by using Dijkshatra algorithm, and other more algorithm we can use in place of Dijkshatra algorithm is Bellman-Ford algorithm. But we didn't prefer here to study about Bellman-Ford algorithm, because there is a chances of getting into loop, because there are negative weights are allowed, and because of those negative weights, if there is a negative weight in between them, then we might get into the infinite loop. So that was the one of the disadvantage of the Bellman-Ford algorithm. That's why we didn't use that algorithm.
Okay, that.
Am I audible, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Any other question, ma'am?
I think there's no other question. All right, so thank you so much.
Ma'am, is it fine that I have presented my paper on the behalf of PPTs, because I was there was
yes,
no PPT.
Deepak,
it's okay, Deepak.
it is
See,
okay.
finally, it is okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you
So
very
thank
much,
you so
ma'am.
much.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. Can I leave now?
Yes, you are. So thank
Thank
you
you.
all for your valuable presentations. All right, 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes. I will declare the best paper and best paper presentation for the conference. So stay tuned. After 5 minutes, I will declare the best paper and best paper presentation for the conference. Thank you. All right, so the proceedings book and certificates will be uploaded on the IFERP dashboard, and link will be shared to their mail ID so you can sign up and get those certificates and proceeding book. Thank you. Again, all presenters over inform them to proceedings books and certificates will be uploaded on the IFERP dashboard, and a link will be shared to their mail ID so you can sign up and get those certificates and proceeding book. Thank you. All right, so let's wait for 5 minutes so that I can announce the best paper and best paper presentation for the conference. Thank you. All right, can you please open all your camera for our photo for our to take a pictures? All right, give me your best smile. Where's the other? Open all your camera. Maganda kay kinamautan ako di ba? All right, give me your best shots. All right, so 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you. And then, all right, so thank you so much. So let's wait for 5 minutes for the best paper presentation. Thank you. All right. Best paper goes to Smart Computer Vision 3D Model Recognition System presented by Dr. Tushar Jain, Dr. Ritesh Rastuge, and Dr. Rajkumar Goel. And Best Paper Presentation by SWCNT COOH Base Electrodes for Smart and Real-Time ECG Monitoring, presented by Bani Gandhi and Professor N.S. Raghava. Congratulations!
Thank you.
All right, so votes of thanks on behalf of IFERP. I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. Thank you all for participating in our conference. Stay tuned with us for more updates regarding the IFERP conferences. Thank you and God bless us all.
Hi, excuse me, Divine ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, will we get a certificate for best presentation and all this, or we'll just get our conference presentation certificate?
Hello.
Hello.
All right,
Yeah,
so I will tell the technical team.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Yes. Certificates will be sent to your mail. Hello. Hello. Ms. Bani Gandhi?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. Certificate, best paper presentation, best paper, paper certificate will be sent to your mail within
No,
1
to
or 2
all
days.
the authors
Okay, And
Okay.
presentation certificate and proceedings will be uploaded in IFERP dashboard. From there,
Okay,
you
okay.
can download.
Okay. So this best presentation certificate will be mailed, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
the
Thank you, sir.
presentation certificate and proceeding book will be uploaded in the dashboard. And we will send you the link.
Okay, sir. Thank you
Everyone
so
can
much.
download from there.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all. Ending.